Like, what are we going to talk about other than the kitty's about to kill? I love that you got scared when people looked back at you like you're a 5-year-old. I know. Like that's what he's. Ari's like, not 8. Oh God. Bring the dope out. Oh, that's great, Ari. Yeah. That really made a difference. Really. Oh my God. I mean, wow. Definitely picture worthy. I can see the caption on that. Ari just admitted. Really think that I'm a hero. No. Hang on. What did you do? How are you a hero? Because I saw him. No, I don't think you understand what a hero means. I saw. Yes. You would. Anybody's a hero in space. And I'm waiting to hear why. I saw him. I got the story out of it. Okay, let's bring up the next comic, and then after the show, I'm going to talk to you about what you think hero means. Fuck yeah. No one to hold him. No one to hold him. No, that's gambling. Gambling. That's different. That's gambling. Wow. Remember what the victim, like, when he was in there knocking saying, help me out. How would you know? I looked in the back seat. You were the only person to roll your window up when the guy turns around and looks at you. Sorry. No, my windows were already up. You offer to, like, are you trying to, why don't you take to the next level and just, like, offer, like, hey, I want to switch cars, fucking get it out of here? Is there anything I can do? I just wanted to see what it was all about, what it looked like. Nervous or anything? Nervous? Yeah. And he turned around to look at you. Yeah. So he's looking at you like, how is that? He looks at you like, geez, how's that creep pedophile? Yeah. Right. He probably just saw the same sign. Right. It's like coming up, where I was like, oh, that's not like the proper. As we were like going. Maybe he was the world's dumbest pedophile and saw the Amber Alert and he was looking at your car like, hey, is that big guy? Maybe you forgot that. Yeah. Maybe. All right. Your next comedian, every time she's available to make it here, she does the show. Always funny. You guys maybe recognize her from Sarah Silverman. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so fucking excited for Sarah Silverman right now. Fuck yeah. Let's bring her up, Tony. Don't make us wait anymore. All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Sarah Silverman. Yeah! All right! All right. Woo! You're right. Sarah Silverman was in Falcon Trunk, and Ari passed them and didn't say anything. So. Really wait for it on that one. We did a kibble there. Holy. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Did I do that? Hello, everybody. You might recognize her from some of her work. Adult does stuff as well. Yeah.
So, being important talks a lot about myself and life. For instance, I learned that be formal attire. I learned a hidden talent of mine is photography. Apparently, I am Ansel Adams with butthole. And speaking of butthole, I learned it can be interesting. Another thing I learned though is that how much porn stars and comedians have in common. It's actually really, really eerie. Have the same statistical chance of dying of a drug overdose or rectal trauma. People expect a lot of distance where we are. Literally. I hope they hear this. We will spend a lot of time with 7-inch black things by our mouth. And I think the biggest thing our dads are very disappointed with our career choices.
Time on the show?
I think
one thing I've noticed that almost like a reading on cards. You're not like really something like you right. Yeah, practice, no rush, none of the like you're like, these are the reasons why I eat popcorn. Popcorn is good. Popcorn is yummy. You know, instead of going, I like popcorn, it's good.
popcorn has carbs.
Well, that's not really the point. I like the Uggs stuff. Yeah, I've seen porn stars that a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Funny. So you had a lot of. I think one of the first ones tonight that, for one, you got a lot of jokes in that, and not just one long story. 4 or 5 different. That's hard to get in that short amount of time. So I thought that was funny. My only note I would give you is just, and it really is hours on the clock. It just was like Red Man said, the practice. Yeah, what was that thing we acted it out? What was that thing? Oh, the butt entrance. And then you were like, oh, really? Like you broke or something? Oh. None of them got that. Yeah, that. That. And then the other thing, but one joke that was really good, the black fire, like a mouse or something, and maybe those way. Oh, wow. We stuck a lot of dick. But literally and figuratively, you don't imply that they kind of like act joke and those exceptions. Right? Let that last be have to explain it. I thought it was Santa. Yeah, but my colon is only in this is like a alert. Yeah. I was like Eureka Gold. Yeah, I would really talk about porn to the porn star clothing. Like I really like that. It wears like it's a hat, shoes, whatever. Sure. Yeah. Lovely daddy. Yeah. I love Big Daddy. Are those things real when they do like the fake fake thing off the couch? Oh, if you have an actual agent, that does not happen. Oh, it's the girls who are trying to get an agent. Oh no, the new girls is that basically if that isn't on this, what happens? Right. It was specifically that one. I think that's about with the brown couch. Well, I guess I'm not exactly sure which. I guess I'm asking about all those things like are any of them real? Are any of them are they really bringing girls in for like an audition? The videos are all fake. I think it feels that way. It is. Real, but for the most part, Wait, did you have to get it? Oh, really? Did you see more butts? Well, behind the space door. You have to that thing where you guys like the guy that tell you like, oh, it's good enough. You just start shooting. If you're a woman and you have a vagina, you can have sex. Yes, Marina? Look at me. Those funny storylines, though, it's those ones that are fake that they try to make real, that come across even faker than like the pizza delivery guy walking in the door to me. Like there's one called, I think it's Fake Taxi or something. Oh yeah, Taxi. Right. Why are you pulling over? Right. Not. Where the guy driving in the middle of all wearing here. I think that like well, looks like I've done somebody to ride. Yes. Classes or anything for that? No. 7. I was my porn actor. Every that wrong. Like that's I don't know what to say. Targeted. in the world. Martinez has probably got to be one of the most popular names, huh? Yeah, definitely. Martinez is tough nonstop. Martinez, how do you get so drunk at 9:15? How do you get only Mardi Gras? 2 days ago, sorry. It's like the Wall Street. I didn't I love it. You always bring up Canada. Your hands.
Yeah, the fuck that was a kid with that. They can spin around blindfolded and beat just so they can get the shit out of their favorite character. Thomas Train. Imagine me at a party that this crew of children eating the shit out of Thomas Train for cheese fruit. Scary. I nightmare. That should have stayed in like let's just leave that there. Real like there's nothing scarier than a bunch of fighting for candy. Just like foaming at the mouth for baby bottles for fruit. But imagine an LA Sonata, Beverly Hills Housewives Sonata, 6,000 yogurt covered raisins. Thank you, sir. Take care of it.
Yeah, definitely. Um, work. Already with myself. Yep. And get that heavy material. Good work. When that happens, the audience automatically tends to put that out. That gets fully understood. That was great. By the way, the real comic thrown out at me. Like, you're not gonna remember that apology. I remember that apology. And I will give you that back to more was I remember. It's on there, right? Sorry. Good work. That was quick. When that happens, the audience automatically tends to you put that out. That gets fully understood. That was great. Handle that. By the way, son. Oh, wow. Man, it's like, yeah, man. I thought that was in the world. Martinez probably got it one of the most popular names, huh? Yeah, definitely. Martinez is just nonstop. Martinez is how do you get so drunk at 9:15, bro? Okay, let's look. Mardi Gras, 3 days ago, I love Ari. There's gonna get. It's like the pick of Wall Street. Look at him. That and oh, love your style. Wall Street. Always the right figure rates in a minute every airline.
Who the fuck that was a give these kids a bat, spin around blindfolded, beat so they can be the shit out of their favorite character. Thomas the Train. Imagine being at a party, guys. This crew of nothing scarier than a bunch of children fighting, just like foaming at the mouth for baby bottles or fruit roll-up. Imagine an LA pinata, Beverly Hills Housewife pinata, cacao nibs, yogurt-covered raisins. Thank you, sir. Cacao nibs.
That's all. A lot of pinata. So let's get the
Kinda heavy.
yeah. Yeah.
Kinda heavy stuff.
You're definitely paper mache. Instead of a board.
Tough variety would write it up. Faces, that was the face thing. A young Sarah Weinstein press with her shiny boots and kinda heavy material.
It's on their white thing.
Good crowd work. That was so quick. When like that happens, the audience automatically senses it. Quicker you put that out, that gets fully on your side. That was great. I handled that.
By the way, don't ever do that at a real concert. Right now.
You're not gonna remember that apology.
Now I remember the apology. And I will give you a remake. Cat back to New Orleans tonight, so.
It's partying that stuff right now, and I love that after that. I'm sorry, I apologize. It's like very mature about it, but it's a little kid. I apologize.
I know. I was
trying to not laugh at
when he started drinking.
Yeah, staying in the pinata pocket. That's for sure. Definitely grinding it out in there.
It's only a minute. That's
Yeah,
not too long. That's not too long.
Working on.
Yeah.
You're beating out. You every one of these, right?
But it wasn't any punchline. That's a
Yeah, there wasn't really anything.
A lot of kind of haven't fully out yet.
it'd be like, that's fine. They're gonna be comedy. Right, yeah, but then it's like, and then it's about fans or something.
Yeah,
It's like, no level.
we found the person favorite characters that we like to do that.
Oh, right, that's great.
Yeah, well, definitely SpongeBob or definitely one of the topics you're gonna want to. And there's one part where you said something where you're like, that should be nice. So, simple with something else. Stay in. And what you do, you know, you can say comedy next. Right, even that funny. Like Mexican. By that I mean it's Mexican. Never shit on.
Anytime you say something weird, something like something, I think set up, a similar metaphor. You set up a similar metaphor of that. Otherwise, short circuits, you just let her.
Like bugs are a lot like whatever. Bugs are a lot like Brian Redman. Yeah. And then you have a what would that be? That's not bad.
You guys are shit, right? Fucking. All right. Sarah Weinstein, thank you so much.
Weinstein. Sorry.
Wow. Every girl college right?
About
What's the
more do you need? Every time I think a guy's gonna leave me, I just make sure I do pulls while we're having sex next time and cook bacon after. Work alright. You know, guys, if I had one more minute to spend, I'd spend it right here because it feels like forever right now.
Could have just if you're over a minute. Could have just it 51 seconds.
Well, why not? That worked good. Fun. It's a lot of fun.
Right? It was 2 years I was that year one was
I knew you were gonna write tonight right what was talk.
I thought it was going to be talk.
Wow.
I really like that. I really like that humble part of it. I think whatever the next like I think you have a
I forgot my last line. I was gonna say.
You forgot that last line.
I was gonna say. I think the first thing I let him go out is. Maybe it's
One thing, of course, everybody what they running up time, present, like moment, went a whole wrong way, and then next the audience. That was
Unfortunately, thank you so much for calling it back.
My only problem what you said,
Yeah. I felt coming to that humble. I get it. What's going on, guys? What do you want to promote? What's happening? Definitely follow @Earl. Everybody. My favorite Patriot ever. Absolutely hilarious. Listen to his appropriate Earl podcast. Available on so much better. One of the funniest friends. Great. Are you here?
the five things together. Armstrong, which is very
That's Armstrong, sports.com.
or Red Band on it, right?
Voting is still open for that?
Still open.
Seems like you guys are trying to
Started a year ago. I don't know why.
There are some sports on and on Twitter.
so much for being on. Ralphie at some point during that apologizing thing that if you guys live around here, come back next week or the weekend. I'll be here.
Me and Tony are going to be in Portland, Oregon, April 8th, adult 19th, and 420.
Welcome. How are you? Yeah, I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway.
boss tracking the front line or an area like yeah, sure. And so they hear when they met that, and that something that he inherited. Really is I can't still do it or it's that bad and it's but I don't know. I just tell you about that though. I got very funny comedian work stuff. Your future brain surgeon for his best man boring. When you were talking the way that is but don't really like people what is I on I got it. I think I'm on double not so all you people That's one of the things I always thought. property. Yeah, after have our way
Is there a lot of people that watch this other? My God,
events on my music. That's what I'm saying. They used to watch. So you're getting it. Started 5 to 7 hours. But I a lot of going back stuff, best bad guy stuff, and it's watching the best thing. My old friend, Roddy Piper, his time the Piper pod. He have a show every Saturday morning restaurant called Piper's Pit. And I was called it the Piper Pit. I got the first guest, awesome actor, Richard Tyson, but he's like the bad guy and everything. He's done like 6. Hey, Dom, yeah. How are you? So, go say hi to Todd. We'll bring you on in a minute. Is that okay? And drink and we'll get you all warm. I love your style, though. He's so excited to be here. Jumps right in. Tom, my man is coming up, everybody. The best. That's how you make a fucking engine. So, yeah, that was fun. And then we had lunch. Incredible. Fucking dress. I was actually on what's happening more modern. Incredible. Telling like, hey, right now, well, the thing is, I've always been a UFC guy. It's like great. However, they don't have their own network. They have the thing. But every ever happened, all the rest. Your other time did. Not that they have a network. They make it really tight. Like really fun. Start Breaking Bad. Also hard for now. My daughter. Why is that? Our parents show this podcast. I mean, pretty cool how they that Mark podcast really love our but podcast right. Like I might start one or grind day. But right. Forward. But some different things. But further they want first Where this time? Oh yeah, of course. Got it? Serious? Yeah, I mean, I think I'm right? Oh, private. I'm not ready for the podcast, really. But yeah, here, I'm very excited. Love it. So, we can start it. So 44, Tony. So excited about this. Pick up people that I know to my funniest friends. That's tonight. Hot glass and Dominera, everybody. Hot glass. Great. Tony. We're down to stuff. Okay. Oh, here he is. Oh, my no. From a Donald from a super. Guys, God, I've been trying to get. I felt like I was 40. Oh no. He goes, no, no, it's weird. No, I get it. Yeah, we tried a lot of Sunday night. No, I think work is better. I know. Oh, that's what everybody. That's the way you never get the over work. But everybody. I'm like, that's so that girl. Oh, frick. So glad to have you. Iron, iron, forget it. Yeah.
No, you sound have to correct them on. So I really that was I appreciate it.
Sound. Well, yeah. Oh. Hold that on my ass. I was oh,
What?
like that. About that history of myself that harder follow direction the body is flat out. I would just like I don't harder for a guy with than it is to follow the obstacle guy. Rather follow especially with five arrow. I like that the hardest follow guy. Work long every night. Oh, that's good. I really every night you gotta pull out that gem. But I would think that a lot of guys are aggressive looking at it. Guys that are aren't, they're miserable. And by the way, those are actually a lot of times I think they're kind of headliners, your comments, just work a little longer than they might be allowed. I did all that again. Something you did. Yeah, and here we go. Yeah, I guess that is finally realized that breast cancer cause less stress. But no, don't get a lot of causes. I'm sure $25 an hour I would recycling $5 on the breast. Tomorrow, whatever you want. All of those.
because it's gonna get one big. That's it. Like I'll invest in. No, it's not only invest. That's it. Stuff that would bring great something negative. The whole thing going. Welcome to Hollywood, buddy.
Oh, what's another one? Bring up that's another contract. What I love about it is how you like speak politely. Mother was don't want to make but he really did that. He was under that. Alright, folks, right way, walking that way, wrong way. What? Wrong way. Okay, wrong way. Going out the wrong way. Going out the wrong way. Going out the right way. Fuck. Wait. Oh, it was one night. Do the wrong thing. What about it? I heard it. Tom's got a. I hate me. I love it. That's not a bit. I agree with that. If you overall love both comedians, maybe the two that you say bad things about, maybe it is just sounds right. Like, I love there. I love that. Aaron had to go and affected. Yeah. Okay. The one. Yeah. By the way, I know the private starter truth. Party starter. This is acting to the show on Red Robin's Hamburger. He wanted to be not the party. So the Red Robin Hamburger. And I know it's not the Red Robin, but it was. Words. I do words. But it'll work. As other stripping. I mean, my girlfriend lives in Washington, so I'm getting a lot of. And I'm 37, so I haven't done it very long. There's only so many that I do videos for my. But I do have a Mac. Which has a lot of little cool like programs. For example, you do like an action video. So I shot this little action video. Last and for a video of shadow on the wall. I'm trying to go more with it, but so and help me. I'm gonna have but good class. I'm done. Yeah, that's fun. Really players. Well, I know Red Wall and really and so three. So they she's still I thought he private. Well, no man. Right. The West, where you have a little water, maybe trophy. swinging western doors and some yeah. Michael, us. Crazy. Like, and then you know, a couple years over here. Really nice. And then you get hashtag it. All right. I went on up and I took it. For my wife. Oh yeah. I've never tried to do that. Like, they make your day for like a burger. Where I make the website. Or like. Talking about video or manipulating your. It's like it's like everything. Like I like ball sacks. Yeah. I don't really. All right. You never stop writing. Yeah. Really. What happened? What balls get ball? You're like hard on. I think it's that you're. I don't know. What do you mean? I don't know. That's it. You know, that is for us. I have a question about my ball. Did you like this one? You know, never just for the awful. I figured like I see sometimes. I think I can hit cinematography. That's what you should do. Um, I find it fitting that you're coming after hearing what you talked about for a minute. Not all I talked about. Any relation? I don't know. Let's get a little bit sad. Sorry, I didn't bring it up. You have to make a presentation, your video. Only place the ice or whatever. I mean, like, you're not going to go to get land. Be playing. I know. I'm just saying. Know it's only a minute. It's very hard, man. I know. I did that with Yeah, no, and I feel like that was not a problem now. He acknowledging, and so now we're in. Anybody have any questions? Mike, thank you. And crazy for they Pulp Fiction reenact lines in the movie for your girlfriend. Reading about how much hashtag extra awesome. Is that fun? That's great.
Doing a callback.
Anthony Pavlik.
So I had a call or sperm with a kind of bang, bang. So I'm Tony. One more joke I just wrote. You guys throw back anyone. I want to go games and throw back all of them. That's all I got. So what am I?
Really good at knowing how long you That's a special talent. Nailed that. Seconds. I looked. It says 42. You're out. Four cover.
Next week,
Yeah, I would be. Tiger.
I think I said all. Pull my all the time.
Yeah. Interrupted yourself. It's just the beginning. Momentum. Like you were so active and funny for a few seconds in a row. I had a joke.
But it's it. You know? What's up, Squad Nation? Girls Twitter.
Here. Let's relax, Anthony. Stay in the pocket, Anthony. You think it's gonna be?
You actually comedy or Redman, I like writing. I like writing. Every week I do that. I know.
There's some of the
I can tell I didn't go active.
but I mean, not but I joke. When I say joke, I mean something. Oh, you.
I tried. And I'm gonna be done for.
Oh, really?
Thanks.
Yeah, that's better. By the way, that's better. That's not epic. Funny. Well, now I thought it sounds like why not? Yeah, for no reason. Yes, you guys are funny. I thought
in your head is that it's seriously. Okay. Yeah. Only you never. Maybe like a cheese. How do you gonna make sense what that at all? What? Being right. Yeah, I mean, I don't even. What? No shout out. Thank you so much. Better. On I guess not on the show.
My dad heard so a lot of my
First of all, I just follow up on myself. I don't want you to throw the kid the girl thing. I watched the whole.
That is so awesome.
I watched.
Yeah.
Trying to get Tom through. Video. Like, yeah. Yeah. But then I alone. Anyway, guys, I just thought that I was always on top of what it's like on stuff. That's funny. Yeah. One time. I've never been. How about you? Uh, I mean, it's spoken word. gotta go squirt it in her face. What's up? Reason I started eating dance. Yeah. Ah. Yeah, yeah. Squirt 30 seconds. Whoa. What was the one? Ask where it hit you. Oh, your face? Remember the name? The kid died. You want to look it up? We got flying. How much is it? The next started stand-up comedy audition about but new comedy group past their experience as a funny comedy.
Tony mentioned kind of college that's different now, like that's what people know about. I don't want to be nice when it's everyone else. Sounding guys that I thought of, ready? Don't try to get over. Smile, not off. But like, when so when it's not Eleanor Roosevelt, do one every day. There's that's why I wake up, turn off the alarm for 5 more minutes. Time stuff out.
Hey,
Alright?
a lot of work. 40 different one minute.
It's the same thing.
Work.
Hold on.
I would any
Last one I was something like bell, back, X, S, having fun with that.
they're looking forward to so that program right. Okay, so you like whenever you like I about that once early early career like where the audience was more or less. That's all that there's no like I'm gonna call my dear friend of mine is Irish anytime I
Final meeting of the night is they're running out of time. Rather regular. Carolina.
About that, really hard to tell that. Time this shows off, I don't even want to eat over it. And people eat them at baseball games. Baseball games are so boring. Why did they say that guy's so small? He's like a little that are smaller than like lentils. No one's talking about lentils. Talking about meat. Why is everyone so allergic? Those guys. That's for the act. All right.
Yeah, but the style versus the little thing. Did it again. Ready? Fortunately, we run out of time. Better, I'm offering a lot. You did fine. There are things much. Fine. I think the fact is they get maybe out of a place. There's crackers too, right? Oh, but our base maybe not. All right. Peanut butter? No. We have run out of time. I had fun. Hot last year. Hot last. Thank you very much. At the bar on the 12th April in the comedy cabaret county. I got restaurant. Got it free. Next great club. Now the great. You know what I went podcast where I'm not. Yeah. Because it's so fucking hilarious. Really good. Yeah, me and those are so nice. The lovely Morgan. Follow her on Twitter and Margaret. A little Instagram for you. Margaret MOLL. Of course, Nicolay Condon, our wine tank. I'm sorry we gave you guys short time. I got one last. How's it going or what's up, right? It's not a big deal. It's not like it's the world. Comedy is but like, put this in your head. You have to be aware of it. Hey, I remember I said, Philadelphia comedy, but I just remember for whatever reason, guys like Jerry Seinfeld and Jay Leno, like they were, and their head on they don't have to say. I was, no, I think it's all. Where's the mic? And I remember me and my friends, like, they were just off the mic. I was like, oh, I never call it power. I stopped have the habit of, especially when you're on it. You guys figured out.
I'll just
something is so much
very much
thank you guys. Thank you, my audience, for coming out. We'll see you guys again. Kill Tony. Volume 2. Give it up for Tony. Alright. Fuck yeah.
sometimes like there was what 3 episodes ago, like
Wait a minute. What it's gonna be like. Sometimes they just stop clapping. Sometimes they keep clapping. The crew really knows how to accentuate awkwardness when it happens.
it really does.
Like it was a nice solid clap. I'd say, "What's up, everybody?" And everybody stopped clapping and then didn't say anything. It's gonna translate weird. You would almost think that take a pause, turn down.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, I'm glad to see you guys. Love sitting in the back rows and hiding. Obviously, I invited some of you to move up earlier. It's good. I like the front row. And
Yeah, those are comedy shows, so that's
other guys hide out.
yeah. Would you ever sit in the front row? I have you.
Have I ever? No.
I saw my second show. I sat right in the front row, and I was recording the camera. And he called me out. Oh, by the way, I'm trying to watch guess what shows you love guys.
Yeah.
And he's an amazing artist. He was on he has 2 art prints that are available on her store. She's got a lot of cool stuff. And her design is really love her she draws like blunt, the okay on blunt cartoon. Anyways, check her out. Her store is the redneck for it. Rita Lux Big Cartel.com. That's RITAOUX.CAR. Rita, thank you very much for the friend. This is awesome.
It's also brought to you by McDonald's. McDonald's, I'm loving it.
Good.
I had McDonald's today for lunch, and boy, am I good. Helps me all the time. By the way, McDonald's now has free Wi-Fi, so if you were loving it before, you're going to be loving it even more. A special sponsor of this year's Olympics is McDonald's, bringing the best of tomorrow and today.
Work at McDonald's. Wi-Fi.
I know, right? Oh man, I have so much shit I have to get done. I'll just take care of this. Space
Paying program.
For 5 hours on McDonald's free Wi-Fi. Not only Wi-Fi free, but also refills. McDonald's, I'm loving it. Thank you for sponsorship. We're so excited about that. We didn't believe that they would take a chance on a Belly Ring Comedy podcast, but they did. And we're very excited. A lot of people were thinking that we might still have to go corporate at any point, and guess what? We were. McDonald's, where you can relax, take time for yourself, only at McDonald's.
I was just looking for a picture of somebody or something like that, but there is a milkshake.
They're really trying to play it like McDonald's.
Hey,
I mean, McDonald's, I'm loving it. Anyway,
McDonald's, for people running late.
Right. Relax, take time for yourself. Or try.
Right.
Anyway. Fuck yeah. So this is episode 45 of Kill Tony. This is very exciting. My God, I don't want to really bring this up, and we can't talk about who it is, but I just want to say, get that out there. I was so excited for what was about that. I just like I had to like mind part that one because we almost die of even though we have an amazing already back free and our Patriot is return Patriot.
But that's probably one of the best Patriots. The response made
About it. This one is before we bring him out, we should talk about our ship on the
Portland,
Seattle, and McDonald.
you need to remember yourself once in a while by going at April 8th, 20th. We'll be proposal. Awesome. Can't wait to get some crazy stone.
Yeah, absolutely. 20th thing. Smoke some pot and enjoy a good cafe. Third week. They even have real marriage berries they put on top. They only give you one. You can get her a refill, but only one berry.
And this new Taco Bell breakfast, Taco Bell breakfast. Who wants Taco Bell?
Yes, I don't want Taco Bell dip. So it's really tough to get. I'm not a very big pro breakfast person. I like a horse. I'll eat some food. But you know what I really love though? McDonald's breakfast. Available before 11 p.m.
Right.
So you guys get it. Let's bring out our head. Every beginning of this show, for some reason, we've always had a head. Somebody for 30 episodes had the Iron Patriot, who was a very loyal member of the everything, and then he turned his back on us. We've been rotating into Patriots this week. This one is a return Patriot, one of our favorites of all time. Ever put your hands together for Iron Earl. Ravage. Yeah, there he is. Some people wonder, how's it going?
Like it's getting a better be funny. You're out. I'll show your women. Real.
This is don't get it yet. Iron Earl plays like he's and that's I gotta tell you, Earl, that is quite the up. I don't know if that's an upgrade or a downgrade with pants going with underwear, but it's very hard to look at.
Shadows.
But yeah, we'll just get a girls. But yeah, disturbing. A lot of people, Earl, the most controversial Patriot. A lot of racist remarks at some point. A lot of people think that the facts said with your power is power.
You know, power to have.
I think what exactly that if you watched it backwards, what they'd be free and
Right.
where's that public thrust going? You have threats, proc. Well, there you go. All right. I love the fact that you almost know where any of the you where the bra part of it. You're gonna let your son hang out. You're no way.
If he's just look at his dick while he talks.
Yeah. Well, welcome back, Patriot. Very exciting to have you. He's the only Patriot that doesn't wear the mask. We actually think it's funnier than the Patriot helmet. Got a Kennedy hat. Kennedy in his blood, right? About think it's headed, so staying at home or in this college understanding of a head. So it's not an optical illusion. I see one lady her glasses right now. Very glasses too. What are? How bad is your vision? Well, we can all see this. Really not a very good. I think the different answer loaded up for next time. The southern. Yeah. But yeah, the earthquake over the weekend. Right?
I actually felt it. We're filming a documentary on Graham Elwood documentary Earbuds. Yeah. Very close. Very like cross.
Yeah. Like SOS.
Yeah. But I got
Great. Yeah. Let's get the party started, shall we? It's episode 35, gentlemen. Always, I'm Honey and friends here to whiskey and comedy. So, put your hands together for two of our finest return guests. Girl, settle down a little bit. Josh Martin, everybody's worst comedy producer in Hollywood. Always after you know, only from that I know that looks like he's Martin. Always a anyway, here's our guest, everybody. Two of my favorites. Jade Catafretta and Kurt Fox. You know, Jade. Hi, guys. But yeah, but he has but this.
I've always thought he looked like Sanders, like kind of dorky, but he sure.
Yeah.
You know, Sanders has that like straight, really super hot chest. Girl. He has tiny head.
Well, we know he has a tiny head down there.
You ask him. Oh man, I like it. I could every time you put your dick, you throw a little wet earlier and it dried out. Yeah, better looking.
Really got his balls busted about that one. We had a little dribble.
I'm gonna look dribble. It's okay.
Don't want to use it's really hard to. And I noticed that I wear like gray underwear. Red's another one. The whole purple with it sweat.
It's the problem you guys all have.
There's a couple drops. It's I mean, not like it wasn't like.
Yeah.
But even if the tip wet, it.
my drop is there's some in the barrel that you have
yeah.
Yeah. Baby.
Ah.
All you guys all very. I don't dress. No, I actually never dress. I like it. What? I
She has a lot. She has a lot.
A lot of like things that
Wait, get wet. I've had the thing lately where I'm trying to figure out where girls exactly. You don't know.
I couldn't tell you.
I mean, like I sort of know, but I've never actually.
Everybody? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. It just comes out.
What does the people look like?
It looks like a little hole.
Yeah, it's tiny.
Where?
I'm not gonna show you.
But it doesn't look like a hole. It looks like a.
You can put a flower in.
If I try, like if I spread it, I can designate what it is.
kind of it wasn't that big. It was crazy. Yeah,
I always think about that, like, because there was a thing that a guy said that it was like an exotic. And it was like a Chinese pork. I guess those are bigger than others. I mean, as far as pork goes, yeah, as far as something of your penis, no.
How did we get on?
Oh,
Let me ask you this: like, guy is down on pretty much. There we go. Full.
April, what a lot of people say it's not good first. Yeah.
Are we gonna watch? No.
That's a black people.
Right.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah.
what?
Yeah, that's what people. Yeah.
Very. Oh.
Only. Sorry, it's the bad.
Oh, wow, it's weird. It doesn't make
good. Good. Hang out.
I pulled.
Yeah. Tapped out on the. God, that's weird. That was very creepy. That's.
Here's a. Here's all.
That's.
Well, I want to see.
Girl.
Okay.
Oh, guys, let's get on the internet. We're live together here, all together. And if you guys don't know, it's like a month. It's a month happens. You have supplies there, so you go back for like a vacation or you're whatever anyway.
Oh, listen. I gotta tell you. I didn't notice. So.
How do I flirt? Right.
So what's got it? But yeah, early question for it. Right. Well, I didn't get last. I got. There. I was there and I heard mostly they were well focused. And they stayed strong. One thing. Listen, I'm here. They get to yeah. Get to
And that was the first show on words.
and I think it was whatever it was good. Thing that at any time they let a failing, oh, I would say. Well, you gotta take it. There was 3,000. I wanted other. Right. So I encourage them to all unite. One. Hey,
All right, ladies. Yeah, yeah. No. Also, I'll get it over. I don't know why he's probably gonna come last. I do. Yeah. Longer. Because that would everybody
I think a lot of work.
I always wondered that, like, there have
Yeah. As far as
Really? I honestly, I say who's the biggest person. Sometimes it'll be the best. There's always one that
I just want to see
like really strong.
I like there.
No, I
The
don't like
last thing I need is some hot.
followed by a mile.
Oh, go on. Girl, a guy I just found it too good to be true. Having a name like Stragler. Oh, Australia, Stragler might be like the John here, but
just think of a black guy who's an English.
The Australian guy
What's your
that
name?
doesn't
Strangler. Give me that.
I think two jokes that aren't about being a, you know what I mean?
You have to say your name.
By the way, that's why it's working on Australia. Really?
How about the guy with the balls? We're talking about cattle.
Typically do practice, but I think don't tell them.
Cattle farm. Busted cows.
What do you do? What do you do?
Do you ever out there on the bus? Do you ever out there driving around, dropping off through? Like, what the? Like, what? Is it better not to
We'll find out the real straggler.
drag or fucking awesome? Congratulations, your first time on stage with a well-painted.
Is your wife here?
Is she there?
My wife is.
Fuck yeah, missing drag. Yeah.
Proud of him. Finally, well, nickname.
Fuck yeah.
About a cattle boy who moved to England. Fucking dog boy.
That time, Jolly is good.
Do you guys remember when you first started? Maybe I asked you guys.
Yeah. I had a urge.
Did?
I did. Still tell it.
What is it? What was it?
I talked about how I went to the Caribbean and found my new boy. I got the trip on a group farm. Get back in Mexico. And I talked about how I swam with six. How like how dangerous it was this far when we that's when I grateful it. Because there's a lot of Australians who always want them to kill a little bit. I said, I'll jump. I'll always guys.
Name your hands together for Arthur.
Yeah.
Started. Pretty handy. All about life. All the life. Doesn't from now on. What? All muscular. Yeah. Singles. Why? Why a lot? No, but that's not the real reason. The real reason. My father's my wife, so but never. That's not true. Longest relationship. Father tell me. I call him Aunt George. Yeah, and so it's sort of like having a father give you like this. My dad was had a well just rape them. That was dominant. So, you know. guys are being jail?
That is not that.
Yeah, that's a good one. Guy,
Everything kind of my father really voiced.
wow.
Really,
Oh, yeah.
would you like to know?
I never asked them. I've gone to find out. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I know our friend.
No, does he want to find out though? The bugs had all.
Good luck. My father's named after, I'm named after my father, Hernandez, so Google us. Billion.
I didn't hear you say art. Yeah, you said parent.
I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry.
I think it's funny how you say your name
I've
is
never
art.
been to the Pitman, so.
The time has nothing to do with the joke, first of all. People saying, like, I just had a minute. Like, then don't tell a joke that I got. Yeah.
It is everybody's.
Yeah, just tell. I feel like I'm in a long, kind of a long.
Yeah, absolutely. Forever, okay. Yeah. When you are leaning back, when you're talking, then leaning back is the weak also. And then come with us, as opposed to sliding back.
Did your dad ever call you with call?
Yeah, actually, a couple years ago, we were over the random number, and my father got his cell phone. I've talked to him for years. It's like, he said, "Is your phone in prison? You can have that phone." Now go for who did that?
Yeah. Like, just, I wish once I could never get my house. I don't know if there's more things I got or have to
Start off with the phone.
like an iPad.
Yeah, that's another joke right there. Like, why would you get the note free? You could have just put a phone. That's all.
That's all you need. Thank you, express opera.
Yeah, your dad goes to your ass.
Yeah, play with that. I mean, it's the way you. I don't know why I felt so uncomfortable with that. I guess it's an uncomfortable thing, but I guess because it was a.
That blackberry into brown berry.
What did he want when he called you? Oh, he asked me if I could get him more cell phone.
I said, what the did?
I was like, so how long is it? 30 thousand. So 20 cents. So you get a super burger. Maybe, I don't know. California laws or something like that.
I think it's funny to talk about.
25 gross per
But I think it's like it's kind of a comment on yourself. I don't like to really ask about things. Like it's 20 for that will help bring you into this. 26 years of not being in there, so for like 20 years and ask. Like you don't.
yeah, like,
Really?
Yeah,
that's just time gets started.
yeah. Start feeling everything inside.
Man, I would be so in.
You haven't. Yeah, it's crazy that did more than you.
This is a part of a find it. A Latin family. We'll talk about stuff. Yeah, someone ratted him out. And now they'll never see.
How long have you been doing stand up? Wow. Awesome.
Probably. It's a family tradition, right? It's a thing.
Oh, and
And I like your first line. That was really important. That was, but you,
Only 3 months, you have a lot of will be just like your father, really.
oh boy.
All right, but thank you so much.
He's just lying the whole time. I think also, hey, stay away from like single shocker, because you know what I mean. I think every comic is single and it's a shocker, you know.
Yeah, tell about your dad and then you'll be.
Arthur's also at ID. Yeah. This guy is a favorite here. Very, very, very funny comic. Put your hands together for Brett Bannon.
Yes.
Very funny. Ridiculously funny.
Have you ever met someone who's never took time to learn to refer to you, hey buddy, hey guy, you're like, hey asshole. Personally, when I moved to LA, I realized LA is the only city where I can run towards you, covered in blood, screaming for help. I totally ignore them, like, well, they must be something around here. My twin brother was the muscle, so I went there and I said, your kidney's stones, the I love it. Some people say, I think it's like basketball and football. People be not a bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got it, Chris?
I like it. It's fun. Yeah.
I showed you really couple months ago. Make some fried stuff.
Like, and what's up sport? And the ramble. That was great. And all those things coming after for us. Funny. For people have their take on way sort of where how to get that definitely great. Really thought about the cost.
And the fact that you voice the whole time.
Yeah. Totally.
It never goes up or down. Like, you make us have to look.
That's like balance. Yeah.
That's great writing.
Or the attack on.
I like Balance definitely better than the Hollywood. It's very Hollywood, like different. LA centric. I feel like when you go outside of LA, different. Like, cause it's like a lot of Hollywood references. Like, you do it formally in LA, or do you get out?
The only place like that in LA, God never, I never.
Yeah.
Great about you. I read it. You can do things. You're smart enough. Funny. Get some.
And
I agree.
was there any that you were actually football days? Basketball and football today. I think all the references pretty much basketball.
The middle of round quarterback.
I didn't hear the quarterback. Maybe you hear that all. Yeah. Rear naked.
Yeah.
It's actually the right idea.
During that long list, the word blow up.
Yeah, yeah, so it's actually something really good.
Well, so it's something that it was like fucked up.
Yeah.
You put that. I think it's like too complicated. Just it's not this. Start,
Blow job.
take a minute. Like fuck. I said it. I'm sure all the showers.
You know Jim Hamilton? Feels like come up, I think
Also, I think Greg me David also. And they're in the list.
head on a lot of shit.
Could be his other head.
Have you ever had to be performing on stage with a thing as crazy, half naked or else giggle right?
No, he was awesome.
Yeah.
And put some mic stand behind you.
Yeah.
Because when it's next to you, it looks like
That's why.
no, it's crushed. So
If you rewind it, I actually hear the microphone. But I didn't want to interrupt the whole thing.
Oh, that's a great idea,
That's
yeah.
just not the.
I'll put my hand in my pocket.
Right.
I felt like your hand was kind of like next to you. It'll relax. It'll eventually.
Yeah, but every once in a while,
Yeah, it's
I
great.
mean, I like the smell.
but I'm working on that also. It takes
I move around a lot, so I
work on
have a lot of experience. That's why I just
Okay. I'm gonna be holding.
you can play with the mic. I mean, it's not that I love when people like play with the mic,
Listen,
but
it's just that's what we go
I mind it. Yeah.
There you go. Brett Dan.
Yeah.
He kills every time he's on. He's on Twitter at Brett J. Banton. R-U-J-A-N-K. Brett J. Banton. Funny guy. How you guys doing back there? How's Def Down?
Yeah, literally here.
Good?
Not good? Are you, what are you, oh, it's down, you're down 7 to I didn't,
Alright, the Wyatt brothers, right down the middle. Yeah, Bray and Parker. Put your hands together for Jared.
yeah.
Shout out Earl, went to gig, goes on dancing here. I hate the club. To be honest with you, I don't like the club. I don't got a good dark skin for the club. Like, I got a wonderful like spotlight dark on the stage. In the club, I'm black as I see people on my back. It was like, woo! Get you the fuck out of me. My bad. I was gonna wear my young shirt. Then you can't get drunk with the right kind of people. I got a friend. I found out he's more of a fan than a friend of mine. Like I used to play football. We talk to these girls. He's like, fuck this is. This is Peter fucking fan. Starting safety for the youth. 2007, 2011, 90 tackles, 4 interceptions, 3 CUs. Fuck my friend's girlfriend with his nice guy, so I doubt you know it was his girlfriend. You know what? Bitch, let's go get her. Hey man, how you know that? You do. Hey, it was only 3 people. Hey, I appreciate it. Let's go.
Yeah.
Ah.
Oh, yeah. Were you clubbing last month? Then there's definitely something like, definitely for a callback right there when like, let's get out of here. Hey, where'd you go? Yeah.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know what I mean?
Oh, man, I'm sorry. I forgot I was here with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the character.
You also have, like, very eyebrows that can add to the whole thing. Oh, no, hold on. Double check.
Okay, what do you mean by this?
Just because, like,
He loves to get out.
he gets the black, and then he also has, like, these big eyebrows. And maybe, oh, God, oh, no, it's your eyebrows. Like a double. And then maybe there's a third
I
thing.
think they just found out about Jigger eyebrow.
The big one's really unblocked.
But
I didn't notice that.
I'm just, you know, it's something I won't forget. I'm saying so much. Why is it saying a lot? It's constant. So that should be something you joke about it. But it's got it. It's nice and likable. I think it's loaded down. You have such confidence. Look, hold it
sit down, you'll scare the fuck out of them.
I think it's funny to
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's like what you are right now. I think for this young, be awesome without saying so much, especially when it's all in. Gotta be.
And I really want to play.
I didn't notice that he's been talking that much. Maybe it's something you're doing now with yourself that you're.
Yeah.
Well, I
Give me a thought.
Yeah.
And then the first one, when you're at the club, you're saying date, but it's close to they get scared.
The lighting.
Right. And what do you say about the brown shirt?
And he was like, yeah, I'm
Right. That's, I think you can throw something in.
You also can carry a flashlight.
Yeah, somebody. I'm sorry, I didn't bring my spotlight, guys. Some people have like
You could say that if your skin tone was a Crayola color, it's nightclub
it
interior.
would be licorice.
Yeah, I think that like here on the
Right.
No, but I think it's funny to describe like when you're like the day, everybody's having a brunch, or you know what I mean? Like, like I don't know what it was for you, but and have that juxtaposition of the dark. I think.
Again, there's definitely all back with the buddy gets all that stuff, goes, Jared, and you like Jared, and then the thing that you run into the thing.
Oh, I forgot you were right.
well, it's kind of like like this one. So like I kind of expect that man who every time somebody first from that you think that they got call it back again?
Yeah.
Always worth a shot.
Yeah. Also, it doesn't always
What do we do? Feel like something.
Every time you're talking, it's like I'm horny and disgusted all at the same time. Yeah, that was like a little too much. I was a little weird.
I love it. I think I took your day. Yeah, I mean, I'm on diet, but you're hyping yourself up.
And you're good job, man.
On Twitter at Jared Why?
Jared also talked about the advantages through the club.
Yeah. Where'd that guy go?
Get away with. So, like, they may not see me. I may not get laid, but a lot of walk. See how that room lamp?
Yeah. You're like,
That's like it. I would say what?
Yeah, I really can't wait to get to this. Because I do it all the time. The only reason also I did another podcast, Thunder, where we ordered that. So that
The only reason Harvey, so I was so my last 4 cents I haven't said fuck and don't and jokes are hitting hard and it's better back so the challenge I'm just none of my jokes but what the fuck fuck it and I just like
wow.
I bet it's sad about that.
That's just like
Exactly.
All right.
fuck yeah.
That's
Love it.
do you want me to do? Some day. What do you want me to do? I don't want to play with this. Tell her to play with this. I'm doing something. I let them alone. Wow. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm glad that
Yeah, Earl loved it. Earl is definitely your underwear.
yeah, you're just harder.
How much was that screw?
Oh man.
Wow.
I'm glad that you're stepmom. It was because his cousin.
Right. Exactly. I took
Yeah. And it was
right.
for your cousin. Like getting harder. And what a weird thing. How did it? Was it a bad year? How did it come about? Like just things like that. My cousin, right? Hanging out. Naked.
Does he love that joke? Does he love to be funny at that night? No, not really.
I'm trying to find this.
I feel like it's way
Explain why you
yeah, you're violent.
Yeah, the
That's cool. I felt
I feel like
yeah.
for some reason I feel like it's on some always got colors. Something you could put up.
I was expecting Gary.
Yeah. I feel like you
I gotta tell you, it's a great story, but you gotta lunch on it. Yeah.
Maybe that's actually something there because like your guys either your mom basically right something like either your grandma
Well, the joke is, I mean,
depending on which one
going harder, and he kept saying, I'm trying.
that's funny.
Trying, Mom. Trying, Mom. Yeah. But she's saying harder. It's like, I'm trying.
And you know how cousins fight and then like your other cousin.
Listen, if I can't make that joke,
I
just think
figured it out. It's either if you ended up fucking her by the end of it all, it's either you're going to get pregnant, either you're going to be a father or a brand new uncle.
that's really funny.
It's a little bit smart right now, but in working for life.
I just think
yeah, we're making that recent joke.
yeah, avoid something else. Just think about it. Avoid it. No, it wasn't like that. I mean, I fuck here all the time with comic, really, but I just think that like really aggressive, like I don't know.
Yeah, for a second, when I first saw you, I thought that you were first wearing sweat.
Yeah.
Didn't. But then you fulfilled the prophecy.
Full sweat, and then like it has cell phone carrier, and then on the sweat. Yes.
Right.
It's
And did he eventually?
Have you guys fucked girls since? Or is it like, never again?
Done with that?
You're fucking girls with guys that can get hard. Have you guys been drinking some Bacardi?
Have you seen
I live with her. It's my mom. I think the man.
How did you matter with your cousin? In the region.
Farmer.
did you pull the
Looking for a third. Oh my god, who was the guy who was like, oh, where are you? Oh,
Okay, Antonio. Oh yeah.
I like the passion.
Drop it. Let's do on funny stuff.
Yeah, those reasons like
yeah. He couldn't get hard. He had a condom on. I didn't.
You're feeling about condoms.
that'll be a good story to do.
Haven't had it. Antonio, everyone, there you go. Relation to witness.
That's an episode of the best. That's an episode of the best.
Oh, video. No problem.
We should have put the
Spirit
wrong.
Mag 777. What's the Spirit Mag? Spirit Mag.
Spirit Mag.
One, two, three. Spirit. Yeah, man. Family fun.
Maybe she could say,
I am. I'm trying. I like that.
Alright. Move on to our final where our regulars go on. Always exciting, always a minute from what we and figuring it together for your first one. Regular on the Kill Tony. Very, very funny, always and relentless material. It's Caroline.
Way worse than just regular meat. The color of terracotta. The color of a Spanish fruit. The whole family got fruit boys when my mom tried out turkey though. But Fridays were the best guys. I would spend for yourself tonight. I say, Mom, what's for dinner? She said, hey, spend for yourself tonight. I don't know. Spend for yourself tonight. That's a tradition that I hope to pass on. And for yourself tonight, you put in waffles. It's awesome. Now, as an adult, every fucking night to spend for myself tonight, it's not great. But then, fuck. Anyways.
There's something there, but you got to it basically after a minute, like right at
I tell you, it's to offend right, like
Yeah.
follows really never
Yeah. Figure it out.
like
I like your rhythm. It kind of feels like I'm reading an autobiography monologue show, like in book form. It was Friday at 2:20. You know, like you kind of have this storytelling rhythm to it. Right. I don't know what you. Isn't it?
I haven't read a lot of Lesbian autobiographies.
Oh, I guess you didn't go to Emerson. But it
Right.
would sound like. Or just being started.
that's like a great I get all that all that stuff is setting up.
Right. And I agree with take some waffles, good, but sure if it's one like you can really
They crave
do
it.
that out.
Or maybe the waffles frozen.
My mom used to do this to me, and I used to American places.
This is my mom holds my tongue still. What a weird. I feel like
That's exactly how I picture a Brazilian household. By the way, just a mom.
Was that one? Was it one?
yeah, it was one. Like at a certain age, just like fucking.
Yeah, that's good.
For yourself.
I like that everybody can connect with.
There's time later where she asks for a favor. Like,
I'm like about to bed for yours. Yeah. I wanted for Christmas. Like talking about arbitrary.
That's great.
I can't wait till she's old and I can tell her to fix like stop putting on like fence.
yeah.
It's actually really amazing what you just said was that you're trying to write more personal things because you write things that you know about that are big.
Right.
You found something usually, actually the first personal things I've ever heard you talk about that actually connects with everyone. You know, and I also haven't heard that from you either, where it's like, oh, fend for yourself kind of stuff. But I think I couldn't. You had that too, right? Probably had that. One father like, hey, what? You want to eat fucking chips all night? You got it.
There's so much there. Yeah. I just like an But why was it 10 years? Oh, that's right. I'm tempted from Rosa. And now every time I drink,
Why do I have to go to I just
Wine. On Twitter at Shank, PNK. Always fun. But yeah. Wearing pants. Oh my god. Alright, comedian of the night, the other regular, dropped out of college months ago, University of Florida. Began her career as a right here on Tilton. Kimberly. Yes. Wow.
Here right now, I'm on 45, sleep training. Again, decided to 29. Kind of weird because I started to say hurry. And I think that makes for a pretty. It's like, what are you going to do? Your boyfriend going to sit at the table with me long? Let's tell like 4 stories from my boyfriend. Like, her guy's out of diapers and mine's going into them. And there's a lot of pressure. And then she did this whole thing on telling me her transfer. Why? Like, what do you want? Like, are you really always?
There you go. Yeah. When I write, I do it. Yeah, Yeah, that's great. But it would be a great premise. Wait, they feel it's true.
What's the guy's name? Yeah, what are the two? Yeah. I play the thing every time I call I don't want to fucking hear it. I made
Maybe her boyfriend just got her on Facebook or on Twitter or something like that. Like he's getting
to somebody. No, definitely. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's like getting her into things.
Yeah, like new drugs and social media and my mom's like,
Or you wrote to her.
like she's getting into things I can't get into. It's so funny up there. What a Burning Man.
Mom?
And then your boyfriend is like, you gotta go to bed. Like he's like,
Fucking down right now.
then your boyfriend is yelling at your mom. But then
Very, very funny. Everybody.
wow, where's the bathroom?
Bird box. Oh.
What?
What do you I'll be at
Yeah. Fun.
my wife.
Funny. You're in Seattle, Vancouver. Oh, right.
Gonna get on it.
Very much my body. Everybody. It has some vibe. Plateau. It almost for like a small the Die Hard bro. It doesn't end for coming out. The highest quality people in the world. Glad you guys made it happen. Big weekend. Fucking big weekend, man. It's 9/11. Like, great. Bad things happen last night at WrestleMania. They moved only in a very deep way. The Undertaker was dead. Won 20 WrestleMania in a row, and then he lost. Out nice. Something I've been playing wrestling great. Getting the WWE network, I really got in, and it's a great show. Like 12 other hilarious pals all got together and watched it on our buddy. He's a big protector. He laughed. He was regular. But WrestleMania and the Royal Rumble this year. Anybody watch wrestling out there? How many people caught WrestleMania? All right. Why did it first 30 minutes? It was pretty quick. You know, wrestling is yeah. Tons of Ryan Mervis, the heaviest friend. I think he said he was 400. I correctly. He for like at 400 standing up for behind. You know how I guess for 400 pounds standing up, really 400, 400. Mervis, your first go grab 400. Don't tell him the reason you want to confirm whether he's 400. Tell him we want him. Tell him we want to get out. Wasn't that the how much guy that unconnected? Oh my god! For some reason I heard about this. We never actually got to work with him or see him, but man, this guy loved eating, from what I understand. Every story I've ever heard about him, I carried sandwiches around with him in a cooler all the time, like where everybody else drink or he would always be doing something. 50 years old. Crazy. What happens with that life? You got a good dick. You're always eating something for that guy. That's pretty good, right? Wouldn't everybody do that if you could give people snacks? What would you rather have? Give yourself after 45 or 50? Get the fucking. That's 5 years. 45 and 50. Oh, I guess that would like mine. Or working out it. Found out that I've been paying for a membership for years. I'll back. Doing book on purpose. Okay. That's brother. You're gonna work out. I have a first shift, but I don't go to the gym. Cardio, and if I like outside dog, they use the first yes, right, right. Anyway, that's not bad. That's where I'm like pretty much I pulled my back out a few months ago. So thinking about writing and the worst thing to do on your body for 7 years straight. What happened with Marvis? It's not happening. I want to know whether this fucker's 400. Oh, there he is. Josh, Josh Martin Comics. Everybody put your hands together for Josh. Anyway, yeah. So, I guess that was the week. Marvis made us come back. Every week, guys, we have a head of security that keeps us safe here on this show. Nothing really ever happened for us to do anything ever. The history is we've ever seen in any way. But we always have a head of security. Always do different. This guy's first time ever doing it. Special one, perhaps one of our favorites. But ladies and put your hands together for the Iron Thunder Puzzle. But it's not that we're gonna have the fun one. It's um for you guys to do it while he was getting Jeremiah is my really good friend that I'm work with. But anyway, we're close. One the jam out the character where that's what I realized. Getting lost really, really
I don't think really way. And then we just
how did you decide about like we keep our is workout back stock Jeremiah's here we are doing we have Comic Con.
yeah, big deal on American comedy. We're bringing Thunderbolt comedy research dead right now. American comedy. I don't know for my that's why it was coming to on stage audience topic. So where microwave comedy thing with microwave topic. It's really cool. It's a great workout. Trying to think of right on real. So it's real. People are deep for open mic. They open mic and really talk. Right.
And it's a lot of watch pressure watch something. A lot of not always great. I've done the show like 5 times. Times for me once in a while it's like when it's like crazy.
Rogan goes up there and like 15 minutes. Oh, Iron Maiden. Oh yeah, that'd be hilarious.
First having right. A couple of them haven't
Oh yeah.
all funny I up and yeah, right on. How about this Jeremiah?
Yeah. So funny right before when he was telling me that he was someone in the audience for here the oh cool. That's what he was going to. Yeah. Audience. Comics. Right.
Last round. Relate the white iron bitch. That's not row. Actual stand up show. True professional. together trying to destroy an audience. This guy wearing a white talking that didn't go so well. I just see him on Twitter anymore. Post be like like Mark. Yeah, he takes a minute out of a line non-stop. That's all he's doing, waiting for anybody. Like some pictures, like but only he's running a cricket. Nobody fans. It's very bizarre. So we killed him and we had to keep it matched doll. Alright, anyway. You guys ready to start Thunder or fucking needed that. Ready to start Tony 46. Here we go, baby. This is it. Funny friends. Got something. So this is prepare your hands together for Yoko Ono. Let's go, Ron. I started comedy at fucking young legend. Hello, guys. I love it. I feel like that's security. First thing, like, as your head of security here, and it really ahead of it. That's not good. What's up, guys? What do we need to do? We all need to do a shot or something? Okay, right. Shots on. I just picked the Chihuahua bar for that one. I love that. Like, we're in the. I'm like, get mine. Alright. We all know this. I'm just worried about that. Take off the mask at any point. Right? What is Where are the rules? There's no rules. The man behind the mask, everybody. Gotta do anything? Jeremiah Watkins. Actually, put the mask on. We'll have it carved out. Really? Earlier. Wow. Jeremiah's Hollywood royalty, too. Right? You can't stand, guys. Look at that. Look at that. Became like a run. All right. How's it ready? Oh. He's joking. I did such aggressive thing. And so they were playing like instruments. He was playing for hire. What happened? It stays a WrestleMania. Jeremiah, don't break the friendship. WrestleMania friendship. like that his entire life? That's when he went crazy? I guess. It was crazy. Whatever Hollywood Boulevard. Alright, well, how are you on everything good? Yeah, man. We're happy to have you guys undo, thank you. Sarah, thank you. Forever, all of us. That's we started. Oh, yeah. Yes. And I rolled it. We're just here checking. Yes. So, nine. It was crazy. It was hard. Alright, anyways,
good. And down. But here's the reason why I said, in a fit where there's this buddy of done as friends, like talking about it, anyone here on our people, here's on our there's no way out of that situation. They really do anything about that. I know, but the guys were
What happened? Yeah, well, why, what happened?
no, you can like go experience all the time. Like,
Yeah, but not an experience. That's it.
A lot of girls are telling on their period. mean, yeah, talk about your problem. But you just fix it always. All of them. Well, that other part where you part of to be honest that people wondering what they were their mind I don't ready or upset about that kind of like that probably our fault when that's happening. Like that then you sides on your side. You have a team that is up and women's bring it black girl. So I would look at your girlfriend. Twitter are Twitter for a minute. Bloody pussy. David that one off it. That whole even no no and I think first girls all for everyone always happen. I don't know. Your next name is we're both no fine man. You settle down, you know, like me, I think absolutely 14 eighth grade, out of the world, you yourself at the lunch table, get yourself a good chair, let it sound wobbly, you want to be sitting upright, take a little carton of milk, sugar, peanut butter jelly, pick out that hot girl, present, you got it. You got 30 years, right at 38 and 14, you got 30 years of firm food. Right, well, okay, we'll call it 20 years firm food. But those, where are you going to sit there and I like your style. I like it, yeah, I love it. I was telling one so it's like, whoa, let's go. I sleep like this on. Wine? How we talk. Yeah, I get their wine delivery. Summer, watch that. And testing and situation. I guess that's kind of the level. It doesn't mind that. But yeah, but that's fun. But yeah, everybody else fucking very very. I think what I like is kind of show your person, that what you're feeling is crazy. But like I could picture that. I mean, you didn't
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But that's fun. That's my right away. Why we money or if the fence at the back talking also still in his 30s about the
Yeah, because I thought, because I had girlfriend perfect.
that's
Yeah,
right. How long's that overall?
I don't know.
I think probably quite a start.
Yeah.
But,
No, but I know.
yeah, stuff. How long you're not oh. How long 40
Well, no, then I actually go in and I read the cars and that was bad.
Let's go back to the
Especially on that computer day.
fuck yeah. What was the girl's name? Call her out over the podcast. Call her out. Have you seen her? Her back? Have you thought about signing? You what? Yeah. More, right? Yeah. Really fuck with her brain. I want to grow it. And then it
Joe, did you ever date a kid?
Oh, no, you did. 3 years. A little over.
Yeah. That's like flying Pledge of Allegiance.
Favorite comic.
Great. Better Joe and RR. Fuck yeah, the pledge is so powerful. Still doing the robot. Fire stuff. I know movie. I love that we keep waiting for multiple people. Fucking guy is not only one of my favorite people the bucket, but also not a comedy styling Brett Hey, damn that.
Cold bell around the. Gotta get. You ever check?
Helicopter, I think. Didn't even. Yes. But.
Hamstroke. Murdering.
You really love Adrian, right? I'll let you. Totally. What is it about them? Like,
Yeah.
what thing, you know?
Trunks. Oh. Hey, right, go.
Yeah, because they're all dead. Like a forbidden truth. What? Forbidden truth. Forbidden. Get a lot of this. $40. I would have Talking back and forth. That's what funny trying. But yeah. Last time he looked up. Very long. Better name. You know what? Oh. He's not. There is a little thing where airline can have that edge, like put a four in airlines like a that I think. We're gonna try with during the gladiator time. I'd be so afraid I'd be so like like everything old school gladiator Japanese airline. Only what do you like? Customer service. Or no, yeah, but I mean, because it looks like still have that. So last that did hearing it like dating excited there's gonna I watched them trying to get your shit together. Like here they're watching porn in your face. Oh. Yeah. Your wife ever say that? Walk around the garage like what? Walking around guys. Wait, what is your garage? Seriously? I think I was like, that's where they around and have girlfriend ever say it was all in one day. Yeah. Only a record here in a fun. I don't know why. You could no problem for her. Probably. Probably. The agent's kind of like the man. Why they scream. When her hair's in a bun, that's different. Like if I'm on a plane, in airlines, whatever. I've never playing bit of grass. One in Fran and the one in Holly.
Have you been like any? That's where you got crazy.
I did
Talk by
I actually no, I was
That's how you think
They're bad drink.
growing up in a bad house. I came out like yeah, she kind of cracked me.
That's real love. When you see that drunk guy on like, you know what? That's my guy.
Yeah.
oh my god, I found the one.
Wow.
The match.
Her name's
Jeremiah.
That's her name? I thought he said that growing up in that room. Like he was the pursuit of happiness. Healing. Oh yeah. Maybe it's probably my
Your wife. What's her last ending? What's that?
I said,
Oh,
you know, that. Yeah, so even that. Wow. Oh yeah, good start. Thank you for your
Brett, you're the best. Thank you.
good
He's on Twitter, Brett J. Brett. Yeah. Really?
That's pretty lucky. I love your life. Japanese loves people in Japan that would like wash my whole face like all over my face and clean my hands before bed. Aren't you tired? That's what I find. I think it was affected. But I'm being serious. Did it get affected how you are?
I think probably did. Probably powerful profit. That's crazy.
Pick one up. That's a positive. I'm not gonna get a slap on. Tragic.
Fuck yeah. And Canadian?
A friend can't take it the guaranteed hot block. So we were out one night at the bar. We're outside smoking talking to a couple girls. Of course, who comes up? Hot block. And his way of hitting on women is, I guess, to say the least. He comes up, we're talking. Real cold outside. He starts rubbing the girl's arm. No, that's metal. Rubbing it like this, and she got the most horrified look on her face. And I went, what do you think? You're born. Oh, perfection. Alright, two things. Number one, that's not perfection. So science. And number two, you're fucking rubbing her arm, dude. You don't know her. It's creepy. None of us are getting laid now. Thanks, bro. He doesn't get it. Do shit like that all the time. Man, I myself just all I wanted to say.
Good. Fuck yeah, man.
But yeah, we definitely need to edit. There's the first 20 seconds you're talking about. You guys are all smoking cigarettes now. All remember it all in that. You really need to go. I funny cat. Playing all that energetic. Loves right away.
And there wasn't a joke there that no one can play, but that's common sense. What a conqueror is. They have at least 4 jokes already by that. They did like 3 jokes. And there wasn't really a joke there. It was just like talking about a cock blocker, which we're all like, yeah.
How long have you done stand up?
Almost 4 months.
How often are you getting up?
Depends on the sometimes it's only sometimes on we'll go up once time. Not as much as I'd like though. My job is what do you do? I deliver packages. So I have to get early in the morning.
Drop I kind of back there, drop my thing.
The house.
What do you get? Put her in the
Amazon.
Really?
Amazon.
Prime?
No, I deliver. Some people like some. Yeah. So physically demanding, I have to get players. So I don't get.
How long are they? Minimum.
Wow. That's it's like 45 in the morning and 10 to 12 hours throughout the drive. You got like yeah. Well, okay. Every week, but last week I got cuffed out for delivering packages. Got to the apartment building. Like a hotel. But yeah, it sounds just like that. But this one it didn't work. I didn't know if it rang the apartment or not. I waited about 15 seconds and I started to go to my stop. And I get back to my almost my van. Here's a still and I'm like, here it is.
This story is way too long. Right? I mean, wow, let's just get out part.
What the fuck? Wait. Like, waited through the yeah, because it's fucking work. Yeah. And I'm like, well, I don't know. It's my first time here. No. They come 3 days in a row. Don't fucking wait. Bring the fucking bell, and then you leave right away. What the fuck? Wait when you bring a doorbell. I'm like, all right, here's your package, lady. Thank you. Boy, Homer. Wow. So yeah, that's like, but that's every week.
How long is your program?
About
All the shit. How long is it?
to LA. About
Like, wait, 4 months ago. What happened?
I got.
Is it job him? Chase my dreams.
No. I worked. I had a job for like 5 years, and I got fired. I worked at. So that's pretty cool gig, but I. You know, I just bullshit. Because basically I dropped the F-bomb in front of a which is but he ran it. They said, oh, what like
No, break down.
yeah, I'm trying to.
You're driving an hour.
Yeah, talk to yourself and just record it.
That's talking to yourself, Sorry, every day.
That's the funny.
The antagonist of bad habits. Keep that. Thanks, man. We're gonna keep. You guys better at ID. Oh yeah, every episode we have 2 young ladies who are also that have been here over episode we started. It's been different. My first night, college dropout, University of Florida, after she did stand up for her first testimony, and
kind of just want to talk about parents. But I guess there are different living routines. Like I don't have to step after her shit. Dad up to date on her out partner. Fucking puppy.
I get it.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. I'd rather. It's interesting that get to it a lot faster by saying my apartment doesn't allow dogs, and I got a new roommate, and yeah, she's a fish, and shower, and you have everything there. You just get rid of the at every 30. Yeah.
Have like a I think they kind of like
Yeah.
my farming, opinion, like what you dog with the dog made friends for the
House train, pick up her shit. I guess that works. I guess but I could those would be fun.
both my
You really
Asian friends.
Brandon, coming over your place tonight.
Bring it.
Well, at first I thought of it because I said that having her as like having that like first thing that coming out and then 5 months she'd go back in her room. It's like already like being a little shy. That's where the time.
How long has it
She's been on Saturday.
now you're stand-up?
Oh, that's like 10 months I think.
And you're from what were you studying?
I was production minor theater. I work in a production.
Oh, okay. Like with a hard head. Hey, crap. Get out of that web. Hey, you. Close.
Funny. All chaotic. What do we do? Bad things on the stage while these
But
Okay, that's what I thought of.
minor. Yeah, minor.
spend an hour and a half about salary. Now it's not good. Now it's only good. Things on top of it. Why does salary might get a lot?
My favorite part of this point is what's the like I said, guy. Great. Before salary.
Salary. We're salary. At 2 hours.
Oh yeah. Okay. Right.
Yeah, top to bottom.
Wow.
Full on.
I don't know.
Yeah. But I have my favorite. Cupcakes.
The podcast, like remember that sound effect was fine. Red band, but right now it says fine. Is it this? Okay. You can't really know around. And they're everything there. It's our salary, or it seems like right up the top. I don't establish that it. Those of us that do know a lot of over little, but everything's ever that's already been established. Right in salary. It's a real nag. Yeah, that's a thing. We're all over the place.
Right.
I mean,
Right. It was like.
Yeah. There's one that should and get upset from the guy can on much.
Okay.
On the walk again.
It's like when you. Yeah, you take peanut butter and then on top of that. On top of celery and then top of it, raisins. I already have a peanut butter.
As we all. But I like other
Okay.
you know, like picture you date or that or you know ranting. Make it in a situation that we're all comfortable with. So people could relate to on that situation and it'd be funny but that's like then people are sitting on the passenger oh I play that with yeah what's like a here's a weird ass laugh creep yeah Dylan thingy Sarah thank you so much Sarah Weinstein we've had on Twitter at Princess Shank Kimberly Kong is on Twitter and Kimberly Kong those are the regulars Jeremiah Watkins thank you so much for stepping in and being our head of security tonight you kept us safe you're on Twitter at Jeremiah Watkins Jeremiah send us for this podcast for quick quad on Joe Rogan headline is a comment and measures on that take it extra stairway. Did you guys see that? Little of his time.
How everybody like you reading comments immediately.
Right. Yeah, I saw. There gets for like 45 average. Even if I have the original. Well, I was Southwest about how probably asshole. I didn't figure it out all the way. Constructed format, but can't how I it's what
and they so like my person first as why do I think case
right.
so it's funny how it's probably like fired and fucking costing $1 million. That's such a powerful thing to have it.
Oh, this is awesome, everybody. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, hi, Sam. Fucking perfect. Attention. Ready? Him in a bed. Well, I'm excited about this. You that know the show that every week we have security to originally the Iron King and $4,000 customized red white mix. And then he quit on after episode 30. Said that he got too big for the show and then moving on to bigger, better things. Followed him on Twitter. You know that not none of it is out. But showed him how replaceable he was. We decided to have a new history. When we had this one on before she was our first ever female security. Back once again, ladies and gentlemen, Tiffany Haddish, a iron yeah, Haddish is building. But I love that. Oh yeah, Rothschild. Love your dreads. Those dreads. That's real. Why do they call him? What call him? Is that like a Haddish?
Pick up credit.
Is that the right mask, Josh? What happened to the eye? Josh, what happened to the eye? Oh, great job, Josh. The world's worst for everybody. Josh, free is always fucking figured out what to do. Hey, forgot to let just let what to do real quick. Early on in the episode. There it is, everybody. Look at change. Fuck yeah.
Gordon.
Where you by show that they're fine with it. Anything but my friend great. Person everybody simply well already. Time as a right now. Hey, if you don't like guy ever white black people time. Are you enjoying that in and now waffles? Are they fun? It is. Waffles and I've never heard that though. I've heard that right now started off with a video where people are saying, oh, okay, what's going on with that? And comedy. Thank you, for by the way, for always your breakfast bill. There's like this thing. Somebody posts a photo of like a fat kid eating a taco, really thing on a picture. And it's, oh, I love tacos. Somebody will make a comment, but that fat kid though, dumbest thing to try to. But once then you're growing. Is that about right though? What so retarded? When I was like, I like your hair. Like, about that ass stuff. Because that means you're saying, all right, better than. Look at that. This. Right, right. I want you to get those words called in. Every 2 years that and over. Hey, look at that chick. Like, look at our shit. Right, that's right. And what do you think about this Sonic thing that's fun? What? That's what yeah. So, always nice that the opportunity that you're
voice in my head. Who are you? Sir? Son? You're like, oh, I think, yeah. Very happy. And you act like what? Act like come back. Fuck up. Can't help it. Why not? Crazy. What about that flashlight? That's me, man. Hey, aw. Stop rolling. Like these like you guys how your career pretty much. No problem. What about that thing? Strawberry. What about them chicken nuggets? Everyone. What about that whole corner? Oh, Tony. Thank you for sponsoring where I'm loving. Well, everybody. 25 minutes up. Talk to them. Gotta help them with questions. Figure out what's funny about them. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Well, Tony, 47. 47? Believe it, Brian? 40. Oh, I didn't know there was 40. Whoa. No, there's 7. Oh. 20 something. Put your hands together here first. Good night, everybody. Dare Con. I don't. That looks like Adam. Kind of nervous. Tommy. He wants to take his entire life. Right here, I do. How do you do this? You go with Bub's Natural Collagen Protein. You rip the thing open, put in your coffee, stir it up, you're on your way. Now, taking the best shit your entire life that mentioned you,
No.
collagen also give you beautiful hair,
Well, maybe.
great skin, and nail diaphragm. So, and you'll recover a lot quicker in workouts, if that's your thing. So now that we got the good shit out of the way, let me tell you a little bit about Bub's the company.
Dude, what the fuck is this bullshit?
Company, Glenn Bub's the Navy SEAL and the CIA
Dude,
contractor.
this guy sucks. He's a murderer.
Check the front end.
Are you fucking serious?
Hey everybody, welcome back to the show. This week we have a very special guest for you guys.
Doug, just because of that bullshit.
The following conversation with Roger Reeves, the most prolific drug smuggler in history, to work for Pablo Escobar,
Stupid
Jorge
asshole.
the leader, Betty. Roger, friend of Barry's, the infamous drug smuggler, main character. Roger transported countless tons of cocaine and marijuana, covering 6 continents. He escaped prison 5 times, shut down in both Mexico and Colombia, tortured, nearly to death in Mexican prison. Through all of this, his wife Mari, love of his life, was there with him. When he was in prison, she waited for him. He recently got out of prison. For many years, he worked on his memoir called Smuggler. This podcast is an exploration. Quick mention of our sponsors: Noom, Allform, ExpressVPN, Four Sigmatic, and Ace. Check them out in the description for this podcast. Let me say a few words about Roger Reeves, Pablo Escobar, War on Drugs. This conversation with Roger is unlike any I've ever done. In the eyes of many, including the law, Roger is a criminal, a bad man, attitude suffering, but he never directly engaged or participated in violence. Unlike his bosses, Pablo Escobar, Jorge Ochoa. His crime was the transport of drugs. I thought about this, and about Pablo Escobar, who was at once both a brutal murderer and a Robin Hood figure who helped the poor, was loved by thousands, not millions. We sometimes idolize murderers, destroy good honest men. We give power and money to corrupt politicians, dictators that starve and murder them. Given that, think about what makes a good man, what makes a bad man. Who decides? Sitting across from Roger, I saw a complicated man, one who has kindness in his heart, a love for money, venture, and a disdain for violence. Again, crime was the transport of drugs. In 1971, the war on drugs cost U.S. $1 trillion. Marijuana legalization alone save and make $13.7 billion. That could send more than 650,000 students to public universities every year. Then there's the human stories. 500,000 human beings sitting in prison for drug-related offenses. 1.1 million probation. Their life is damaged, ruined, beyond repair due to the prohibition of drugs. There's a lot more to be said about the damage done by the war on drugs. When reading about Roger's story and talking to him, I couldn't escape the thought, while society wants to label him a criminal and a bad human being, there are much worse men out there we give a pass to, even give power to, even men who hold political office, run companies. I also think about my role as an interviewer, sitting across a man like Roger. In these interviews, life, in many ways I continue to be myself. A person like Dostoevsky's idiot seeks good in all people, but is hurt by it, occasion, maybe destroyed by it in the end. I'm not naive. I'm also optimistic and have hope in humanity. That's who I am, and that's what these conversations are. I hope you join me, and I hope you understand that I come from a place of love. This is the Lex Friedman podcast, and here's my conversation. Roger, you are one of the most prolific drug smugglers in history. What would you say motivated you? Money, power, the thrill? But isn't there a point where you've had more money than you can possibly know what to do with? Or is it always more money?
You know, I had plenty of money several times. And I think it's sort of like if you was in Las Vegas and you had to slot machine handled down, and the gold coins were tumbling to the machine. That sweepers bagging them up. When would you let it go?
Isn't some part of that the thrill then?
Oh, there was a lot of thrill. Sometimes way too much.
You made certainly tens of millions of dollars, probably much more. What memorable experience did having that much money make possible for you? There's one thing, money. The other thing that money can buy.
I bought everything that I could buy. I bought 7 farms. I owned the land for the city of Moreno Valley, California. Had an option on that land. The planning and development of that. The most expensive corn in the world. Yachts, ships, airplanes galore.
Did that bring you happiness?
Absolutely not. In fact, I think I'm happier now. I know I'm happier now.
So looking back, you do it the same way all again?
No way.
Really? Even the thrill of it?
Not even the thrill of it. It was 33 years in prison, being away from my lovely family.
The money. What about the power? Just being on top of the world where nobody can, not the government, police, all the big bad agencies chasing you. You could do whatever the heck you wanted.
As far as having to look over your shoulder everywhere you went, every phone call you made, make sure that you was connected with somebody in the ocean before you talked. It's rather uncomfortable.
Yeah. I like to make phone calls the same way. What was it like meeting and working with Pablo Escobar, the leader of the Medellin cartel?
He was just seemed like a gentleman when I met him. He just like you and I sat here, shook hands, and I had one look for a fellow, and it didn't work out. The fellow that I gave it to got shot, and it took a while to get my money. They didn't put as many kilos on the plane as so I would work with me in contact down there and introduced me to Rabbi Rothschild. And we went up in Envigado, we went up gate open, and was escorted in. They must have been 50 men out in the yards, hitching rail on the house. And we was escorted right in. And they was a beautiful, gold, drop dead beautiful. And she made us a cup of coffee, then was ushered in to see Jorge Ochoa. And he had 12 telephones on his desk, and all of them was a different color. And he shook hands with English. And he said that each one of those telephones represented the city in the United States. This in New York, if I ring, I knew he was calling. And so we chatted a while, and he asked me what type of airplanes I had and what experience I had across the U.S. border. And I told him he seemed pleased with it. And he called the lady in, and she went next door and came Pablo Escobar, and he introduced me to Pablo Escobar. And he asked the same questions again. And I answered him, and I asked him how much it paid, and they paid $5,000 a kilo to haul it. And so I said, how much you put on the plane? He said, 300, 500. That's $1.5, $2.5 million, 8-hour trip. Sounded pretty good to me.
And we're talking about cocaine.
We're
talking about Colombia.
Colombia and cocaine and Medellin cartel.
And Jorge Ochoa was one of the, what would you say, founding members.
He was probably the brains behind the whole thing.
Brains, good English.
Yes.
And they were nice people.
Really nice people.
Were you scared?
Not at all.
What's wrong with your mind that you weren't scared? Here's some of the most dangerous men in this world. You weren't scared.
I knew I was going to do exactly what I said I was going to do. Maury and the children were down there. They went down and they stayed in the hotel 5-star, treated royally on my first load. And they just did as security to make sure that I wasn't a DEA agent. I did the first load. They can say they were hostages, but they really weren't. It was just an insurance.
So there was some integrity to the way they operated.
Completely. I mean, straight up. Money was ironed and banded, and just right. And the numbers never anything.
What do you attribute that honesty to? Then their own moral system, their own set of rules. Why why weren't people crossing the line and shaving off the top and injecting chaos into the system to where it would be unpredictable? People would be dishonest, greedy, and all those kind of things.
That's true. Most people are. There's certain people at the top of the chain that they don't need that. And if they're completely honest, then they don't have to think of remember the lie they told. And plus they're just honest to start with. They're making plenty. They was making as much money as I did. I'll tell you how that came about. I understand that 10,000 people were killed every year in Medellin, Colombia, and what they were doing, they didn't have any organization. And if one had 10 kilos, when it shipped to New York, he would tell his friend said, could I have a pallet and I'll ship it up? And then he would look in the newspapers, 40 kilos was busted in New Jersey. I'm so sorry, yours got busted. Bang, bang, he's dead. So here comes Jorge Ochoa and 3 Ochoa brothers, Pablo Escobar and Gacho. They decided that we'll make an insurance. That we would charge you $10,000 to take it to your contact in Miami. If it gets lost anywhere between the time I put it on the airplane or the time you give it to us and the time we give it to your man, we will replace it in Colombia. So there was no way anybody could leave. And I understand they got 100 tons piled under that insurance. And I was right there the first day. So I had all I could do. I would land and I said, when do you want me to come back? Waiting on you soon.
Let me ask a difficult question. Some see Escobar as a brutal murderer. Some see him as maybe a Robin Hood like figure. How do you see
both of them? I think he started out to be honest with help the poor, and then they had a war down there. They grew up and killed his people, and the country was divided almost equally 3 ways. They had the military. They were just as much into it as anybody. And then you had the park guerrillas. They had about a third of the country. And then you had the Contras. It was like the white Contras. And they were the ones I was dealing with. And they were at war with one another. And so if one of them started killing their people, I'll kill some of yours too. So that's how it happened. And then when I heard about Pablo Escobar blowing up that airliner, killing the women and children, I was sorry I ever shook his hand.
So you would say Escobar is not a good man?
Not at all. It's terrible. Now, looking back on I made him good. You're just exactly what he said he would.
Could he be a bad man and a man you can trust?
Absolutely, you can trust. Yes.
So, from your perspective, in terms of business, he was reliable, honest, had integrity, worked with him, and you felt safe.
Completely. We flew up to his ranch, and we brought back the motorcycle to start with. Can you ride a motorcycle? So I took off the front, and it was a big, and the front wheel dropped, and I must across that grass 20 feet before I got stopped. He almost fell off his bike waiting because they knew what they were going to do. And then we got on horses. Went out there and pretended to round up the cows, and he put back 10 machine gun pistol over my shoulder. You know how to use this? It was all right. I think it's like, okay, you got 10 bodyguards. So that's kind of, he laughed and talked and drove cows up the stump.
You said Jorge Ochoa was perhaps the brain of the Medellin cartel. What was he like? And why do you say he was the brain?
He was a gentleman. And I suppose he shipped, and don't tell me how many times of cocaine Pablo did. Just him and his brothers, you could tell by them. They had on each they was in duffel bags and in big football-shaped fluffy stuff made with ether. And they would have 3 horns on it or a rattlesnake, X's on each bag. You kind of got to know which was which. They shipped a whole lot. So, and he was just a gentleman. I took the family one weekend to his ranch or Alicia place out in Barranquilla. And he just treated his family. His family, his younger brother made a bullfight. We had skiing and little airplanes on floats on the water. It was really nice, and he was really.
How do you make sense of the tension that a man could be a gentleman, could have integrity, but also be a murderer?
Well, murder is a strong killing.
Can you explain the line, the gray area we're talking about? I mean, I've just talking with Jocko Willink, and we talked a lot about killing in the context of military conflict, context of war. So there's a line between murder and killing that you can draw. The line that you're
It's something similar. If people shoot at you, you shoot back and kill him out of it. He's trying to get away or out of the situation. If some woman don't pay you and you send a hitman over to kill her or kill her, that's murder. That's murder.
were they involved in those kinds of
I don't think so. He was just such a gentleman. He had a restaurant, and he was just smart. I understand that the first 10 kilos he sold, he was sitting on a motorcycle in the sidelines in the parking lot. When the DEA come in, he sped away. So he didn't come back to America. He was just smart. Some people just are savvy. He was such a gentleman. And the whole family, father and father, two brothers, their sister. I was there when she was kidnapped. Finally, he kidnapped our I guess, 100 leaders of the FARC. And said, all right, if she don't come back, none of these are going to come back. So they made a deal.
There's something you can say about the power structure, the hierarchy of the Medellin cartel that you interacted with? Was it a dictatorship where Pablo ran everything? Was there a bunch of power centers? Was it like a company, you have CEO kind of thing, and then there's managers and all those kind of things? How did it run from a leadership perspective?
I understand that about 5 of them got together and made this, I would call it an insurance company. And now known as the Medellin cartel. And I didn't see any difference. Each one of them had their own business. And their people, Joan or whoever, made the cocaine, gave it to them, and they shipped it. And so it didn't seem to be any power between it all. But my main contact was Jorge Ochoa, and Pablo Escobar was right there. And I saw plenty of stuff for him, too.
Strange that they didn't betray each other regularly. Greed makes men betray each other. How do you explain that? How much betrayal did you see?
I didn't see any. Absolutely none. If they shipped his 100 kilos, he got paid for it. Shipped his, I'm sure they got paid for it.
How do you explain that?
Well, there was no need to. Money was just unbelievable. You think about 500 kilos in the plane at $50,000 a kilo at the time. And they paid $5,000 to ship it. And they made $5,000 without even touching it. They just had somebody onto the airplane. I gave it to their man in Miami. They gave it to whoever it belonged to by the marks on the duffel bags. So they was making just untold millions. Just no reason.
Greed can blind men. It's still strange to me that there was not more betrayal. It speaks to something else, perhaps, that's bigger than money. Maybe not. But it seems like just like in the casino, like you mentioned, we get accustomed to whatever level of money we have, we get accustomed very quickly.
Yes.
And then there's a tension that's natural between human beings. And when that tension combined with money, combined with power, combined with, as you mentioned, beautiful women, and a bit of violence, it seems that betrayal should be common. But it's not.
It wasn't. No. Carlos later, I don't know he betrayed anybody, but he started that. He was running cocaine through the Bahamas. He had the island. I didn't do. I was fly with a DC-3 with that, but I didn't. So I had my out through the again, and so I do change. I don't keep a trade.
Yeah. As you expand, there could be tension, there could be conflict. Colombia was, like you said, an ultra-violent place. How did you survive? Protected you?
I was their hero. They liked me. I mean, I was just treated royal. All I did, I would come over El Banco, the radio station that works the Magdalena River. I believe it was 720, if I remember right, the AM. And I'd fly in at 10,000 feet, and I'd see below me there'd be a Cessna. And I'd wiggle my wings, and he'd wiggle his, and I'd fall in behind him in 100, 200 miles. I'd land on some jungle strip or some banana plantation, and they'd fuel me up. I could eat steak in the night. It was just like treated royally. I mean, take off next morning whenever I wanted to, just like that was protected. And I was an honored guest. It wasn't anything like you now be putting a gun to your head and taking your sunglasses. And so one time I complained to Romeo Ochoa that the runway was pretty short. They were using. And I went back down there and it looked like Los Angeles International. They had bulldozers in there, had it like 5,000 feet long. Just next week it was all done, gone, and clay there.
And all while you were not afraid. You were treated like royalty.
Yes, there. I was afraid when I landed in the United States.
Well, maybe let's go back to the beginning. What was the first time you flew an airplane with drugs on it? I mean, it's probably the first drugs.
All right, I flew down to La Clavera Cruise with a Cessna 182, and we landed in the town. It was a little town. It was an old town with like Bible times. People, women washing their clothes in the streets and fire with stone masons running through. I just was drunk. It was just so pretty. I went in a church, a Catholic church, and it had stations all carved magnificent. I'd never seen that. I come home and told me about that. That was just almost brought tears to my eyes. It was so beautiful. And 3 o'clock the next morning, I went out to the airport, taxied down to the factory, and the guard came out and wanted to know what I was doing. And I pulled out. I was on the fire department in Redondo Beach, California. So I pulled out the wallet, and it was the fire department badge. And he shook my hand with the badge. And so I taxied on down there. And came on back. And I was running ahead more than I thought. Landed on Loop Strip.
You were talking about on the way back?
On the way back, on the way north after we loaded up early in the morning. And that's the only time I ever got vertigo. The mountains were coming down at a 40-degree angle, and Milky Way was overhead, and somehow I wanted the plane to be the stars. And it got me in it. I had vertigo. It's the only time I ever had it. That low. Anyway, the wind was on. I wasn't going to make it to the dry lake where I had fuel. So I landed on a little bitty strip, and there was a little house that was caved in, and it was a named Lazarus, 6 or 7 years old, and he was herding some goats. So we put marijuana in that house, and the man stayed with me while I flew into some town, got fuel, and came back. We sat down with a lunch that I brought back, and little Lazarus sat there, and they put a good time. Back and came on.
Oh, wow. Wonder where he is now.
Yeah.
So, what was it like to fly? Maybe describe the details. You have to fly low. Is there details unique to the experience of flying an airplane with drugs on it, on board?
All right. Well, one of the mistakes is just hundreds of thousands. They don't stop going down and get their permit. Once you get a permit to be in Mexico, you've got it for 6 months. You can go anywhere, any fishing village, any little town, any little place. Show them this, and you're welcome. If you don't have that, you go straight to jail. So you go down there and you think, okay, they're going to have fuel for me to come back. So for little stars in there with that rusty leak in it. Mm-hmm. We don't have any. You better be able to go down and get it. So that's what I did. And when I was coming back for several years, I would fly up at Mexicali and cross the border right at Mexico. I would act like I was landing on the Mexico side just after dark. Then I'd zip across the border and go to the Salton Sea and go below sea level, 100 and something feet, I believe 170 feet, and come on up and go out there and above Palm Springs and land out 29 miles in the desert. Find stuff under a Joshua tree and fly into town and get my pickup and going back out and get it. And that was, and then it got really dangerous. They had Operation Starlight. It was, and they caught a lot of pilots coming across it. So I changed it. And by that time, I was flying bigger, flying beach. And I would refuel in halfway down on Baja Peninsula. And then over in the middle, 20 miles from the nearest road, was a goat ranch where they milk goats and make cheese. And I would go there and unload the coming up out of anywhere in southern Mexico. And I would land there, and a guy named Juan would put the marijuana under the trees. And I'd fly in and go away, and they'd wash my plane and gas it up. I'd eat a lunch and rent a room for a few hours, take a nap, shower, then go back in the afternoon and fill up. And then I would go northwest out of there and fly 200 miles off the coast to the island of Guadalupe. And from there, I would fly more northwestern, heading about 300 miles out over the Pacific. And then I would come in behind the Santa Barbara, down low, and I'd come up and go out in the desert land. And I did that for the rest of the marijuana trips.
What was the hardest part about flying those routes?
The hardest part was getting good.
So the hardest part isn't the flying.
The hardest part is like driving your car. But then I had people that trained me on strips that were just when they land on a highway. And in the rainy season, I would come back to land again, and the guy would think about it, have like little heels on the sides, wings right there. The grass and the weeds grow up, and it sound like, it sounded like tearing the airplane apart. The grass down both shoulders of the airplane, the weeds go up high in the tropics. So some of that stuff was bad. And, getting bad gasoline and telling me that it lands here in the bike and knock the wheels off when you land. Oh, you should have landed a little further up this than you would have ditched down.
Yeah. That's like landing on a highway. And when did you have to land on a highway?
I landed on a highway most of the time. In Mexico, first time I went down, there was a place called Pichilingi. You had a 900-foot strip. And I would fly down, and I'd carry gasoline with me. And Maury and I would go to the grocery store and buy all kinds of goodies and candies and toys to bring to the children. And that sand strip in the bend of a river was just too short to take off a load. So there was a young man there named Pedro, not much over 100, maybe 120 pounds. And he'd get in the plane with me. And he'd direct me 20, 30, 40 miles away to a highway. And people walk in, and the people pull out in a 2-ton truck with a machine gun on it. Bunch of guys with arms with this, and they'd block the road, and another one would block it up about a mile away. And I'd land right over that truck. They'd load me up like a bucket brigade with marijuana coming. I'd shake it. Then I'd take off right to the other truck. And sometimes maybe 20, 30, 40 cars lined up. One time I remember a patrol car, a highway patrol car. He didn't have his lights on. They got right over it. And then when I started flying in Louisiana, the bridge over the Mississippi River, there were several contractors that went broke. And that thing was out for years. And about 5 miles from the river, flashing red lights, detour. And then the swamp on both sides of it, in the middle of it, grown up with 20 feet trees. And that was an international runway from anywhere in the world. So I landed on that red light in the runway. And then the next morning, we go out there and park on the highway where I landed before daylight.
Wow. Let's go to somebody who's known well, somebody who is also a drug smuggler, is Barry Seal. Who is Barry Seal? How did you meet him?
Barry Seal was a friend of mine. Maury and I and the children went down in Honduras and up the Lake of Zoo. We were looking at a ranch to buy. I was looking for something in Central America where I'd have a halfway place. And we stayed up there for some days, and I was close to buddy, and we went. We got to San Pedro Sula, and we was going back to New Orleans. So cleaners to get our clothes and put all of them in there. And they got over saying they'll be ready tomorrow. They're not ready. Plain 9 o'clock or whatever. So I told Mari that for her and the children to go into the airport because it'd be easier for one to stand by the flight. So I went to the laundromat and they were ready. They was a pile. I put them on the back, got in the taxi. The old taxi was driving with it. I'd give him $100 to go faster. He just born rapid. We got to the airport. I jumped out and ran around the tarmac, and here's a brand new 727 taxi out. No. So I'm waving to the pilot. When he waves back, then I see Murray's face in the cockpit. He goes down where he laughs and he puts the stairwell out. And I run to the stairwell. He pulls it back up and goes like a hitchhiker going to pick me up the door. Then he put it out, and I got on an old crowd stops. I'm coming over that road. So I go way down in the middle and play full. And Miriam was about 9 years old, and she was sitting in the middle, and by the window was Barry Seal. Of course, I didn't know it. And I sat in the middle, and we took off, and wheels come up with clunk, and I got up about 5,000 feet. We had a. And she said, "What was that, Daddy?" He just turned on his shoulder. That fella reached over and I looked at him. I said, "Hey, look, FBI here, FBI. He ain't supposed to be here. Clear blue eyes." And he said, "You fly these things?" I said, "I got a few hours. I fly them too." My name's Barry C. Reached over here and shook hands. And we got to talking. And there's no choice of seats. It's just open seating. But I don't believe him one bit. And he started talking about he just got out of jail. Just got out of prison. And I said, uh-huh. And he took me out of it. TWA and another. And told me about what he was for. And so we had a nice conversation with a couple hours to New Orleans. I didn't believe him. So he got off in front of us, and what a crowd of people to meet him. The old mother and wife and little children hanging on to him, crying and hugging and kissing him. He was telling the truth. So I reached him and gave him a piece of paper. I had Murray to write it out. But I told him he got caught with 100 kilos of cocaine in a small plane. And so he served a year.
And that was from Colombia?
I don't know where it come from. He got caught in Honduras, probably refueling. But he'd been in prison down there before, bringing explosives to Cuban Contras. Job with airline. When I found out he was A and Georgia State and had 1,000 parachute jumps. Was there? He was a hot shot mouth.
There's a million questions I want to ask here, but maybe can we linger on it a little bit longer? What was your relationship like? You were a drug smuggler. He's a drug smuggler. Your friends. How often do you guys talk? How often do you work together? What was the relationship like?
I'll back up and just finish where I started off there. I gave him the things, Barry, I may have some work for you. Got some work for you. And I said, "Come out, send them." And so, I don't know, a week or two later, he flew out and went to our house and stayed with us a couple of days. And I had an almost brand new Aero Commander, 690B. That thing was turboprop, and it was hot. Hottest thing I'd ever had. So I said, "Let's go, Barry. Let's see what you can do." And I'm sorry. We got 9,000 feet. And he was like one of the Blue Angel pilot. He wrung that thing out. That's and then he did a falling leaf. That's where you cut the engine to fall side to side. I saw Bob do that in the air show. That's the only person I ever saw do it. And my hands was white knuckle hanging.
He shut off the engine?
Yeah, he shut off the engines and hands it flying side by side like this.
How do you explain that? Was he just a wild man, or was he sufficiently skilled?
He was sufficiently skilled. Absolutely. He knew what he was doing. I can get a plane from one spot to another. I guess I'm known as a good pilot for that guy. But with an aero package. Anyway, he stayed with us days, and I told him that this plane needs tanking. I got some work done in Columbia, needs to come back to Louisiana. I need 2,500-mile range. He said, I got somebody in Arkansas that keep him shut. So I gave him $10,000 and he flew away. And in a few days he called me and says, come to my house in Baton Rouge. So I went out to his house in Baton Rouge and I stayed with him for a few days. That plane was tanked. I mean, beautiful, stem to stern. I could went from Bolivia to Canada. So he was, and I hired him to fly. And he was funny. I paid him $1 million a trip. I paid him $2,000 a kilo, about $1 million trip. And I didn't get paid until people received it. They had to ship it to Chicago and New York. Then the money come back. So it's a couple of 3 weeks pipeline. Well, I was had to pay him. Well, he'd go again. I mean, and he bellyached. I mean, he'd moan. So one time I gave him $1 million and I put it in a box real nice.
So how big is a box that contains $1 million? I'm talking about $100 bills.
$100. It's not very big. You can put it in a large fridge. It weighs exactly 10 kilos. Each bill weighs a gram, so you can make money and almost get it exactly.
20-something pounds is $1 million.
22 pounds of $100 bills. But $101 bills is 1 ton, 2,200 pounds. We didn't accept them.
Were you the one that introduced Barry Seal to Pablo Escobar?
No, I didn't introduce him at all. And our deal was that you don't beat my people. I mean, we just kind of crossed you working with me to fly the airplane. But he wanted these Panther conversions, cost $400,000 each. With dorm scope, radar, not on anything you want.
That means I should interrupt Panther conversion.
Panther conversion was these people called Panther. They took everything out from the firewall and the instruments and all and converted them. Q-tip fellas on them, full-bladed, and you could be very quiet. And the CIA developed those in Southeast Asia, running behind the lines. And that's where Barry had flown those things, so he knew about them. So, hey, that's what he wanted, and that's what we got him.
How does that connect to Pablo? And so he worked for you, got those upgrades.
I think he flew about 30 loads for me, and I got arrested and was everything. Got 35 years sentence. But let me back up a little bit. Barry was our friend. And Mari and I are both friends.
We should pause real quick. Mari is your wife. Hopefully she'll will convince her to join us in a little bit. She's the love of your life. She in and out of the stories that you tell.
Yes, she was there. She was behind the scenes, but I kept her out of it.
And then also you mentioned Miriam as your daughter.
Yes, our son, baby. And I remember we went out to my favorite named Carl Gable. Oh God, it's good. And Barry knew about it. Anyhow, we went out to so we came back and there was a room. So and not with us. He goes to our hotel room with two big beds and on the hotel, and he lays over there just down to his striped shorts and t-shirt, and he puts the baby up on his belly and gives him bottles. Ain't that good, Red Oak? I mean, just feeds the baby. We laugh and talk. So that's how close we were that we could all stay in a hotel room together.
And would you say he's
a gentleman? A gentleman. Just looked after his mother, his family, everybody around him. Everybody loved Barry. He just had a little smile on his face always.
So you got arrested, and then what happened to Barry?
Well, Barry knew the people that unloaded. Of course, he sent the cars down and all that. So he met the unloader guy named Lito, Mr. Carlos Bustamante. So he's just kept on flying. But I believe he had 3 of my airplanes at $400,000 a piece, and they owed me some money. Well, he collected part of that and gave Mari the money and put it in his safe and took her to his house and all after I got arrested. Some lawyer got me the best lawyer in the country, Albert Krieger, head of the defense team for America. Wonderful.
Can you tell the story of months that led up to Barry's assassination? What did you know? What did you sense? What did you think?
Okay, when I got up for I was watching eating breakfast, and there was Ronald Reagan's face right in the television. Yeah, absolute communist Sandinista came up. And there was that fat lady, the C-20, 126, on the runway with bellied in. He had done it. I had heard that Barry had been working with. So it wasn't long working with the DEA or whatever he was on the side, you know.
Can you clarify how you got that from the Reagan making a statement about?
Okay, there was his plane. There was Barry's plane, and okay, on the way north, you could stop in Nicaragua and land on a military base or on a base that they used as crop dusters and refuel. And so that shortened our trip into the jungle and come up was what joined them, and there was a ship people in Nicaragua.
So Barry was that plane there. That means Barry was feeding the information.
He was working with them at that time. But let me back up a little bit. When I was flying, and I told Barry we would refuel in strange airplane in Belize, where I had a spot up there, and then that's when they told me we can refuel in Nicaragua, and then you fly all the way, and Barry couldn't believe it. He says, "All right, but I wanted to land. I had a place in Louisiana, I could land on the sheriff, all of was paid off." And he said, no, I can't get caught in Arkansas. So what do you mean you can't get caught in Arkansas? So you get caught anywhere. He said, I can't. It's going to cost you $50,000 every time I touch your ground.
Why? Can you explain why he can't get caught?
He said he was up with the very top. He said, I'm going to have dinner with the governor.
That's at that time.
Being the Arkansas,
Mr. Bill Clinton.
And it's like, did Bill Clinton, did you give him any money? And I didn't give the man any money. It was like the money that I had to put to Grand Cayman Islands. And I told my lawyer, I said, I never touched it. He said, you don't have to fondle it to be guilty. So,
there's a lot of conspiracy theories and around the relationship between Barry Seal and what evidence did we have? What would you say for the best understanding of what was the relationship between Bill Clinton and Barry Seal?
Barry said, and he knew that he couldn't get caught. And when that movie was come out, they called Mina. Somebody stopped it. I mean, they stopped it in the tracks for 2 or 3 years, and the producer even quit.
I mean, the American-made with Tom Cruise. It was going to be called Mina.
It was the name that was written and produced as Mina. And but waiting on Hillary to be elected, they would not let that movie out. And that movie was changed drastically.
But to push back on that, that doesn't mean truth. That means worried about the power of the conspiracy theory, which sucks.
Exactly.
I mean, some conspiracy theories, just because they're popular, mean they're true, and ones that, but also they're not true. Ones that are not very popular, true. But that one really stuck. Did you? I mean, what's your sense?
Well, I paid $1.5 million for Barry to land at Arkansas, so I was assured that he couldn't get caught. And I said, well, I can't get caught in Colombia, can't get caught in Nicaragua. I guess we got a license. So we went for it.
So yeah, I can't get caught. Just to clarify, there's a sense where it's safe place to land.
Yes, like completely safe.
So you don't think he was referring to some kind of, like my grandfather who fought in World War II talk about bullets can't hit him. It's almost like believing
he was taking that $50,000 and getting it. And Barry was honest, taking it from me because he was making it. He didn't care for the $50,000.
Oh man, taking the story forward. The months leading up to the assassination. But what do you understand? Why he was assassinated? Who were the players involved? Maybe could you have stopped it?
Well, I tell you, after I saw Reagan's face on the television saying we have the absolute proof, he came out. He said, "I'll meet you in this French restaurant in Santa Barbara." And I walked in. There's about 20 or 30 people in. There's all 30 years old women, plastic or leather skirts, and me in the blue jeans. And I looked around, and Barry was at the back. He was leaned up. He'd gained. And I walked up and I said, "Barry, you wired?" He said, "I said, well, I'm not going to tell the DEA agents." He said, "Every one of them."
With jeans and skirts. I like it.
I said, "Well, Barry, I'm going to sit you and you just talk to me, buddy, and tell me what's on you." And he sat there and he just went to talking, and he told me about he was left holding the bag. And it,
What do you mean by that? Like, that nobody's supported him.
He was, and I don't know this. I mean, this is just what happened. Together, he had some CIA was pretending we're going to supply Oliver North with arms, and with that, you can land cocaine back here by the ton. So he's taking his little planes and putting some AK-47, maybe ammunition or whatever, and takes it down to the Contras against the east of landed, and Oliver North was in this. So when all that, and so his CIA buddies were certainly involved, and we know they were. And Barry had been in the CIA earlier, he first got out of school. So when as I say, the shit hit the fan, they all fled and let Barry hold in the bag.
The CIA and the DEA.
Yeah, no, not the DEA, the CIA. DEA wasn't in. The CIA was selling that cocaine, bringing it in, and
just to clarify, what's Iran-Contra scandal? What was the alleged involvement of the CIA in using drug trade to fund things? What do you know? What do you think is true? What should we know?
Well, I know what I know is true. That Barry was taking a small amount of arms back to Central America and giving them to Oliver North. Oliver North was a colonel that got implemented and always brought the government down. And so they said, "All right, we're getting the guns from Iraq, and we're taking cocaine to pay for it. And since Congress won't give us money to fight this war, we're going to circumvent it." So that was the whole thing.
So it was CIA's effort to circumvent the funding mechanism of government by selling drugs.
Yes, but it was a handful of renegade CIA agents. It was Barry's friend that was making a load tons of it come up. If you like to read the Big White Lie, the CIA and the crack cocaine epidemic, the CIA, according to this book in Michael Levine, I didn't remember his name that time I talked, wrote that book, and he was a head CIA agent, head DEA agent that exposed this, and the CIA tried to kill him. And he said they put crack cocaine, they developed, their chemists developed crack, and they put it in every country, every city in the United States on one weekend. So they were bringing it up by the tons, and that's for sure. And Barry was bringing it.
Can I ask you a small tangent question? Do you think the public should trust the CIA, the DEA? Do you think they're both good people that are carrying out a good mission? Yeah, because this kind of makes it sound like there's renegade agents that are just whatever the hell they want, and sometimes no regard for human life.
Well, that's certainly true, but that's not everybody. That's just sometimes you get a few policemen in the department do these things. I believe that our government is good. I think we got some who's running it. Yeah. I don't know how we get them there, but I don't think I know.
Okay, so what was Barry's involvement here?
And Barry leaned back in that chair and he told me, he got caught 1.5 tons and bellied it in the runway in Nicaragua, and had cameras flashing inside and out. And he went back to Homestead with an agent there, and he called the agent over. Jake Jacobson, really nice fellow. I think he was a crop duster. And we'd have got along. We'd been on the right side. And so we We sat there and drank Chivas Regal. I got high-eyed, and Barry told me about it. He said that he went to see Edwin Meeks. He got out on that Lear jet up to Washington, went in to see the Attorney General, Edwin Meeks. They run him out of the office. Next day he went back and said, I have absolute proof that the CIA is bringing tons of cocaine, or they're running tons of cocaine into the United States. And Edwin Meeks put him with this agent, Jacob, I believe it was. And they went down and got 1.5 tons on the way back. They bellied it in. Pablo Escobar and some of the other generals there in Nicaragua, you can see them toting it from one plane to the other. In the book called The Big Window, Kings of Cocaine. It's got mention of me too, and also the other hasn't mentioned. Said I'm in more files with DEA than Noriega.
Wanted to get rid of Barry. Who wanted to get rid of Barry more, the cartels or the CIA?
The cartel. But so Barry leaned back and he told me the story. The tears came down between his fingers, his hands over his eyes. He said, I just couldn't do it, Roger. I just couldn't do 3 lives. So I told him everything. I went to Congress, testified before Congress. He testified before Congress for all these things. He said, I told him all about you. You're under my umbrella. You got to testify with me, grand jury in Miami. And so the guy said, you can come down. DEA agent said, you can come down tomorrow with Murray, first class, or I'll take you down in chains. And if you don't testify with Barry, the only place you'll ever see your family federal prison is.
Was that a difficult conversation?
Oh, and then my guts was just like ice water. I can't testify against my friends. I just can't do it. How am I going to do it? I can't work with people. He was honest with me. How am I going to testify against him? I can't spend the rest of my life in prison. Earth, what a mess Barry got me into. So,
is that a kind of betrayal?
Yes, but still, I wish he let me out of it. I understand him getting in such a mess with Toll, because if the CIA and whoever else would find him betrayed him, then he's going to tell everything. So I said, all right, I'll be to Miami. All right, and I flew down first class. And I went to a lawyer, one of the biggest lawyers in Miami. And I said, man, I am in a mess. This fella's told everything, and I've got to say something. But I'm not a snitch, man. I mean, what can I do? He said, well, being a snitch is like being pregnant. You either are or you're not. He says, I don't represent snitches, but if you want to fight this case, I'll do it for $600,000. And my face turned red. Well, I'm not a snitch. That's what you're talking about. Let me tell you something. You go in there and say one thing, find that paper, and you don't tell them everything you know, then they will convict you of everything you've ever done. Tell them. And you can't do it. So I said, Barry, I'm having trouble with the lawyer. We'll go tomorrow. Let's go. So, all right, use my lawyer. And he gave me his card. So Barry and I went to the festival restaurant that night. Barry and Debbie came in. She was dressed. Barry wasn't, so we was already about finished. So we had dessert together. And I said, Barry, they're going to kill you. He said, no, they ain't going to kill me. So she don't. This and another. I said, Barry, they're going to kill you. Can't deny it. And I didn't tell him I wanted to testify, so I hugged his neck. Really. We fled to Brazil, took Mari and took him to Brazil.
You decided to
I didn't know. I talked to the lawyer. I didn't know what I could do. Best in Miami said what he told me. I had to go.
And you went to Brazil. Did you have a conversation with anybody at the cartel? I mean, that's such an interesting moment that tests the man's character. To not snitch. And did you have a conversation with anybody? No. Pablo about it? Like, it's just understood.
I just couldn't do it.
But how many men like you are there?
Many. I had all my friends testified against me. I had 11 friends, and every one of them put their finger up. Roger did it. I was facing life. Continuing criminal enterprise.
Still, you couldn't. Did you ever get respect from the cartels that
By the time I got back, they owe me money and I can't get it. So,
That's about money. I mean about.
I think so. I'll get back down there. I've been, I have my contact. When I was in Brazil, I was trying to get this money. They owed me $3,000. So I called up there and he was saying, "Oh, I got 600,000 today, and I'll get you some more tomorrow." And then the next week I called, "Hey, got great news, great news. Barry Seals been killed." So, no, when I went back to the hotel, we were in part of Brazil, and yeah, and I told Mari and Miriam, and they cried, and I cried. I really cried.
How's the cartel perspective?
But now, the case against me and him,
Do you know who killed him?
yes, I'll tell you about that story. On the first load I did, I landed in a banana plantation, and it was raining. It was a muddy street clay, and they put 300 kilos of cocaine in it, and the ugliest man you could imagine. And now got in there with a Mac 10, and he would make sure I took. So
This is many years before.
yeah, copy. So anyway, we took off and got up in the wheel, so thick until the wheels would come up. I'm going 200 miles an hour instead of 300 miles an hour. Wheel coming up. Well, I can't go back there. If I do, I'm be in the same situation. I'm driving it out for a few days. And so, but I had a it had been used for $10,000 used to refuel. So I told the guy, "Listen, we got to land in Bologna to refuel." And no, back to him. "I'll shoot you." I said, "Go ahead. You're going to die too." What's in the turf? So
He wasn't just ugly. He was also
he was a bad killer. And so he's the one that actually killed Barry, the one that went up on the first load with me. And Ronaldo, and he's doing life.
killer.
Yeah, he's doing life, and yeah.
I wonder who is it known who made that?
The younger, sure, understand. Was the one paid for the hit. I don't know that, but that's what I've heard, and it's probably sounds right. He's down in Jessup, Georgia, a long time. I think he's about to get out. He's been in 30 years.
The movie American Made. What do you think that movie got right? Get wrong?
Almost everything wrong. It was disgusting.
Okay, which parts? Can you
Maybe elaborate about Barry Seal. It just didn't even. It was nothing. And whoever had no idea. They sat in a rocking chair and just tried to think of what some baby fashion drug dealer doing. And it's just like, God, you just don't have any idea of the spirit of the man.
So they wanted to try to tell a fun story without actually studying the story.
They didn't know it. They had no idea. And Barry was such a nice person, such a really nice, gentle.
They talk to you or no?
No,
The people that made the movie.
And I see all these people coming by Barry, never met him. They tell him all about it. I think that's just ridiculous. Yeah. And for one thing, the way his character coming out of the houses and all that, that was just like love. And then down in Columbia, the gun to his head, going to take his sunglasses, and then put $5,000 cane on his plane. And then they're going to bet $100 he don't have enough room to take off. That's just insane. The whole thing. And he's talking to DEA coming up. You don't know their frequency they own. Now he's got 5 planes and they all split when the DEA comes out. These are just somebody's fantasy.
But those are details of the man, details of the story. Is there some big, profound things they missed about the whole period? But that's something that's really important to you that was missed.
Yes, they just try to sensationalize on little things that people remember, and it's just not true. It was just like a business deal, and good people, and good airplanes, and good flying, and it was like a good watch that was made. It just clicked and it just went on, and they missed all of that. Try to make it sound like very good.
Do you think it was a story that could have been way better. It'll still be a hell of a story. Well, there's a series called Chernobyl done by HBO because I have some family connected to that period. You know, they did an incredible job of being historically accurate and only not being historically accurate when it helped the story. Only in those rare cases. They on purpose left to make it easier for people to understand was still somehow accurate. And even though all the actors were British actors speaking English, British accent, it was somehow accurate. Like they captured the spirit. So it was historically accurate and the spirit was captured. That was one of the most incredible like series I've ever seen. It convinced me that but the movie was made by non-Russian. It convinced me that if you really care about a story, you don't have to be brought up in it. You don't even need to speak the language. If you're truly a scholar of it, talk to a lot of people, learn, if you pour your heart and soul into create something special. So your sense that you could do that with your period of time.
Oh yes, it was a story that needs to be told. It needs to be told in the correct way, not like we're trying to match a certain angle.
Yeah. Well, Netflix or HBO are watching. You need to tell the story of Roger Rees. In my opinion. There you go. Young picture.
Yeah,
there you go.
That's from National Geographic.
Jorge Ochoa, Pablo Escobar, Hugh, Roger, and Barry.
Yeah.
Mugler. Memoir. Yeah, I really do hope that they make a movie out of this. There's a movie called Flow that tells the story of George Young, Boston George. Did you know George Young? That's one way to ask it. The other, because
I didn't know George Young, but it was a wonderful. Absolutely, it captured it. Yes, it did. That's the way it should.
He was a little bit before his time.
Exactly the same time.
Exactly.
Same. He was using stewardesses to buy the marijuana out of Manhattan Beach, and I was on the fire department in Redondo Beach, 10 miles away. Line it up, sending it back. Somebody was sending it back. He might be sending it back. But he didn't have near the excitement I did. I was shot down twice. I escaped from 5 different prisons. I was tortured almost to death in Mexican prison. But he didn't have all that fun that I had.
Fun in quotes. Yeah, so yours is a heck of a fun adventure. Just to linger on a little Johnny Depp plays George and Ray Liotta's father. There's son-father kind of scene at the end. I don't know. It's heartbreaking. Like that scene paints a picture of a life that could have been had if none of this wild drug smuggling happened. I don't usually. I mean, I'm almost. I really never get like teary-eyed in a movie. That got me. It's almost like confronting at the end of your life what your life could have been with your father. The way he calls him Georgie. It's like you fucked up, Georgie.
Yes, I did too. I really sorry waited all those years. Children raised them without kids to be in prison for the world. Just unbelievable. Just nothing's worth that kind of.
Can you tell the story of when you were tortured nearly to death in Mexican prison?
I sure can. I'm smiling, but with nothing to smile at. I tell you, I was in a and a gentleman came over and shook hands with me and put handcuffs on. I thought, what in the world? That was at one of the nice hotels. They put me in a jail cell, and I sat there, and all the trunks and thieves and stuff kept coming in, and they had a bucket. It overrun, and I said, there's 18 people in the room, about 12 foot square. Oh, it was hot, and I thought, somebody's got to come get this thing real. I hadn't done anything. There was a pilot come to see me up in Hermosillo, and he stopped, and he made a mistake and went to the international runway instead of where he was supposed to go. And he had my only name in his pocket, so they got me. So they said I was a drug smuggler. So But after about 3 days, they put me back into the back, and it was a torture place. They put me in a little cell. I guess it wasn't hard. It wasn't 6 feet. It must have been about 5 feet square and about 12 feet high. And it was June, end of June, and it was hot. I mean hot. And they left me in there for, I guess, a few days. You didn't know. So every once in a while, they'd come drag me out. First off, it put my head on, and it had seltzer in it of some kind. And I took one whiff of that, and 3 or 4 of them couldn't open it down. So then I learned it just before you have to breathe, tear loose like that, they'll let you up. And that was the first treatment. And then they started a big thing. They beat me with blackjack until I was black and blue and yellow, all of my feet to my head. What did they want? They wanted me to sign a confession that I was a drug smoker. And they put the papers under your nose. This is all you'll sign. Well, I knew if you signed, you got 6 years. Sign. I wasn't going to sign. So
they didn't want you to snitch on anybody. They just wanted you to stay.
Sign that paper.
And you still did.
I ain't beating ain't that bad. Anyhow, it's getting good. Then they come and they take me out, and I'm buck naked. They bend me over, and they have things to pull you. I change, click, 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 click. And they bent me over, and they put butter on my bum, and they commenced to put hot chili pepper there. And that stuff was bad. I mean, it was red hot. And that was awful.
And still.
Just awful.
Yeah, but still you didn't.
I think about it. I guess if I'd have known he was going to kill me, I wouldn't have done it. But I wasn't about it. You get hurt bad enough, you pass out. I didn't pass out. I was fine. So then the last thing they did was they brought a dead man, and he was frozen, wrapped in newspaper, just about a half-inch wide, just like a mummy. He was frozen, and they hung him on the wall with a meat hook. And you next, son of a bitch, you next. And so he's sitting there like this, and as he starts to fall out, which is quick, it looks like he's crying. It looks like he's peeing, and the papers start unraveling on him, and the formaldehyde puddles on the floor. Whew, what a smell, that rotten insides and formaldehyde. And there was a little space, it wasn't even a half-inch high under it. And I lay on that filthy floor cheek and put my lips right up under that door and was stuck in that fresh air, and I went to sleep after some time. And I know where Walt Disney gets his ideas. I saw white, pink, pigs with wings on them, all kinds of stuff flying around. So when I woke up, I didn't know which was real and which was the nightmare. It took me a minute to figure out where I was, what's going on.
How did you stay mentally strong that time? Like what?
I don't know that I did. I was just like I am now.
Stubborn. I mean, you could beat that man. It could have killed you.
Yes,
so what gave you hope? Did you have hope?
Yeah.
Or you were just a stubborn son of a bitch?
I think some of both of it. I think they aren't going to keep you here forever. You know, you can get out to the prison, or they're going to let you go or something. If you sign that paper, you can go nowhere. And I went home. I got shot down a few weeks before that. I got shot from out the sky, 80 bullets, killed a fellow on the ground, shot the leg nearly off the man.
Where was that?
In that little place in Pichilingi.
No shooting you from. Yeah.
All right, a little 900-foot strip there at Pichilingi, where the village was starving donkeys. That's where I'd give them 17,000 a load. I'd go on the highway and load. On day 13, I did a load every day for 13 days. They had a bunch of marijuana pretty good piled up. I was day. And day 13, I had that little warning sign going on my stomach. Don't do it. But I asked this poor king, we had the Federalists paid off. So I spent the night in a hammock, walked down to the airplane just as it getting daylight, and 10 or 12 men walked with me, and Pedro got in. I brushed my teeth in the little stream, was a deep river coming through. Got in the airplane, and I fired her up, bam, and bam, what a tire blew out. I looked, and still ain't followed up me, and Pedro was yelling, Policia, Policia, Roger, Policia! It dawned on me. I shoved it throttle to the firewall, and only had
So that was a bullet.
yeah, somebody there's an officer side. They shot warning like get out, stop. I said, stop it, whatever. That's what they do. They just take the plane and me and put me in prison, the whole thing. So, but I even had papers. So I just shoved it to the firewall, and there wasn't enough room to take off. That's good. There was half over behind me, from a behind. And so just at the end, I'm just right. I think that thing stalls at about 50 miles. Just turning 50, and I just pulled it right up and put the flaps on. And as I pulled off the ground, they opened on both sides of me with machine guns, and they were really right there behind me. The windshield came out. I got hit 3 times.
You like your body?
Yeah, and I didn't know I was hit. I mean, it was just the gasoline. The gasoline just the world turned yellow. Must have went into shock. So it just stopped in slow motion, and one bullet hit this truck right by my head, and it just parts of that bullet just went all over me. I just looked like I'd been peppered with lead, and the gasoline was just pouring in. I'm just pouring in where they'd shot the wing up above. The windshield's gone. I mean, I didn't make blood, but it's just like a hailstorm. So I was
Airplanes stall or no?
I was in a stall anyway, and I didn't realize it, and I guess you wouldn't unless you trained for it. But when you're in a stall, the elevator is kind of flappy, and I didn't realize it. Now I thought they had shot the elevator cable too. So I thought, so I just reached over, switched it off, pulled the mixture, pulled everything, and in the river there was rocks about as big as this table. They were like the turtle back, all the way up until the waterfall. It was quite a pretty place. And I crashed straight onto it. If I get those rocks. And when I did the first time I hit, it came on. Then it bounced. The next time the nose came up and came under the plane. And I'm sitting there, I must have been unconscious. So Pedro's shaking me, come on, Roger, come on, Roger. I stepped out into the water, and here comes these folks that are all, they're still shooting. And a bullet or two hit the airplane. And I kept a 9mm Browning high power taped to the top of the radio in case I ever needed it. So, because you
One of those times.
Didn't want it in the airplane. It was just handy. I took and popped a few caps out of them. They ran and so we took off running, and then I looked, and Pedro's nearly shot off. They shot him on the side of the ankle, and he just blown out the other side. And it wasn't even hardly bleeding. It shocked him. So I took my T-shirt off, ripped it, tied it best I could.
But he had still bullets. So like you could still run.
I shot the top of my toenail off. Yeah. I shot it across my head and my kneecap. So I was just nicked. It was very painful later on. Right that time I didn't. It was just hot. There was a bullet killing pieces. So we went up the mountain, cactus, and just running. Just going out. No, let's go to Ross. Easy way. Let's go. And we came to an old donkey. She must have been 30 years old. Long, way back, long hair on her. Charlotte. He hit the donkey, jumped on. And we rode.
Like an actual donkey?
There were donkeys all over. Yeah, he knew that one. And so we rode. No problem. And we came to a little man flying a little horse and a little officer spotted. Yoke across her back this way, and he's flying with a plow amongst the donkeys. People here in the land. He had a little house there. And so his house and his wife and his daughter, they put like on on Pedro. It was terrible. And they poured diesel on him. Keeps flies off. He was about covered diesel. And left. And he was going all the way. Then about dark, he showed up with about 15 or 20 horses and mules working fast. And the doctor got out. He said, I'm Dr. Benjamin Sosa, Red Cross. And he worked on Pedro. He gave us a shot of morphine and tetanus shots. He said, you've got to get to hospital. He said, Pedro will die. Get to hospital. He said, they're looking for a pilot shot down. They think he's getting a pilot. And so I don't know how far miles come to a road, big truck, corn here. And they dug holes in that corn in it, covered it up. And the road was when I came to the highway, we went to a house and got me some clothes. Yes. And white basin. They must have 20 jugs of water different times. I kept washing and washing my foot till all the crud got up and put on those clothes. And somebody went, they said, you can't go north of the island. You got to go south. They found a taxi in Mazatlan, and it was around the new take me to Guadalajara, which was 8 hours south. That taxi, and they brought me up to sheets and pillows in the taxi and give me these great big white pain pillows, and I was white. And I was shot down in Colombia also.
What, can you tell that story?
I sure can. All right, I went down for a little marijuana, and we got to the place, and we got there too early, and the gorilla screamed, "You got to get out of here! You got to get out of here!" We went back to the place where we staged from, and refueled out. Fueled DC-3 carries 3 tons, and so while I was waiting, I ate some lunch and I went around behind the house. We refueled the plane up. I had to wait till late now, and they wanted me to come just in dark, so the military planes couldn't see me on their strip. So I'm laying in the hammock to sleep, and I hear this terrible, and I look right up at the trees, and they're gassed in. The 2 military jets go straight up. And they do a dive. They came back down the strip in front of that airplane, and they just tear it up with 50 caliber machine gun. They just show it. I run. I just give that guy $80,000 and for the truck, and all the rest of them ran for the truck. I should have ran for my money. I didn't. I ran for the air. And the co-pilot got in, and his name was Al. He got in with me, and 2 fellows got in the back. We had drums of fuel there to refuel. Got down to the gorilla. So we took off. And I couldn't get the gear up because I'd taken off in such a hurry. They pinned DC-3 big flags on them, and you have to take them up so the plane won't come up. So these jets swarmed on me, and they tried to get me to go. They kept telling me which way to go, and the pilot would be just as close as just right over there. I could see it. I just held up the old empty piece. I didn't think they would shoot. I really didn't. Nobody had shot before. So I kept flying out, and I kept getting slow. It kept slowing down, and the black smoke. And then they started shooting up under me. Boom, 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 20 millimeter cannons, and then the tracer just going up. They looked like they're curving up. I mean, I pushed the nose over, so they couldn't get under me. Later on, I heard they tried to ram them. So one of them went for fuel, and I kept on going, and one just toward the left wing tip of 50 caliber. And he come back again and shot the tail out. He's warning me. And I tell the fellow in there, I says, you know, you bring me enough water, I believe I can fly this thing. My mouth got quite dry. So, and I landed on a big pasture. And it was huge pasture. And it was rougher than it looked. And the wings just flapped. And I come to a stop and jumped out and pulled those tabs out on the ground so I could get my gear up. And I understand that during the 1980 World Series baseball game, it was just American DC-3 just shot down by American jets. Back when shot down on he's up and away, ladies and gentlemen. I took off again, and I went into a thunderstorm, and they came close to the mountain. So I spiraled up, and every time I'd come out, that jet was there bleeding. And I dove back into that storm in there. At 20,000 feet, I started icing up. I went out one last time, and he was back there, and he had me on radar. So I went back in, and I kicked it over and put it into a spin and went straight down to 2,000 feet, come out under it, and I was flying along by the river. And there was 20 feet of like a pasture grass. I made several runs to tear the grass down, and it looked like it fit hard. DC-3 weighs 30,000. I put it down on the 5th run. I said, all right, now. And that's
They flew like close.
so I put the wheels down.
Oh, you put them down
About
without
half a mile, and just I'm making
wear down your. Okay. So you're being track fights. Yeah, he's just trying to well, before that, I'm just like retelling the story of how insane. So he's trying to shoot him down, and there's a thunderstorm you're escaping into, and then you do a spin down to 2,000 feet, whatever you said, like somehow escaping all of this, and then you try to land on a pasture, a giant heavy plane that carries by touching down 5 or 6 times to make a landing strip for yourself.
Yeah, the grass is okay. So it was really good. I fell a few times. Then just before it stopped, I said, now take your feet off. And I don't have my feet on the brakes. Well, I knew I bust. And I put full power on, but it didn't. That old big plane just come on down, and it just did a head. As it came to a stop, it did a headstand. 90 degrees to the ground. And the engine held it up. The nose all just crushed in right on it. We fell between the two seats. Wow. And when it come to a stop, all that fuel was pouring out on the hot engine, and there's a escape hatch at the top. I just stepped out, took my suitcase with me.
And it was there fire?
No fire. I left the plane there, and the two guys that were back when I broke it, they were barrels, and they had to put a hoses, tie gas hoses together to shimmy down to get out. So
that's an incredible.
Well, let me just take to it. I learned to fly with the idea of being a missionary pilot and fly the missionaries into the jungle. Well, I went 11 days through that jungle. The rest of them went on down the road and got went to prison. I said, I'll crawl on my belly 6 months to a year, eating snakes before I'm going down. So I went there, and I was 11 days in the jungle. And I finally came to a place, and in that airplane, I kept asking the Indian, just don't have it. I want to steal an airplane and get out of there. And when I came to the place, I asked, what is this place? Lovely place. It was like Honolulu in World War II. On the way there, he said, you don't. This is Loma Linda, headquarters for Missionary Aviation Fellowship, the Amazon. And they flew me out.
You escaped prison 5 times? So what stands out to you as difficult or miraculous escape in the bunch?
The most miraculous was when I was in the courtroom in Spain. I think I was on the 3rd floor, real high, and I ran across the courtroom, handcuffed, kicked the window out. I looked down, and it was above the palm trees. I thought there might be a power line or something I could grab them down. There was nothing, and there was a car parked, a station wagon on the.
You jumped out?
I jumped out from 31 feet on top of that car, and it exploded in the street. The windshield went up 3 or 4 cars. It looked like snow going up. I looked like Donald Duck in handcuffs, and I got out.
I just kept running.
Yeah, I kept running. They ran me down, hit me in the back. I still got a dead spot in the back. The policeman hit me with a shotgun, and they brought me back. Marty was there. He said, your husband is crazy. That was spectacular. I escaped Lubeck, maximum security prison, and I cut out of there and got out. That was a miraculous escape. In Lubeck, Germany.
What was that escape like?
I was there, but it was when to extradite me back to the United States, where I still had all these charges and 25 years special parole. And I was cleaning the lawyer's visiting room, and on it was bars that looked like piano notes or displays to make it pretty. There was a little bit. I got a rope guide where they made boats in there, and I had 20 minutes. So I went in there and I wrapped it around, and I put a broom handle in it that was cut off and wrapped it around till it pulled the bars together on that side. And I pulled them together on the other side. But that only put me inside the prison yard where the soccer equipment was kept. But they were putting new windows on one side of the prison, and they had it scaffolded up to the floor. So there was a set there, and there were guard towers at 100 feet or so. I mean, they were shooting kids. So I got behind that and climbed up on one hand and the scaffolding on the other, and went to the roof. I lost my shirt, clothes. I got all the skin off. I thought it was tied. I was trying to guess and took all the skin off of me. So I got up on that roof, and I got asthma. I just be there trying to catch my breath. Bring man. So
with blood everywhere.
Oh, buddy. So I got down to the end, and the reason I did it, they was putting a new wall in around the prison to make it larger, and they had taken all wire off of the sally port where they could join the two walls together. And I saw that one came up, and there was a guard, half of like a dome sticking out of that brick building. The guard there was a kid, and he was surely trained. We got some bad people in that place. So I lay up with one foot above it, and I saw a wife come down. Here I am without a shirt on, and she had a little boy with him under that double underwear. I knew him because she started back to the valley. I hit the top of that guard tower, bam, feet, and I jumped. I guess 3 more forward. I jumped there with a pile of sand, like a cone, digging it there. I hit that, and my feet bared up to the knees, but I didn't fall. And I ran straight towards her so he couldn't shoot. And then I went around some bushes and went downhill. And then I heard bam, 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 bam behind me. And I looked, that little woman was in a big old car, and she was knocking down the parking meters behind me. She was trying to run over. I ran behind a car, and she tore the fender off of her car, trying to yell and yapping a terrible evil-looking face at me, screaming at me. Sirens going off in the prison. And there was a fence there, a wall. And I jumped up on it to jump over. It had glass in it, and I cut my hands and my arms all up getting over that. And I hit the ground on the other side, and it was that book. Some farmer had dug it. I dug in there, and Marty had slipped me $200 into prison. And I had that in my shoe and lost my shoes in that book. Anyway, I got out there and got really heck of a.
What was prison, Germany or Australia? What were the darker prisons?
The United States prisons are awful evil places. There's nothing nice about them. There's guards
in LA,
but and everyone too. It seemed like the further east I went, and it was nicer. All of them on the west coast, there was hatred there. They got really stupid people hired. Just incredible
hatred by the guards.
And the inmates. I speak Spanish, and I walked into the Spanish TV room, and it was in your note. You can't come. And I walked across to the flag. Hey, get out of here. My boy, it was just like, I like all you people, you know?
Yeah.
And I walked down to the white people and said, show us your paperwork. You can't come in here until you show your paperwork. We don't let snitches and homosexuals and all this sort of stuff in here. So it's man, I don't want to be in here.
I mean, it sounds absurd, but you're saying like basic humanity is gone.
Completely. And the guards, it's just like, come here, will you? And I walk up to him, get the fuck out of my face. Sticks his chin out like me to break his jaw. Like, in the world, man. I love people. It's just,
yeah, you joy.
Yeah.
And it didn't seem like that broke you.
Not a bit.
How did you persevere?
I didn't even think I persevered, but I tried to enjoy my life. I ran every day, like I told you. Hey, why do you run so rough? You help me suffer. And I played a game of chess every day, almost. And I read. And I talk with people, storytellers, guys who come in and tell us another story, Roger. Tell us one you never told us before. And so it was just nice. A lot of them have original voice. They picked their country music, and it was all right.
Red, Morgan Freeman's character in The Shawshank Redemption, does the following. These worlds are funny. First you hate them, then you get used to them. Enough time passes to get depend on them. That's institutionalized. Is there truth to that?
100%. I didn't see the except when I was planning on escape.
In Shawshank Redemption, he spent so many years in prison that he almost didn't know what to do with himself once he was a free man. You get so used to the system, the rituals, having to follow orders, even treated poorly, all those kinds of things, and you become dependent on them.
Well, down in Australia, I spent the first a little over a year in the shoe. It was like, did you see the movie, Silence of the Lambs? That's the movie. And he's there. I had five or six cars looking at me in the one-way mirror. And that's whenever I thought I might never get out. I got a life sentence. I had all the time waiting here in Germany. And so that's, they got a computer in there, but it didn't have a programmer. And so I just started writing these little stories of stuff I did in my life. I wrote one line, and I wrote a million words with them looking at me. So it was after a year they let me out. It wasn't long before they put me in a place called self-care. And particularly, I was in what they call the Lifers Pod. There was 268 men in self-care there. And it was unbelievably good that we were left alone. Basically, they was there for the guards. They had their shack. We had an apartment building, and 6 men to the unit. Joan, key to it, kitchen, dining room, freezer, refrigerator. And they allowed you $360 a week to buy groceries. And I cooked for about 16 years, and learned to cook good. And the people and other people have their specialties, and so that was quite. It wasn't so like being in prison. Somewhat living in it different. And I had some good fights. You don't get along with everybody. But then whenever I came back to the United States, I was laughing, talking. And when I got off the plane in LA, I had three marshals with me from Australia. I was slammed beside the wall. I mean, hard, put handcuffs on and handcuffs so tightly. You know, face forward, lands apart. Good. Walk me up 50 steps, turned me over to the marshals. They took part of that off. Border Patrol. Over my marijuana charge in 1977. I did 11 years for parole violation. Now they want me for parole violation. And they put me in, down in Los Angeles, they put me in, the marshals put me in there, and they put me in isolation. What in the world? They got me in isolation. Doing anything.
How long did you spend in isolation?
More than 6 months. So I, after 3 or 4 days, the little Judas window slide open, and a nice-looking man in a suit come there. Hello, Reeves. Just want to see what you look. I saw your National Geographic documentary, and it does me pleasure to keep isolation. He's left the thing, and I couldn't get out of there. By law, U.S. regulations give you a year and a day. Or he paid a lawyer $7,500. And he never picked up the phone. Somebody got to him.
Who's that somebody, you think?
Christopher Cannon name, and I don't got to him. He didn't do anything to get me. I got 1 15-minute phone, and I couldn't get out. So then after 6 months, they shipped me put me on Con Air. Double shackled, black box on my hands. And I went to Oklahoma. They let me out on the floor. I couldn't imagine that I could call after a couple of days. And they said, there's a man here from Washington give you a parole here, and you only got here at 3:30. So he left. He said he'd be back next year. What? I've been in there over 6 months. So then there was a lovely little lady. She was case manager or something. She said, you can ask record. So please did. She said, I sent them an email, and the next day I got my parole. 90 days later, they sent me to Terminal Island in the place there with the influence, I guess, I was old as I am, 78 years old, and people there dying and wheelchairs and legs off and arms off, cancer. So I was in there and I pushed around, and I went come out to chow hall there, and I went to go to the right to get me a haircut. 2 Mexican guys there walk between like I could outrun you. And they slammed me, put me on the ground, and cut me and put me in the shoe. I got out, man, and back in the place, they treated me well. So I got in no trouble, and they put me back in the shoe, and I wouldn't come out. They had that the virus was out killing people, so they killed 8 people in that unit I was. So, I mean, I wouldn't even come out to take a shower. I had a little straw that the sink, and I'd take a sock I had and scrub myself with it with soap and a glass of water on my head and then clean the floor up.
That was your time during the coronavirus pandemic.
They came out last April, right in the middle. They were dying bad. So I was treated worse for that last year, and I was 20 years and 18 years in old trade.
And then you were a free man at the end of that year.
They put me out at home, and the parole officers couldn't even come. They weren't working. They were just video. But have a drink. So after a year, I had to take psychiatric treatment every week. I had to go talk to a psychologist. And me and her got along. She was a good Christian. We just chatted and talked. I think they said I'd be in the bottle every week. And I said, I've been in 33 years. How many piss tests do you think I've had? Never been dirty. The only thing y'all want to clean with come get me.
Before I talk to you about love, ask a difficult question. You write in your book, I don't consider myself much of a criminal. I lie, cheat, or steal, and I always take up for the underdog. Violence makes me sick. Yet I know I'm an outlaw, and those that break the law will be punished. I think many people listen to this, or some people see you as a criminal, as a bad man, increase the amount of suffering in this world. What do you have to say to them?
I would like to tell them that they have been indoctrinated by the spin of news and politicians, and they don't know the truth of the situation. You lay the truth out there, and it will let me up. Besides something else that's false, and it's staggering. Truth is that I was a tobacco farmer, and tobacco kills 500,000 people a year in America, and 6 million have debilitated cause. Drugs, all drugs combined, kill between 10 and 15,000 people a year by overdose, and 60% of those are pharmaceutical. Now then, when I was a tobacco farmer, come sit on the front pew, Mr. Reeves. Come on up here. You're a gentleman. You just joined the Masonic Lodge and you joined our church. Just come on and sit down with good people. You grow 2 marijuana plants. Get out of here, you scumbag. Marijuana, anyway. It's just, that's the truth of it.
And so, in your career, you walked amidst violence, but you never participated in.
I didn't even see it. Just didn't happen around me. In prison, it did. I saw people, they called me doc. I tell them false. One time I had to get a blatant, I did keep my patient from getting again. I don't just think about it. I shot at those people. I shot at them to keep them from killing me. I certainly didn't mean to kill them. So that's just, some people are evil. They will kill you, hurt you, lie to you. I just don't do any of that. This makes you sick. I've seen it. I was in the shoe. 3 guys tried to kill the guy. I stabbed him so many times, but they stabbed blinking him. Blood getting out of the room. Like, you don't kill him. You don't kill him. Saved his life. Drug him up there where the guards could see him. The stuff like that. I'm just not of that nature. People just, there's people born I believe.
It is heartbreaking to hear that the basic humanity in the United States. That's heartbreaking because that basic humanity is actually the light at the end of the tunnel that saves us, opposed to absent that destroys.
The prisons are filled, absolutely filled with people that have some mental. Now, you see Tent City all the way up in there. I guarantee you, every one of those people have some degree, however little it is, they're a little bit off. Now, when you get a DEA that wants to make a name for himself, he goes in there and gets 2 of them to sell 2 grams of methamphetamine to the other, and he gets a conviction. And a young prosecutor, he gets a conviction. He wants to make a judge. Then we got the judge, and I'm going to give $1 million. Gilbert, I'm going to give men 1 million years. You get fools like that in charge. You you're going to fill prisons up with, you know, and those are the ones. And then the other is people over drugs. And drugs should be a health issue. It's, you can't, you cannot police it enough. It's just they know like the only thing that overdoses is opioids, the heroin. And if they can give it to them, it costs about $1 a day to static is fixed. They'll get a methadone, which is pharmaceutical, which is just as bad. Why in the world? Tried it all over Portugal, England, and what they do, the girls clean up. No more stolen cars. Why? Who wants to keep this farce going? They just perpetuating it. Like, oh, every little these are getting all these suits and armor, machine guns. It's just like, oh, it's such a sin. It's sad.
Do you think all drugs should be legalized?
I don't know about that, but they certainly should be controlled. If a person is an addict, he should be able to go down and get his fix. Somebody there to help him with a needle and a glass of orange juice. It's so much cheaper than prison, cheaper than stealing cars or prostitute having to go. That's sad.
You've lived one heck of a life. Looking back, there's a lot of young people that listen to this, high school, college students. What advice would you give them? How to live, how to have a successful career, how to have a good life, how to be a good man or woman.
To be a good man or woman, if I had it to do with, I'll just tell you what I'd have done. I would have paid attention and studied my lesson. Did the best I could. Go in school, yes, and went as far as I could have. I would have liked to be a doctor. I just didn't have the stickability or anybody to tell me, hey, go and do that. And if you can do that at a very young age, start in a trade, learn to do something. Doesn't matter what it is. If you learn, there is, and I would say that in prison system, come in and you get a thief, young person's a thief, robber, and you say, all right, we need carpenters, we need plumbers, we need electricians. Some of that trade. If you get an A+ in that, where you can go out and make you $30, $50 an hour, you go home. Now you can mess around 10 years if you want to, or you can do this in 2. I think that's just a prison. But anyway, I would say that they find somebody true to them. That we have, just be honest and true in your life.
You mean like relationships?
Relationships, yes. I mean, many people, particularly our children, are from relationships where they're not wanted. They're divorced. Their father's left. They don't know who their daddy is. They just in foster homes. 500,000 children in foster homes. And we have, and our government inadvertently isn't encouraging the people. My daughter is a doctor, and she delivered a couple years ago a baby from a 10-year-old child. That child, and she said, individual 4 generations, all of them on welfare. Now we got one. It reminds me of Elvis Presley's song, "You Get to."
So for an individual, learn a trade, become a craftsman,
Yes,
and find somebody to love and love.
that's right. Have a family and stick with it. Surely you're gonna get angry. You're gonna get disappointed. You're gonna get all come back, make up when you go to sleep.
Well, I did half of those things. I got the first one, working on the second one, so I appreciate the advice. Well, Ari, thank you so much for doing this. Can you tell me the story of how you met?
Well, my parents every summer would go to the lake in Canada, and the place was called Turkey Point, which is on Lake Erie, and just have a nice summer holiday there, water skiing, swimming, sunbathing back in the 60s. And I was sitting on the pier with a few girlfriends and telling them my story, and then all of a sudden I looked up and I saw this figure in the distance coming onto the pier. Now we're all dressed in bathing suits, swimwear, and we're swimming and this, that, and the other. And here he comes, dark trousers, in fact they were black, white shirt, and a tie, and a straw kind of a Panama hat. And, so he stood out. And so I invited him to come and sit down. And so he continued to talk, and we just talked and talked and talked, and then later moved to the beach. And I think the next time I saw him, he was talking to another girl, and I thought, yeah, I know. I said, okay, next. Well, about 6 months later, I received a letter, and it's a letter from Roger. And then we start this lovely correspondence, and we just start writing. In those days, we just wrote everything. And then the next summer, he was coming up again. He was on his way to Alaska, and he says, I would like to come by and see you. And I said, well, I'll be in the same place that I met you last year. And so when he came up this time, for some reason, Roger reached for my hand and I reached for his, and man, that was it. It was like love at first touch. It was just like a silence, and oh my gosh. And we didn't look at each other. It was just, oh my goodness, what happened here? And I was the type of person, I never wanted to get married, not way, way, way down there, never have any children. And I wanted to see the world first and then do all that, And
that was it. That was love.
Yeah.
Ever since.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is about the love that two of you have for each other is it had to persevere through quite a heck of a journey. So, how did Roger's drug smuggling change the nature of your love, your relationship?
Well, Lex, that remained steadfast. It endured. And since Roger's been home, I think we've rekindled the love that we had when we first met.
You know what?
But I think my faith, my steadfast faith, and also the fact that Roger and I communicated. We wrote letters. He never complained. I know there were the children there. He never had mistreated me. I love this guy, and we had a lot of experiences. Even
He's
though
good-looking, charismatic,
Yeah, and he was adventurous, and would you say that again? But yes, it was just. I know, I missed him physically, but we were just so strong in spirit, and we could talk to one another. Yeah.
Well, what was it like, Roger, when you're a free man, seeing Mari for the first time in person again?
I cried for days. Everything I looked at a picture of her. I came home and she prepared a meal for me. And it was the old oak table that I'd redone, and the chairs, same one, the green placemats, and the same china that we had, and the same silverware. And it just all of it just brought back the same things on the wall. Just like my table after 35 years, she had all my clothes clean and my shoes shined in it. I put the shoes on and I walked out on the strings on it. And the shirts and all fit perfect and everything. So it was just wonderful. And just to see her, and then just to see her picture of her 50th birthday or 60th birthday or her 70th. That was it. And the picture of her with the children, it just started breaking. And about the third day, I thought, man, you got to. So I got it. Quit the tears. Everything was just pulsating with life. It was just unbelievable. It really was.
Is there do you regret the drug smuggling that took you away from the woman you love?
Oh, yes. 100%. Yes. I wouldn't have done it again. You don't think you're going to get caught. And it's just I did it money, and I had everything in the world I wanted. I did that.
So the adventure, I mean, it was one heck of an adventure for the two of you, both of you.
Yes.
Were you able to enjoy it, or was it always danger? Was it always something that threatened your relationship, your love, your family? Or were you able to enjoy the adventure? You know, we'll all die. Sure, that adventure.
Whenever I did the first one, $10,000, and that was just about 2 years paid take home. I put that home.
I put my hand over my mouth. I said,
Shook it on the
Roger,
head.
I can't believe
All the
this.
money started. Oh my! What in the world?
And Roger said, let's go have dinner. And so we went to the restaurant that we would go to, you know. And he said, don't you dare look on the right hand side of the menu. Just order anything you want. And it was just as we were in the restaurant, you know, we were giddy about it. Yeah, I was giddy about it. And
were you afraid that? I mean, did you think about the fact that it's illegal and Roger could end up in prison?
Oh yes.
Did you guys talk about it?
Well, I kind of thought I was bulletproof. I mean, they didn't catch you. I thought if they didn't catch you, you was all right. It was hard to get you. It's hard to catch you in the head.
You never thought?
I didn't know that you're told on you 5 years later you still
right.
That's the problem. I didn't.
Did you guys ever talk about walking away?
I asked Roger to walk away, and he just, I can't, Mario, just now, you know. And then of course the amount of people that he began to support, family and gifts and the deal, yes, the deals, yes. And then you always want to do, what do you do with the money? You know, so you want to, I guess you clean it up. You want to invest in an enterprise or in a business. Well, it just doesn't work. They know the source of it, and they take it and run. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's very generous, extremely generous, benevolent,
and when I started, I would ask him. I went to a lawyer, and a good people, a number of people in California at that time wanted to legalize marijuana. I did it. And I went to a lawyer, and I said, "This lawyer put $100 on it. What would they do if they caught me bringing marijuana?" He said, "Do you have a criminal record?" I said, "No. I've never had a speeding ticket. Nothing. Not even a traffic ticket." He said, "You work for the fire department?" I said, "No, sir." He said, "Get probation. The worst you'll do is you'll get 1 year. You spend 4 months raking leaves on military base." So my father died some years before, and my mother and baby sister came out. I took them down to Disneyland. They weren't you. I said, "I'm hauling pot, Mom." And how much you making? I was making $40,000. You think I want? And she said, "What do they do if they catch you?" And I told her what the lawyer said. 4 months at the most, breaking leaves. I said, "What do you think?" She said, "Do you need a co-pilot, son?"
Yeah. Needs money.
Yeah.
Is your relationship persevered through some big challenge? Is there advice you can give about what makes for a successful relationship?
Well, you know, I think the initial igniting, meeting someone, you know, that's love. That's it. And that little fire just burning and burning and burning. You can't put it out, no matter what. It's the love fire.
But it gets difficult.
It does.
It's funny, the love fire. So you're saying the love fire is all it takes. It's difficult.
Well, no, that's a huge part of it. And also, I contribute my individual situation to, in order to endure the prison years, is my faith.
Faith in God?
Yes. And friends who are unconditionally still love me no matter what. Yes.
So, you love around you.
I do. And my children, they, you know, and that was the real purpose. to guide them and to love them and to help them become citizens.
What advice would you?
I just don't know how to do it. I do know that you have to work on the relationship.
Mhm.
I had problems. I mean, we could really.
You guys get in fights?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
But certainly, so
We're the same and yet we're so different. Yeah.
Like little stuff.
little stuff.
Yeah.
And it might be big, but I usually won't grow.
Yeah.
But anyhow, I just feel like Mario was always there. It was like she was my anchor, and I was coming home. I was always coming home to her, to it. And you can see throughout my life, I'm working on there.
Are you afraid for his life?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. There were times. Yeah. But I had faith in him. He was an excellent pilot. For example, I always said, Roger, if the ship's going down, I'm jumping in the lifeboat with you because I know we're going to get to shore. You will save us. And so I have that faith in him. I mean, he's the man, but yet he's the one you want to get into the lifeboat with.
Definitely. But then there's Pablo Escobar, one of the most dangerous in history, plus U.S. government.
Yep.
Very difficult. Very difficult to get away. In terms of your faith, how does your faith help you be the woman you are in your relationship and seeing love the way you see it?
Well, I think my faith gives me hope. I have lots of hope. It helps me to dwell on the good side. Whenever I meet someone and there's negative, I try to see why they are like that or what's the source of all that. And I try to pull out the good. I really do. Not that I'm a goody goody, but that's what your faith does. You see them as God sees us.
How has he changed over the years?
Roger?
Yeah.
He's still the same. Actually, I like him better now. He's a little calmer.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, yes. And happy to be, at home or say, Mari, I am so happy to be with you here in this condominium. I'm content because I used to call him my homing pigeon. I just have to let him fly. I couldn't, he has to fly, but he always can.
Do you think about the end of the ride, our mortality? Do you think about your death?
I do. Particularly, I'm going to have a heart valve replacement in about 7 days where I could not make it. It's a very serious operation, and I think about that very much. And I ask for peace. I just lost my brother about 10 days ago, so unexpectedly. And that really makes you think of your mortality.
Are you afraid?
Somewhat and yet not. Yeah. I want to live, Lex. I want to live.
Life is fun.
Yes.
Do you think about your death?
I have visions. I have visions in hell, and I'm very, very clear. Like what I have seen in the future. I call it wormholes, or in the Old Testament they call it prophets, but I see sometimes in the future around the corner. It's clear as right here.
What's that look?
I was on a porch, and I believe I was in Central American place. I was a man with khaki pants, white shirt, and a chair with a wide arms and straight, and there's like beams coming out above my head on the porch. And I have out of body experiences also, and I came out of my body. I just floated out of my body and went into a meeting. And I believe that's probably what happened.
You talk about like it's in your past.
This is my future.
But this is something he has seen, in the past.
I know, but
Yeah.
It happened, and yet that will happen. Both are true.
It's just unbelievable. And I don't know how many people have it, but I have it. I walked out of my body just like It's where I could come up to you and set up on the radio. I used to be at work on the railroad. I had it there.
What do you think? What the heck is going on in this universe that's possible?
Oh, I don't know, but it's certainly phenomenal to happen. And there's a guy, Bill Monroe, that wrote the book on Out of the Body. He tells about it. And who was the guy that writes The Alchemist? Those things,
Coelho.
he has them also just like that. And he tells about how it happens to him. Mine happens differently. But you certainly can come out of your body.
What do you think the meaning of this life is? Maybe from your faith, but also from just the amazing adventure that you go through. How do you make sense of why the heck we're here?
I don't know. It's just kind of like you are. Even when I was a child, I was like different from other people. You know, and boy, I was like, I don't know.
Could you put into words how you're different, or
yeah, like my brother. I mean, if his hands clean and his shoes shine, and here I was barefooted catching a wild hog or a rat, a horse trying to get it down.
I saw pictures of you climbing trees.
Yes. Always something like that. Yeah. It just, well, I don't know. Just that, and I noticed that something about me is sometimes in prison there'd be a knife fight, and people, you see them rough guys that turn white from it. I just kind of almost like smile. I mean, when they come at me, I'm turning white, but it doesn't bother me. Prison didn't bother me.
You don't know what the heck the meaning is. No, you're a bit different than the others. And then maybe, well, maybe the point is you want to realize that madness flourish, that uniqueness flourish. That's the whole point of life. We're all different, like very interesting ways. And the more different you are, you want to let that. You want to let that become. You want to let it be. It's
like a garden. All the different.
Yeah. You did mention you weren't sure if there's free will or not. Do you think it's all predetermined, or do you think we make our own choices?
I just said it.
Yes, I agree.
I know spirits living in this flesh. That's beyond a shadow of a doubt. If you walk out and have out of experience,
The body, temporary
The spirit lives on eternally with no end. That's hard to fathom. Yeah, this is just this is a shell to contain that spirit. You know, this is the way we work on Earth. You know, but yeah, I know I'm an eternal being. So are you?
Do you think there's a why? You know, do you think there's a meaning? But
I think the why is beyond my capability of understanding. It's one greater than me. I don't understand it, but it's awesome. I just know that it's awesome. And one day we will know the answer. We get to that cross over to the other side. I think we will understand clearly. It says, you know, now we see through glass darkly. But then when we are face to face, God, we will understand.
Until we know, just enjoy beautiful life.
Yes.
We got it.
And we're meant.
That was my gift. Yeah. I love everybody, everything. I do, and I'm sorry if I put a stumbling. I love it too. But these are these things that I just think about. Oh, what a hypocritical world we live in, though. Like almost anybody that I do, they say, okay, he's a drug dealer, and I would say most of them have committed adultery. That's a cardinal sin. And yet they move prompted me from moving marijuana or cocaine across the road. Yeah, it's just if you saw the two different things, what a terrible difference it is. We become conditioned. Bad society that we have.
You mentioned that your daughter, Miriam, wrote you a poem. Do you mind reading it?
I'd be glad to. I was doing 11 years up in Lombard Penitentiary, maximum security prison, for parole violation for possession of marijuana in 1977. They should have given me 6 months. They gave me a year because they called silent B. Anyhow, while I was in that dungeon, I received a letter from my daughter called Daddy's Poem. A year ago, I became a poet. I wrote your birthday. Here I am today, ready to give it a. I'd like to wish you a very happy birthday to me, and to thank you so much about you. I want to say that your support has been immense. It has been true, honest, loving, and free of all pretense. Thirdly, it goes without saying, love has surpassed all my wrongs, and you always made me smile. One of your old country songs. I can remember on Cuervo, Daddy, you hold me in your arms as you sang Jeffrey's song. I can see you walking through the door. One of you traveled far and wide. The thought of you coming home, Daddy, kept between your heart. I can smell you as I used to climb into your bed, and you would talk to me again about one of the adventures that you had. I can see me and Mario, one of your airplanes extraordinaire, and wondering to myself why there wasn't an available chair. I remember having to meet you, worrying that you wouldn't be there, but you would pop up from behind some counter and give us all a happy scare. You gave us presents in Key Biscayne, the hotel's pleasure, and 3 dozen roses as we came through the airport door. I can see your face in Amsterdam at the luggage carousel. It looked like a sea, just dying to tell. You taught me mathematics in the sands of faraway places, and taught me to sail at traces. We climbed glaciers in Argentina, the beautiful caves, and witnessed the majestic beauty of such a Jacqueline maze. I learned how to change gears on the dirt roads of Brazil. We ate hot dogs in Paraguay, a memory we smile over still. We talked about lions, elephants, and bears on a hacienda in Uruguay. Decided it was better to Europe. Bye. World and all its love. What a good time it was. From South America to the Krasnoyarski, I think we fell in love. The European jaunt, well, it is considered a book in itself. It's a story about beauty and knowledge, suspense, and worldly wealth. Holland to Sweden, France to Spain. I promise you I have no. I would definitely do it all again. I would see the world with you anytime, sir. There's no doubt in my mind, because being by your side, Daddy, always ensures our time. So our paths took a turn. We're back in the U.S. But life here isn't too bad. I'm content to stay. I'm happy to be near you, although I'm not as close as I was before. Because of your love and encouragement, I've been able to open doors. I'm grateful to be in. I'm genuinely happy where I am. And I even like when you call and tell me to study for the next exam. But life, Daddy, is a true magical. We already have so many stories to tell. Too many to list. But I want to thank you again this day. Very happy birthday to you. To tell you just a few more things that are hard to be true. I love you, Daddy. All of your wrongs and your rights. That you're the head of our family. Kept us all bound tight. That you have honest love in your heart for God and all mankind. And you truly do believe in yourself. You say it will all be fine. I know you'll be there to catch me if ever I waver or slip. I put you as captain on any sinking ship. I also know what the chapter is written. It's almost time to sail another sea and witness a brand new dawn. It'll be good to see you at the helm as you point out our destination. To laugh and dance on the upper deck while the boat glides through. It'll be good to see you on the go, as I know you like to be. To know you can open any door, any key. But while we revel in our days together, we will know better than to hurry. Because as you told me many times, life is an incredible journey. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Roger, I'm really honored that you take the time to visit me in Texas and talk with me. Thank you so much, Roger. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
And real pleasure.
Yes.
Beautiful. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Roger Reeves. Thank you to Noom, Allform, ExpressVPN, Four Sigmatic, and Aid Sleep. Check them out in the description to support this podcast. And now, we leave you with some words from Pablo Escobar. All empires are created blood, fire. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. How did you finally get caught?
I resigned in 1988. So
Let's actually talk about that.
okay, yeah.
Resign, warning sign.
Yeah.
There's yet another choice, yet another crossroads.
Yes. Okay.
Calculation, what was the choice?
To give a little background, it was 1988, and I thought they would my time in the U.S. would end because I thought 10 to 12 years it was already past 10 years. No indication that they indicated that they said we're done, you're done. But from 1988, I got this one thing that I never wanted to see. So we had a signal that either one of those diplomat agents could send at a spot that I could pass by every day, or I could send where they would pass by, like on their way from where they live to the United Nations plants, just drive. So, and mine was my signal spot for me was on a team for the elevated A train green, and it was morning in December that I walked by there and didn't even look at it, and I never expected anything. And there was this red dot with the size of my fist with a red paint. And since you have done it already, I think I can curse in this moment because the only way I can really indicate how I felt, I said, "Oh shit," because that was the danger signal. It was like you are in real danger. You need to get out of the country as soon as possible. There was a protocol that I was follow. I wasn't even supposed to go home. I just was supposed to get my reserve documents that I had hidden in a park in the Bronx and make a beeline to the Canadian border. I wasn't ready, so I just ignored this thing. I mean, I couldn't ignore it, but I went on to work. Got on the A train, went to work, and then went to my cubicle and stared at the computer screen all day because I couldn't think. I could think only about what to do. The reason for this indecisiveness was that I was a father at the time. My little girl by the name of Chelsea was 18 months old, and I was there when she was born. I took her to the home. I watched her grow up. I watched her take the first steps and always look at me with these big eyes, lovingly look at me. And that is when I started my re-entry into the human race because I just fell in love with this girl. That's when love came back, and it was completely unexpected. And a lot of fathers, and particularly fathers of girls, who understand what happened there. And I still thought I need to go back because there was probably some danger, but I hadn't figured out how to take care of it. Leave her, but need to have a good life and have a chance. And my mother she was from South America, fourth grade education. That would not work very well. So I played for time. I obviously I could be sick. I could, I could be in a hospital. There was where I communicated for 3 weeks. So I just did nothing. That was on a Monday. On a Thursday was my regular shortwave transmission. And they explained in a few sentences. We have reason to believe that the FBI is on the case. You need to execute the emergency procedure. Come home right away. I still had some time because the radio could be broken or the transmission was bad, or they still could be in a hospital. Right? So I gave myself some more time. And then something happened where they forced my hand. The only time that they changed it was anywhere near me. So I'm waiting for the A train on a dark morning still in Queens, and the short man in a black trench coat comes up to me from my right, and he whispers into my ears, "You gotta come back, or else you're dead." I can't imitate the Russian accent, so now, and it was a pretty strong accent. The "you're dead" phrase can have two meanings, and an American would have said, "or else you're busted," or else you get arrested, or else you're dead is very strong. So now you have to take it seriously to some degree, because I know that they did they had a history of assassinating, or at least trying to assassinate defectors. So that obviously raised the stakes a little. But I just talked myself into believing this was just bad phrasing. And but at this point, I knew and they knew that we both knew, right? So there was no more guessing. He found me. He talked to me. I know. So now I had to act. The next for execute that operation, but they would give me money and passport. There was in a park on Staten Island. There was a location I found and I described, and I was always praised for my ability to describe spots that are easy to find. So that was a given. So, and the only thing that was different in this operation, they scheduled it for the dark. All right. So, but it was still no problem because it was in a park and a couple of about 100 yards in, next to one tree. It would be hard to miss. I go to Staten Island. I read the signal that said I put the container in the drop. That is the protocol. There's the signal that the person who hands over something puts at a spot not too far from the spot itself. That means I would go in and pick it up. The reason I actually went pick up this container because there was money in it. So I didn't have to make a decision yet. Okay? I could throw away the passport. It was like I was still trying to figure out what to do. So I get to the spot, I get to the tree, and I had a flashlight with me. The park, there was nobody. Even during the day, this park was more open. And I don't see the container. It was supposed to be a crushed oil can, pretty sizable, hard to lift. And I do a double take and again, I look around for see if they misplaced it. Can't find it. That's the only one of those operations. And that just doesn't make a lot of sense. When as I'm walking away from it, like sort of emotional, I said to myself, I'm staying. Yeah, that kind of they kind of use that decision was made for me. Now you know that I'm a Christian now, and I think it was like God told me, you know. But it was that was it. Was it? And so what I did to well, first of all, divine intervention helped me to find a good explanation. I said my last letter, secret writing. I communicated. I wish I could come, but I can't because I have contracted HIV/AIDS. That was the best lie ever because nobody wanted to have AIDS in their country. That's right. And I knew when I was back in Moscow how they were snickering going on in the United States. You know, the crave culture, and you deal with them, and they're killing each other. Crave culture. Yes. No, and I was convincing enough. I even traced it back to a girlfriend that I had really reported on that. I interacted with a lady who had a boyfriend at one point with a drug addict. Affected me. So they believed it. They sent. I asked them to give my dollar savings to German family. They gave them, but they told my family that I already passed away, that dead. They believed it 100%. And I guess the agent took the money, took half of it himself. So that was it. And the next 3 months, I made sure that I wasn't reliably the same spot in the same time frame. So I went to work in different paths at different times. Safety net. Not you, but you know, it kept allowed me to keep my sanity. And obviously after I the letter, I hit the radio Hudson River, destroyed the one-time pads that I still had. So I was now ready to a new life and live out my life as an American, undiscovered, but you know, starting to work on my version of the American dream. And the first action was telling my wife, mother of the child, you know, she always wanted to have a house. Said, you know what, you should buy a house. And a year later, we moved into the suburbs, and then I said, we had a child. We had another child. So, and I had a career. I did pretty well. I moved a couple of times, wound up in a McMansion. But before that, my second house was actually in Pennsylvania, rural Pennsylvania. This is where I was discovered by the FBI. And how did they know about me? If it hadn't been for this inspector, Vasily Mitrokin, who was an archivist in the KGB archive, he was actually pretty high level. He was the relocation of the archive from New Bianca to Casanova. And he really hated he had reason to believe he hated the Soviet system. I think I remember that his son was quite ill and he could have gotten treatment in England. Not allowed to travel to England. So he hatred. He tried to figure out what to do and how to do damage to that. Copying little slips of paper, handwritten, that he smuggled out in his underwear and his socks over the years. And then he transcribed them with a typewriter and then the pieces of paper in a kind of a container and buried this in Dutch. It was, I believe, 1992 when he showed up. That was already the Soviet Union. He showed up at the embassy in Moscow. What he had on a weekend, you know, what the person in charge of what you got with that old. That's a career limiting move, right? Because Vasily Mitrokin that made its way to one of the Baltic republics and contacted MI6, and they said they managed to get this stuff out of the Dutch and get it to England. The MI6, the FBI, there wasn't a whole lot of information about me. Very little. Like there's a person by the name of Jack Barkey who is it illegal operating in the northeast of the United States. Now, if it was Jim Miller, wouldn't have found Jack Barkey would be fine. So they checked Social Security. Jack Barsky was had gotten security card at the age of 33. Bingo. Okay. All they knew though was that I wasn't illegal, that I was infected. The other thing that they knew that I was a really, really because I was still there, right? So they took I think almost 3 years to investigate me, watch me from a distance, because you know if I was still active, I would have found out that somebody is investigating me.
You started.
Oh, I stopped bleeding.
What I mean is,
So there's the next month.
yes,
After 3 months, I stopped. Yeah, good point.
FBI is very careful.
They were very careful. They pretty much watched me, and at one point, I had a house in the country with one neighbor. That house was for sale, so the FBI bought it. They put a couple of agents there to keep a closer eye on me. There was no indication that still active. They were still cautious, and but at one point they were able to plant a bug in my kitchen listening device, and my wife and I didn't get along very well. You know, there was a lot of friction, and she was constantly complaining about things, and I got sick and tired of it. And one day we had an argument, and I chose to deploy the nuclear option, and that is telling her what I sacrificed to be with her. To understand that I am there on her side. I'm supporting her. If something doesn't quite, it is not because of both of them, Chelsea and Penelope. So when I said that, the listening device was active. The FBI hearing session. I was once a KGB agent, blah 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 blah, and I quit because of and then stayed here because of unfit and that also made it clear to the FBI that I wasn't active. They had both. So now they knew an attempt to turn me would have been useless because it turned somebody back. But they figured there was enough reason to treat me nicely because they figured that I had a lot of information that was as aged as it was, but it was still important for the FBI to get to know. And so one day, it was a Friday evening, I driving back home from the office, and I'm being stopped by a state police as I'm going through the toll over the bridge over the Hudson. You have to pay a toll, and he waved me. He got me right where I stopped. Said, could you please over here between traffic stop? I thought nothing of it. I had forgotten that I once it was gone. And then he said, please step out of the car. That should have aroused my suspicion. unusual, right? Traffic stop. Yeah, I did no problem. And then again, somebody came from came my view and this ID, FBI ID. Well, this is my now friend Joe Riley. Actually, is he's the godfather of Trinity trial. But anyway, he told me later when when I heard that phrase, all the blood left my face. It became totally white. But I recovered very quickly, and he said it himself. They took me to a vehicle, and there was another agent in the vehicle, and he had a gun strapped to his ankle, so it was pretty real. The first question I had, so am I under arrest? The answer was no. And then my instinct kicked in my ability to operate very well under high pressure situations, and I asked them, what took you so long? You know, the intent of that was to defuse any kind of tension. And I saw a smile. Instant friends. Yeah, well, I knew that I had to make them like me, and I think by now I know I'm a pretty likable person. So, and when they took me to a motel, they had rented two wings at a right angle. They bought all the rooms in the wing. They had a guard at each end of that wing, and they took me in the middle. And there were some props there, some binders with labels, and I immediately thought, pretty silly. But what I noticed that the labels all referred back to my early years. I knew that they didn't know much else. So I showed it afterwards. That's not a great idea, but anyway. But I volunteered. I made the following statement before we started the interview. I said, I know there's only one way for me to and my family have a chance to get through here without damage. Completely one. And exactly that. Right. And about 2 hours of the interview, they allowed me to call my wife, tell her that I'm going to be late. It indicated already that they would let me go. And after 2 hours, they let me go. But they had the area covered with a whole bunch of people. And the head of that team talked to me and he said, if you think of running, we got every intersection in this area covered. You can. I didn't say anything, but I had no thought of it. So, and that was the beginning of another phase in my life where I was cooperating with the FBI while and living undercover for several years until I had documentation. Became an American citizen 7 years ago. Yeah, quite recent. The bureaucracy took a long time to figure out how to make me real and also not be in these protection programs. To keep my name and then make everything like official. For instance, I had to change my birth year simply because if Jack Rothschild was born in 1944. If I kept 1944, the FBI would have helped me commit a crime because I would have collected Social Security 4 years ago. So anyway, yes, it's quite a while, and I finally got the office of Homeland Security. The lady says, "This is Agent so and so, Homeland Security. Can you come into the office tomorrow?" And I said, "Let me look at my calendar." And then I said, "Wait a minute, what am I talking about? sometimes you be there because I had waited for that moment for a long time, and I was thrown in right then. It was a feeling to walk out of there because I had a country again, and I love this country just as much as you love it. All its warts and its problems every once in a while now. And then the last thing that changed my life again, I don't want to get into details because it's a little complicated story. I never wanted to be it. And then I was discovering a number of dots that were unlikely to be connected. It had to do with relatives, with the half brother of my wife lives in Germany, taken to Germany by his mother, who came to visit somebody, not us, but that somebody that he came to visit lived 50 miles from our house, and that my wife and this half brother never met in person before. They knew about each other through social media, and when he found out my background, he was conductor of German radio at the time. He said, "Oh, that's going to be big, big." Okay. He happened to know this one person who happened to know one of the star reporters of Der Spiegel, and after she did some research and determined that I was real, she was on my case, and she happened to know Steve Croft, guy from 60 Minutes. You see all these connections? I had nothing to do with it.
How life works.
Yes.
Good times.
Yeah.
Most of us,
Stuff happens.
get lucky.
You don't know
That's not
what
lucky if
happens.
you
Yeah, I think I'm. Yeah, so it's been an interesting ride. I'm still shaking my head about all the stuff that happened.
Let's go to your story. So, in your book, Deep Undercover, My Secret Life Entangled Legion, KGB Spy in America, and really, really excellent podcast series that I've been listening to. People should definitely. It's called The Agent. You document your time as the KGB spy before, during, and after. Can you tell the story of first were contacted by the KGB, but how you were invited, the offer to join was made?
Well, it was a big surprise, and I never thought of myself as a potential agent. I was going to be a tenured professor and join the elite because in Europe, tenured professors are few, not like in the United States. Anybody who teaches colleges has a title of professor.
No.
It's true. That's not a criticism.
100%. We should also clarify that tenure professor not. It is a very prestigious position throughout history of Europe. I would say, especially communists. I don't know if you know the full landscape of the respect, but at least Soviet Union or global, it's a prestigious position.
Absolutely was. And they only had about 1,000 people. And it's a wild guess, but maybe 30 tenured professors, and they were part of the ruling elite. I was trying to do it as much as I can to live the good life, right? You don't have access to things that are nice.
Yeah, but I think the powerful thing about being a professor in that context, East Germany, is the prestige.
And the feeling of superiority. I was full of myself. When you are the best of the best, and in my third year I received a scholarship, the Karl Marx scholarship, that was limited to 100 concurrent recipients in the country. My God, I was full of myself. I believed in myself, my instinctor, and I was also
teachers, fellow students, they were feeding the ego. The old, I mean, yeah, you have to believe in yourself. Often when you're young, these right, so, and you sure as heck did. But as a balance, you need a mentor, somebody who puts things in perspective. And I didn't have one. My father was a non-entity, and nobody else. They all looked up to me. I was an up-and-coming guy, right? No father figure that put you in your place. Not at all. And I give you one extreme example. It was down the road. I fathered a child out of wedlock. But that was in my fifth year, I believe. The Communist Party in Germany was very moralistic. If you did that, they would have a talk with you and give you whatever, severe reprimand. Nobody mentioned a word about it. So yeah, so this is how this ego gets nurtured. But anyway, get back to how the KGB came in contact. So they most likely got knowledge of me by looking at the Stasi records. Stasi. What's Stasi? Oh, that was East German secret police. Staatssicherheit, security of the state. There's that word security again. And they pretty much kept a record on everybody in the country. And so when you look through this, and this is what the KGB was looking for. They were looking for candidates, particularly for the kind of job that they had in mind for me. It's who were not, in their mid-20s, who were not fully developed yet, but mature enough to get there, and still young enough, right? Because that level of maturity, you can test whether they can handle the kind of yes, absolutely right. So, and one day I got a knock on my door, and my dorm room door was on a Saturday, and they knew that I was by myself. How did they know it? We had I pieced it together. We had a exchange student from the Soviet Union, and he was next door to me, and he befriended me, so he got to know me a little bit, and the pattern was that my roommate would always go home for the weekend, and of course they also knew which door to knock on, even though there were no names. So when he knocked, and I knew it was a stranger because it had been the pattern was that we would knock on the door and then go in. We wouldn't wait for somebody to so I waited for 10 seconds, and he didn't come in. I knew that was a stranger. I said, come on in. And in came a person who spoke German. So that was not a KGB guy. It was a collaborator. And so he started making a bunch of small talk. He introduced himself as the representative of Carl Zeiss, which was the optics company that made really, really good optical instruments. One of the best in the world. The super prestigious company in that place. Right. And he said, he was a representative of that company, and he would just want to find out what my plans were after graduating from college. And at that point, I knew he wasn't from Carl Zeiss Jena, because in those days there was no recruitment. When you were done, if you were in the top 10% of the graduates, you would most likely pick to stay and to get a doctorate, right? And the rest of them were assigned. Wherever you had no choice. so that guy was an idiot. He didn't know the basics about. You interviewed him a little bit to understand, like. Oh, sure. I started like feel out, kind of full of shit. Because because a stranger showing you don't. And I knew that at that point. I knew he was Stasi. Wrong, but it doesn't matter because he was German, and I had no idea that the KGB would be involved. It's sorry to pause briefly. Did you have a sense? Did people know that there's a Stasi type of organization that there is a large number of people who kind of work in Germany. In order for you to make that guess.
Yeah, we knew that Stasi existed. We even had our James Bond. You know, we had the series called The Invisible Visor, where a Stasi employee, East German, would go into West Germany and hunt down Nazis.
Yes.
So yes, the Stasi was known to be there.
And admired or feared or bought.
I thought they were necessary, and I admired them.
James Bond.
The reason I did so because I had no information to the contrary. I never knew anybody personally, or even somewhat removed, who was followed by the Stasi, was put in jail. I had no clue. I had no clue that they did a lot of damage and that they were like doing a lot of surveillance of the East German population the same way the KGB did for the Soviet Union. For me to be talking to somebody from the Stasi, it raised my interest. I was curious what comes next because I sort of knew something interesting would be coming at me, and I had no other thoughts about that at that point. So when he was finally he went for the kill by reversing himself, he said, I got to tell you that I really am not from outside, I'm from the government. Okay, thank you for pointing that out. And then he asked this question. He said, can you imagine one day work for the government? And so I gave a pretty clever answer. I said, yes, but not as a chemist. So I answered the question that he didn't ask. I helped him out. So we made an arrangement to meet for lunch, which in Germany is the main meal, at the number one restaurant in Vienna. I still remember what I ate. What was that? Rump steak with butter on top and French fries. My favorite. Anyway, so when I get to the restaurant, I saw this fellow sitting at the back there at the table, and there was another person at the table. So I was a little bit hesitant because in those days it was not unusual for perfect strangers to share a table because there wasn't enough tables and chairs and so. So I didn't know if I could approach him, but he got up and came to me, and he took me to the table, and he said, I want to introduce Herman. We work with our Soviet comrades. KGB. And then he disappeared. He said, I got something else to do. I never knew his name. He just handed me over to the KGB.
What was the relationship between the KGB and the Stasis? Collaborators, distant associates.
They were pretty close collaborators. As I told you that, they bought forged documents the Germans made because the Germans were better at forgery. They also exchanged information, but they didn't trust each other 100%. And I tell you why I know that. So they recruited me, sent me to West Germany. As I already said, East Germany had 1,000 agents over there. Why would they want to have their own?
Yeah. Okay. This is fascinating internal and external dynamic of distrust.
Yeah.
Okay. There you are. Welcome by the KGB. When did you offer the invite?
But I took Herman and I had an unofficial relationship for about a year and a half. I would meet him once a week, once every 2 weeks, initially in his car, but then he took me to a conspirational flat. It was an apartment that occupied by a party member, single lady. When we came in, he would leave. He left us tea and cookies, and then we could really talk. He also, that time, gave me some West German literature magazines to read, which was, of course, forbidden. So already starting to feel somewhat special. And as we were talking about what they had in mind for me in general, I knew that I was going to be even more special because I would be above the law. I would operate outside the law of the countries I would go to, as well as East Germany, because the magazine, the better watch, which was also not explicitly prohibited, but it was uh, something that could get you in trouble. So on many levels, professional. Yes, yes. So what was that recruitment testing process like? Testing with you, yeah, are have stakes be a KGB? First of all, we had very in-depth talks in Carmen and life, and I was, I still am, very honest in sharing my feelings, philosophical or personal. Personal. I even told him that I was shy around the girls. He was giving you a relationship advice. When you how old was so what was the dynamic? Tell me, was it a father, son? No, was it a older brother? Brother. Yeah, he was maybe in his early to mid 30s, and I was maybe 10 years younger. And what language? He speaks German. He spoke pretty well. But original. Oh, yeah, with a Russian accent. I got in trouble one time with him when I asked, "Is your real name German?" He didn't like that. What was he good with? No, he just, I remember what he told me. He says, you got to understand one thing. They're looking for guys too. That's all. Girls are. Yeah, absolutely. But it's a competitive game. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't be so shy. That little flame of love that we talked about. Yeah. In all the shapes it takes in our life. Did he talk to you about that? That could be taken advantage of? That could be used? That implied? Yeah, but not in. It was not very focused, not in great detail. So let's not. So we talked about personal stuff and likes, dislikes. He gave me tasks. For instance, when my friend and I hitchhiked from Germany all the way down to Bulgaria, he told me to write a report about it, what I saw. So fundamentally, he wanted to see how well I can write and how well I can report, how well I observe. He also asked me to write some profiles about fellow students. I don't believe that was for them to give it to this party. It was just like, how well do I characterize people? That's important. We're talking about when I was in the U.S., active in the U.S., I operated as a spotter, so I did exactly that, profile about people. He also gave me some tasks that were rather unpleasant. Um, what? He would give me an address, the name of the people who lived at the address, and he told me to go there, ring the doorbell, and find out something about a relative who lives in West Germany. That is undercover exploration. So you go, you make up a story, and somehow win the confidence of your target, tell you something that you want to know. Did that come naturally to you? No, I hated it. The charisma involved? Which part did you hate? Yeah, charisma, I think I didn't know that I had it. It took you time to discover. Because, I always was, and I still am to some degree a bit shy. I lost a lot of the shyness after moving to the South because here in the United States, because you don't have to be shy, You feel that's exactly right. So, but anyway, I hated doing that, but I did it well. I still remember. So in those days I had a beard, and I rang the bell, and tall, handsome fella. Yeah, and I looked for it. I said I'm a sociology student, and I'm doing a survey, and I asked a whole bunch of questions, and I'd like to answer questions. Problem. And then I directed the conversation to the lady's private life, and she actually gave me information. She volunteered information that I wanted to know. I did well, and the other one that I didn't like, but I also did well with, when Herman drove me around the city and showed me a building, and he said, find out what organization is there, what they do, maybe get to know some people, and I did that pretty well also. You know, you have to be inventive, to come up with, and I've always been quite inventive. I'm a storyteller at heart, and I didn't know it then, but there was something about it. Yes. Well, the shyness, and then I wasn't very comfortable flying. I became comfortable down the road, but I was brutally honest, and never hid anything of me. But over time, you lose that uncomfortable feeling, and you rationalize that you got to do it in one way, right? You're serving a good cause. You were talking to Herman for a year and a half. And then how did that progress? Yes. So he said he finally, I guess he sent a report to headquarters in Berlin, and then he sent me on a 3-week quote-unquote practice trip to Berlin. That was the first time when I had a conspiratorial meeting where I had an address and a time, code phrase, and I met another agent named Boris. These names were meaningless. They were all like cover names, right? What was the code? What was the name? What can you give a little? That code I don't remember. Not the code. Like, what do you mean by code? I tell you the code we used when I met while I was active. I would approach the other person who I thought maybe the person I want to meet. We both had something to with us on us make us more likely to be the right person. And I would. I'm looking for Susan Green, and he would answer, "Yes, you must be David." Stupid. If I ask a stranger, they would look at me. How could I help you? So no, it's the wrong guy. There's a low probability that the right thing. Oh, absolutely. Nice answer. And it seems like a safe statement because it's not the right person. Exactly right. You absurd or crazy. You would have made a good secret agent. And I know I'm not. We'll just dress. Actually, yeah. There's any dress code? Oh, just fit in. And no matter what. And then be creative. Yeah. Figure out ways to. Right. So, anyways, he gave me some tasks, I had rented a room in a house. He gave me Western literature to read, and we spent time together. And there was a practice run to West Germany. Actually, there were two. And that was very important. In hindsight, I figured that out. So I traveled to West Germany, not to West Berlin, with an East German passport that stamped that individual was allowed to go to the West. And there was a part of the border that was only guarded by Soviet troops, and that's why they smuggled me into West Germany. I got on a subway and then appeared in West Berlin. No Americans, no Brits, no French knew that I had entered. Forged document? No, this was an East German passport. It was real. Okay. So, and the first trip, all they wanted me to do was just walk around, smell the air, have a beer or whatever, and eat sausage, and then come back. The second trip, I had a task, very similar to the one that I had back in Jena, to ring the doorbell someplace and talk to some people, and that worked very well as also. I should mention that you talk about that, eat a sausage, drink some beer.
suppose that's a good test too. See how you behave under Western, introduced Western. Like, why I might not make a good agent is when I first came to the United States in the supermarket, like bananas, many bananas as I want to eat. That I think that would break me.
It's a shock.
It's a shock to get to have access to Western culture.
You're getting very close to the reason they actually made me do these 2 practice trips. When I first emerged on West Berlin territory, I felt highly uncomfortable. That was at the enemy. And I saw the cops everywhere, and even those cops had like light blue uniforms, they weren't standouts. So I was wondering, if they knew that, I had like KGB on my forehead.
You were paranoid that they would know.
I was scared, but I overcame that.
So that's think on that because I suppose that's a natural. Like if I give anybody on the street the mission you have to do, is they would be paranoid. That's a natural human feeling. Is am I being watched? Do they know? Like if you try to steal something from a store, there's going to be a feeling like, are they watching me? Are the cameras watching? Are the people watching me? They all know. That kind of. You have to be rugged and robust to that kind of feeling to overcome it.
Yes, exactly. So and something very interesting happened while I was being trained in Berlin. I met a classmate of mine from high school, and he confided to me that he was recruited by the Stasi to become a spy, as a spy to West Germany, and he also had this practice trip, and he peed in his pants. He went back and told him, "I can't do that."
Just from the terror,
yes,
that paranoia.
Now this guy's career was over. He had a poor guy. He for the rest of his life, and he's still alive. Been floating around and trading in model railroads like that.
Do you think that experience broke him? Or
they wouldn't let him back in.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So this is a test that if you fail,
I had no idea that something bad would happen if I failed this test, but I didn't. Didn't fail. So, and this led then to the offer. All right. After Boris was happy with me, and he told his boss, who was most likely the head of the KGB in East Berlin, and I had an appointment to meet
in East Germany.
Yes, Germany. Yeah, he told me. Right. An appointment to meet with him, and as we walk into the room, there was this huge desk and a little guy sitting behind it. Very, very, just like little and not unimpressive. Right? A lot of paraphernalia, like a bust of Dzerzhinsky on his desk, and some paintings of Lenin and so forth. But when the guy opened his mouth, he was like, "Whoa!" Huge psychological energy. Now, and initially he started with 5 minutes worth of propaganda. Why we're doing what we're doing. I didn't need that. I understood most of it, but when I didn't understand, I asked for it to translate. And then he sprung it on me, and I was not prepared. He said, "So what? Are you in or not?" And I was, "No, I hadn't made up my mind. I wasn't expecting that would come." And so I said to him, "I'm not really trained. There's a lot of things I need to learn," and I came up with really stupid things. One not so stupid, but the other one, I don't know why I said that. I said, for instance, I need to learn how to drive a car and to type with a typewriter. And he got really annoyed. He said, "Don't worry about it. We'll train you. But I got to tell you, we need people who are decisive. So you got until tomorrow noon to give Boris your decision." That made for a sleepless night.
What was going through your mind
Well, I had, this was almost 50-50. I knew I was going to have a huge career, a good career. I was on my way, because I was already employed by the university as an assistant professor.
That career would be become a professor, become a tenured professor, be a world class.
Yes. Jena had become my hometown. I really loved the place. It was my oyster. And my family was my basketball team. I was.
You love playing basketball.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So this is home. This is home. This is where your love is.
This is home.
Did you understand that the choice involved
yes
home behind?
Yes. And the one thing I didn't have, two things I didn't have, an emotional relationship with my mother, and I didn't have a steady girlfriend at the time.
I think Freud would have a lot to say about that, but yeah, but the connection between those two. Yeah, I'm sure.
By the way, my friend Günther, the one who worked for the Stasi, was also that the Stasi tried to recruit him as an agent, but he had a love relationship at the time, and he said politely, "No, I won't. I can't."
You didn't have. That's the one thing that really could
would have helped me.
Held you to this place. Wow.
So you got the career on the one hand, my basketball team, the town that I would be part of the ruling elite of, and then we had great adventure and the ability to contribute to the victory, worldwide victory of communism, and stick it to the Nazis, and of course the feeling that you're really special.
Yeah, James Bond.
Yeah.
What's the question? Do I want to be a tenured professor or James Bond?
Yes, and
that as funny as that sounds, that was probably.
It was a difficult decision, but fundamentally it wasn't, and it wasn't my zeal to help the revolution. It was my what they called, what the Stasi was looking for, the KGB was looking for in the character that they would send over, well-controlled inclination to adventure. Okay.
Yeah, James Bond. What do you say? And the love of women. Yeah.
I was. Yes, I got to put that right here because I'm telling people I have two things common with James Bond. These are my initials, JB, and I got the girl too, 3 times.
Yeah, I mean that's adventure.
Yeah, and the ability to travel to the West because the West was closed off to us. We could go to foreign countries, but they all had to be communist countries. And I wanted to see Paris because I had fallen in love with Honoré Balzac, who wrote a phenomenal set of novels that I just ate up. And so when I eventually did go to Paris, I knew all the places already because he described it. But anyway, so that one, it was 51-49, but eventually, and when you do the side by side intellectual comparison, that doesn't work. It becomes a tie, and then you just go with your gut.
And you were sitting with this unimpressive man. You had the invite. I had to sleep on it, and I made the decision to join. What was next?
I was just told, that I was being recruited by the State Department of East Germany. I was going to become a diplomat. I must have had some paper, but I forgot because by saying so, that wouldn't work.
Got a document that says that was the only badge that no love, just right. Basketball.
Basketball, giving up basketball is huge. I love playing that game. I started playing basketball when I was 18. That's a late.
Are you better offensive, defensive? What do you like? Do you like to shoot?
I was a runner. I was very, very quick on my feet, and I was a good jumper too. I typically played the forward position, the forward.
Oh, the forward position.
Forward position. But anyway, so that was the hardest to give up. But And the other thing that I remember I had to do to hand in my party document, the party secretary of the university, and he made a comment. Yeah, we probably won't hear much about you, but we know that you're very important. We sort of had an inkling. I'm going to go someplace undercover or something like that. And then I packed my bags and got on the train to Berlin for another one of those secret meetings with my new handler, Nikolai. So, and here came another test that would have been quite easy to fail. So I had lived in Jena for 6 years in a dorm. Even when I became an employee of the university, they didn't have apartments. I was still living in a dorm in a single room, a bed, a chair, a table, and a toilet down the hallway. So I figured, Berlin KGB, a nice apartment, right? And so Nikolai took me into his car. We started talking a little bit, and then he said, I have a task for you already. The first task is to find yourself a place to live. I mean, I don't think I showed it in my face. My heart dropped like down to pants. I knew this was impossible because there was a severe shortage of housing in everywhere in Germany, East Germany, and all the apartments, homes were controlled by the government. There were long waiting lists. I knew couples that were promised maybe to get an apartment 5 years down the road. So, and then they would postpone their decision to have a child. Anyway, it was impossible. But this was a test. So because I had to be inventive now, I had to figure out how to get out of a situation. I didn't realize at all. I just went with the flow. But what do I do? So what I did, I took the train, the city train, to the very last stop, a little town called Akna, and I wandered around in that town and then knocked on doors and asked people if they knew where somebody might have a place to live. And after a couple of hours, somebody said, "Lady," and she gave me the address, and I talked to the lady and said, "I happen to have a place that you might where you might be able to stay. It's an outbuilding. I don't know what it served. It was not a garage. It was concrete, and it had a bed and a chair, a running cold water, and a stove, a cold stove. That was going to be
Pretty basic. Pretty basic.
That's basic? Are you kidding me?
That's the
toilet across the yard of.
Yeah. All the essentials.
You were right.
You're right. You had to run. James Bond had to run the strict operation out of.
Yes. To my credit, and I think that established part of my reputation, I didn't complain at all to Nikolai.
No. That was part of it.
Yeah, I just told him, I found something. And so for 6 months, I would get up in the morning, get on the train, and walk around in the city, did some operational stuff, operational training. I went to the library, did a lot of reading in the library, and then I found the best going so I could take a shower twice a week. And apparently, it took about 6 months that I was still on probation, because after 6 months, Nikolai, one day, we were still meeting in his car. He handed me a key and said, "I'm going to take you to your new apartment." And I didn't know this, now I was really in. Okay? Imagine, the hurdles you have to jump over and how many times you can fail, but
not complaining, not asking questions.
Yes.
I mean, that was, you've written about, what the bosses do not like to hear complaints and problems.
That's right.
So what was your interaction with the boss? That essentially represent
they went forward as
Yeah.
well.
No
Complaints get
no
solved the
complaints,
problem.
no arguments, no. I know this better. I was taking it all in. Now the technical guys, they taught me something I didn't know that makes sense. What Nikolai, some of the stuff that he taught me was somewhat questionable. He was a generalist, and there's some things he didn't know really. So I could have asked, probed a little bit, but I didn't. So I just played along. So this new apartment was there was a studio. It had a kitchen with running cold water, and the bathroom was just one flight down the toilet, not a bathroom. One flight down the stairs.
An upgrade.
It was a big upgrade, and he gave me, I think, he gave me $1,000 to buy furniture. And in that place, I also bought a TV and started watching Western television. So I finally had a decent place to stay. And my training in Berlin took about 2 years.
So one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you happen to be one of, at least in my view, one of the most credible history of somebody who witnessed a UFO, identified flying object, and not only witnessed, but got to, how do you put it, chase it, essentially? Chase. So let me just lay out, I think it's easier than you telling a story, me and my dumb ways trying to, I understand it, and then maybe you can correct me. So on November 10th, 2004, the USS Princeton, the carrier.
That's cruiser.
It's a cruiser.
It's cruiser.
So you can't land on a
No, helicopter. It has a helicopter pad.
It has weapons on it. Okay, good.
It shoots.
But it has a nice radar.
Just got incredible spy-webs, phased array, 4 panels.
Perfect. So they started noticing on November 10th that there's a few objects flying around at 28,000 feet of, I guess it's close to 100 miles an hour. I don't know. Out on the coast of California. So, and they kept detecting these objects for then comes in your part of the story, which is on November 14th from the, I guess, USS Nimitz. You flew and witnessed a 40-foot long white tic-tac shaped object. No wings, flying in ways you never thought possible. And in interview somewhere you said, I think it was not from the serious aspect object our situation. Videos involved, video of a clear, forward looking infrared receiver. There's also the visible light you can switch.
Yeah.
It gives you visible light and IR mode. And Chad Underwood recorded that video. Videos that were leaked by the Pentagon later. One of the 3 videos. 2 other videos, Go Fat and Gimbal, reported in 2014 or 15 on the East Coast of the United States. It had different kinds of objects, weird in some kind of way, in terms of at least the videos and experiences that people have described were similar in degree of weird. But the differences is actually on the East Coast of 2014 case, very few people have spoken about it. And even in your situation, very few people have spoken about it. There's a mystery. But it's in some sense it's quite simple story without much resolution to the mystery, and it's fascinating. And there's a lot of opinions. There's division of opinions because mysterious truly that UAP, uh, unidentified aerial phenomena. So, can you maybe correct me on any of the things I got wrong, elaborate on key things, and describe that in general?
So here's what I know. Yeah. We went out on our mission to go train, and they canceled. There's all kinds of rumors. After this has come out, originally it was the 2 jets, 2 people in each jet. They're F-18 house. Right? There is no video from our event. All 4 sets of eyeballs staring at it. And then we came back and pulled it with Chad, and his pilot took off. That's when Chad got them. We're like, that's it. That's it. And
so when you say eyeballs, literally your eyes are.
So as we're flying out, we get vectored. They come up to cancel training to USS Princeton. So we're talking to one controller. He's like, hey sir, first he asked what ordnance we have on board, and I laughed because we don't carry live ordnance training. That stuff happens. So comes up here. Okay. So we had what's called a CATM 9, which is really which is an IR missile. So there's only 2 ways to get it off. You can beat it off with a sledgehammer. You can take the wrench and it unlocks the lugs and pulls it back in. When it really fires the impulse from the engine, like throws it forward and breaks that really. So they said, hey, well, we have real world tasking. So as we're going out, my wingman, the other pilot, she maneuvers the airplane. So she's kind of stepped up, like, now use your light box. As we're going out, they're calling ranges. They're called bra calls, bearing range. Telling, say, 40 miles or 50 miles and 40 miles and 30 miles. Saying, hey, 270, 30, 20 plus. So we got our radars. We had the campus. The piece of gear, APG-79. Anyway.
And I apologize if I interrupt. But they're telling you a location of a thing that you should look at.
They're telling us they have a contact on their radar. They don't know what it is. They have a board. Well, they've been watching these things, and what he told me is they've been looking at drowning. So we've been tracking these things because we've been the first time we've had planes airborne. I want you to go see what these.
So we said, okay. They kind of interrupt the mission to say, check it out.
We start driving out there, and as we get down to 20 miles, 10 miles, and you get to a point where they call merge plot, which means we are inside of the resolution cell. Radars don't see everything. They have a range and they have an azimuth. And basically, think of a little cube. And the whole sky is made of all these little cubes, and they're looking. You're inside a cube with something, and you're both inside the same little cube. Radar can only see one thing. So they call it merge plot. Well, we say merge plot to us. He's right around. Something's around you. Get your head out. We're not looking at radar scope or Wizzos, but everyone is heads out. They say merge plot. So I'm looking at your displays inside. You're doing it. So as we look out to the right, and you look high and low, because he could be anywhere from the surface all the way up. Now, keep in mind the ship is like probably 60 miles away, so it can't see the surface. You can do your standard radar horizon calculation. Its thing is 40 feet off the water, the panel. Can you really see? There are radars that can see around the curve. Just say that. So So as we're looking around, we see. This is a clear day, no clouds, and there's no white caps. The calm. It's actually a perfect day. If you own a sailboat, it was at 5 to 10 knots of wind, and you just want to kind of go out there, and you're not going to get beat up, and white water comes. It was a perfect day on it.
How many miles out do you see, like 7 by clear?
That's 50. It's unrestricted visibility. You can see literally all the way to the horizon. Clear. It's nothing. And we're basically off the coast. If you look at a map and you go San Diego, Mexico, kind of in between that and probably about, by the time this all hits, probably, I don't know, 80, 100 out, somewhere out. It's pretty far off. But from 20,000 feet, you'd be amazed. You can do a calculation. You can see stuff. You'll see land. You're looking at a continent. Really, you're not looking at an island. You're looking at Mexico.
And you can see on the white caps in the water.
Oh yeah, they're easy to do. Yeah. For us, we look at it because we know if it's natural wind or so if it's a really white cap windy day, then the ship's just kind of barely be land on it. It makes sense. If the ship has to move, it's got a big weight because it has to make its own land, which is the day that it was this day. You go, oh, it creates what's called when the air flows across the flight deck, it drops behind the ship, and then it kicks back up. You're coming over to land, it's going to make you go up a little bit, and then you're going to fall. You got to anticipate that. We're pretty conscious of what's going on out there with the waves. So we look. There's no waves. There's no wind. There's no white caps. And we look down and we see white water. So if you put a piece of land, a seamount, the surface, like even 20 feet below the surface, is big enough. As the waves come in, waves have height, length. When they come in, that's what happens on the shore. When a wave comes in, it hits, and then it starts to collapse, and it pushes the wave height up because it can't go anymore, and then it breaks over the top of it.
That's where you get the white.
But what happens is, at sea, when you get a seamount, you'll see stuff come in, the wave will crash, and you'll get whitewater. You can go out when it's high tide in any one of the coasts. You can go out here off of Boston and go, hey, at low tide, I can see those rocks. At high tide, I can't see the rocks are covered, but there will be whitewater around those rocks. You'll be able to tell there's something underneath this. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's what it was. We don't see an object because there's all kinds of, they saw another craft. We didn't see anything below the water. We just saw whitewater. But the whitewater, and I like to shape it, you can say it was across, I say it's about the size of a 737. It looks like if you took a 737, put it about 15, 20 feet below the water, so the wave is breaking over the top, and you're going to get whitewater where the plane is at, you see this kind of shape. So as we're looking down off the right side, the backseater in the other airplane, Jim, says, this is that talking in partials again. He says, hey, Skipper, do you? That's about when he gets out of his mouth. I go, what the hell is that? In the night.
Do you see that essentially?
So we see the whitewater, and that's what draws our eyes down. Otherwise, we'd have never seen it. We see this
I would have loved
whitewater,
to see the look on your face when you see that.
and then we see this little white tic tac for about 20,000 feet above it, and it's going basically north, south, and east, west, north. It's abrupt, very abrupt. So it's not like a helicopter. If a helicopter is going sideways and it goes one speed, sideways, left, and right, what it'll do is it'll go, it's got a speed, it slows down because of inertia, and it stops, and then it goes back. This thing's not. It's like left, right, with no
moving in ways that doesn't feel intuitive to you
at all
of the things you do.
So as a pilot, the first thing you think is it's a helicopter, right? And you go, oh, what is? Because maybe we see it, it's moving. We're like, oh, helicopter. The first thing you look for to see if it's a helicopter when they're doing that, because usually when they get down there towards that 50 feet, you'll get rotor wash. You see it in the movies when the helicopter's by the water, it kicks, the water comes to the sides because the downdraft, like a thunderstorm, pushes the air down and then has to. So you see it and you go, well, there's no rotor wash. What is that? So by this time we're driving around. So if we were at the 6 o'clock, we're driving around towards that 9 o'clock position, and we're just watching. It's still pointed north south, and it's going left right, and it's kind of moving around the object. And if I had to say it biased itself, it's biased towards the bottom half. So if you've got the east west and then the north south kind of across, it's hanging out on the southern thing. It's kind of moving around down left and crossing over it. So now we're like, what the hell is that? So then I go, hey, I'm gonna go check it out. And the other pilot says, I'm going to stay up here. I said, yeah, stay up high. Now we get a different perspective. She's up here, and I'm down here, and I'm descending. She can watch, because right now all I'm watching, she can watch me and the team. She gets a God's eye view of everything that's going on, which is really important. You'll hear people say it's high cover, whatever. She's watching, it's perfect as the story goes on, because it gives us the two perspectives. Perspective that's about 8,000 feet above us when that thing disappears. They don't, because it's just like, oh, I lost it. They go, no, it's over to the right. We all lost it. So as we come down, we get to about 12 o'clock, and I'm just thinking, it's an easy to do about 300 knots. I'm really good at the plane maneuver. I have everything available. So I'm coming down, and as I get to 12 o'clock, as the picnic this is literally, it's like it's aware of us, and it kind of points out towards the west and starts coming up. So now it's obviously nose up, whatever this thing is. So as we drive around, it's coming up, and I'm just coming down. We're just watching. But you remember, this whole thing is like, this is like 5 minutes. It's not like we thought it was gone. Or, I saw lights in the sky, and they were gone. Watch this thing, got a crystal clear day with 4 trained observers. Watch this. We're like, okay. Like, we're to the 8 o'clock position, and I'm a couple thousand feet above it, and I'm probably at about 15 km. So you can see it's just a really easy thing, because
That was 15K.
15,000.
I thought it was 8,000.
No, the other plane is up about
8,000. Okay,
so,
gotcha.
so they're still at about 20,000. So they're
Okay,
driving
and then
around,
you're slowly.
and I'm descending. They're staying up. I'm kind of
Gotcha.
okay? So I'm looking at this thing, and it's about the 2 o'clock position. We're about the 8 o'clock position, and I'm like, oh, I've got enough altitude. So I'm gonna cut across this. I tell the guy in my backseat, dude, He's like, go for it, skip, because I was a skipper. So I cut across the bottom. So I'm kind of almost coming out co-altitude as this thing's coming up. I'm gonna meet it. I'm driving, and I get to I'm probably about a half mile away, which you think, well, a half mile's pretty far. Half mile in aviation, it's nothing. You can tell there's a pilot in an airplane. You can see all kinds of stuff. You can see pretty good. So I'm like right there, and it's coming across my nose, and I'm basically pointing backwards. So I'm cutting across because I'm going to the 3 o'clock position, and I'm going to meet it at 3 o'clock. I do this, it just accelerates. But so this happens at around, estimating about 12,000. They're at 20, so they've got about 8,000 above us. And it just, as it crosses our nose, it accelerates it literally less than probably less than a half second. It just goes, and it's gone. And so we're like, and the first thing is, dude, do you guys see it? The other airplane's like, gone. We have no idea. So we kind of spin around real quick. I go, let's see what's down here. And I turn around, we're looking for the whitewater. And the whitewater's nothing. Literally all blue. Now you do. And I remember telling the guy in my back seat, dude, I don't know about you, but I'm pretty weirded out. I mean, at the time, 30-some hundred hours of flying.
Nothing like anything you've seen.
So, as we turn, we got to launch back, because now I got to put on my real hat when we get trained, because we're getting ready to play overseas. We got to get our training done, so that's my mindset, especially as a CEO, because I got to get a training out of the flight to do that. So, hey, let's go back, and the guy who's going to be the bad guys is the CEO, and he's listening to all this out. Because when he first went out, they were going to do him, but the little Hornets, the Legacy Hornets, the 15Cs, don't have as much gas as. So he had launched first, and they were going to do him, and then when they knew we were off the deck, they told him, hey, go to your cap point down south, and we're going to pass this off to the cap point. That's where we hold, called a combat air patrol point. So we're just going to hold at one end, he's going to hold at the other end. Kind of like, hey, you guys are going to think of it, if it's a football field, we're going to sit on one goal line, he's going to sit on the other goal line, and when they say go, we're going to run at each other and try and do something in the middle of the field, then go back to it.
So you're talking to him, he's listening to the whole.
He's just listening. We don't talk to him at all. He just dials us. They know that we all because because they canceled training, so what else is he going to do? Hang out there and do circles like him and his finger. So they're listening to all this go on.
And then at this point you move on.
Yeah, we come back up to train. We go back as we're flying back to the controller, because we're talking to the kid on the Princeton. They're called OSs, or operations specialists. They're the radar. And we're talking to him, and he's like, hey, sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is a cap. It showed back up. It just popped up. Now, this is like 60 miles away. This is 3 years away. Okay. So we got the radars out. We're looking for it. We get out there. We never see it. Never see it again. We do what we need to do. We come back to the ship. Of course, now we're like, oh, this is. I told him, I go, dude, we're gonna get shit from. When we get back to the ship, word's gonna get out. We're just shit, and we did. Yeah. And it's kind of that joking, So the ship plays movies. We have to be on the boat, and they do 12 hours of movies. They repeat because there's a day check and a night check. So the same movies in the spring. You never get to watch a whole movie. which drives my wife crazy because I'll watch stuff on TV that we do. I'll be like, oh, hey, I've seen it. And I'll jump into a movie in the middle, and then I'll pick it up later, and I'll see the beginning, and I'll put it all together. Because that's how we have to do it because we're so busy. Well, the movies became Men in Black, Aliens, Independence Day.
Definitely gonna catch some shit.
Oh, we did.
but let me just ask some dumb questions. Just taking because whatever the heck you saw, whatever the heck happened, you know, one of the most fascinating things, events in recent history. So whatever it was, interesting to talk about in different kinds of angles. There's no good answer. Interesting to ask here. First of all, you mentioned you saw point X, Y, and then the princess said, "You're not gonna believe this, sir, that you're capped." That's a different place. How the heck did it know what you're capped?
That's a good question. That's the one, and no one, you don't tell it, we don't broadcast it. We have a waypoint and stuff. But I don't know. Maybe it knew where we were going because we use the same one day after day after day. But it obviously knew.
But you never saw it.
Never saw it there. Chad, when he took off, when he got the video, we landed. He just chased it. Where'd I go? Chased it. They're like, what? Dude, and I told him, I said, dude, get video. And he goes, so, and that's how he did. He's like, he was determined that he was going to find us. So when you look at his video, this is the stuff that is now they don't see because it's not all video. All you see is the targeting pod, the forward-looking.
I'll probably play the video.
So when he goes out, it's what he's looking at on his displays is he has basically two radar displays. He has azimuth and range on the right one. He has azimuth and elevation. It's called the azimuth display. You're at the bottom. It's really taken it really out. So the entire bottom of the scope that we look at is us because they do this. So he goes out, and when he first sees it, he gets a radar returner because when he's not trying to lock it, so the radar's just throwing energy out and getting it. So when it's in search mode, that's all it's doing. Looking for return. So he gets returns, but he wants to see what it is because all you get is a square unless it's a track file on it. So the little green square is just sitting there. It's not moving. It's sitting in one spot. Space, he locks it up. When he goes to lock it up, now he's putting a bunch of energy on the radar. Stare down that line of sight, and whatever's there, I want you to grab it and build a track file on it, which will tell us how high it is, how fast it is, and the direction it's going. Okay? Radar's smart enough that when the signal comes back, if it's been messed with, it will tell you, it'll give you indications that I'm being jammed. So that's all it is. If you send a signal out, it manipulates the signal either in range and velocity or whatever, and it sends it back. The radar was smart enough to go, that is not a return that I'm expecting. Something's messing with the jam. And it shows you, it probes up, it gives these lines on the radar and stuff. So you can immediately, well, it does. It goes full into, it's being jammed in about every mode you can possibly see because everything comes up and aspect gets on details, but you can tell it's being jammed. So, and it's
broken, by the way, that jamming is an active.
Active jamming is you actively jam on a platform. Yes, it's technically active.
Feels like you should be freaking out.
So, well, he does it, and then in the back seat, they don't have a stick and throttle. They have their side stick controllers, so they can control all the sensors, and they can just toggle around and do stuff. So he has the ability to just move one quick and that has an elevation on the radar to the target. As soon as he commanded the radar to look target, the targeting pod goes, oh, what's over there? It'll stare because it goes down the line of sight because all this is put together. You can decouple them, but they're going to automatically couple up. So when he castles over, when he moves that thing to the left and he pops the displays out and he says, instead of looking at the radar, I want to look at the targeting pod, he sees it on the targeting pod because the targeting pod's already looking there. And now he's on a passive track because he's not literally spending any energy out. He's receiving IR energy from Tic-Tac, and then the system itself will track pixels and the contrast of it. So it depends on what you're on. It says, oh, that's what those little bars you see in the video where the bars come up around.
Doing some vision-based tracking.
That's exactly what it is. So, and then he goes through.
Changes zoom, changes the mode.
He goes through all the modes. There's a narrow, medium, and wide. So wide is far away. medium, and narrow, and then there's the TV mode. You go to the IR mode, TV mode. The cool thing with the TV mode is narrow IR mode is only medium TV mode. You can actually get closer with narrow TV mode. It's got a better. So he goes through all those things. That's when you see it going from a black background to a white background.
Trying to figure out what.
Well, yeah, and he wants to get as much data as he can on it based on the different modes instead of just staring at it. Granted, the video's been out. It actually was on YouTube here
And
before the government.
someone leaked like thousands.
No, I got a guy that was in my back seat sent me an email, and I had lit fire. This is about because I was working down in San Diego. So this is about 2008, early 2000. Sends me a link to strangeland.com. It is not suitable for work. Oh yeah, it's top notch. And he says, "Hey, I can remember the email. Hey, Skip, does this look familiar?" And I look at it, I'm like, how the hell did that get on strangeland.com? So the next thing you know, it ends up on YouTube, which was cool because you can send a YouTube link to someone. You don't send strangeland.com to someone because you don't know what you're going to get. Like Google Kids.
Yeah.
So
it ends up there somehow.
So it's on YouTube because I would go out with my friends and we'd drink it, and they go, "Dude, what's Kelly?" I go, "Oh, dude, get out." I'm like, "How it happened?" I was sitting with my friend Matt. So Matt and I did he was the guy in my right CBA6 when I did my very first night, right? And we were friends to this day, right? Because you do stuff like people like that, I had to have faith in him, he had to have faith in me. Or they become like your brother. And these are guys that literally, I don't talk to them on a regular basis, like Chris works at Apple. Chris called me up tomorrow and said, "Dude, I need help, I need this." I'd be like, "All right, let's get this out, let's do it." They're like, "Do it." And most Navy guys, we don't send letters to each other weekly. I have friends that I haven't talked to in 10 years. They showed up on my door, pop a bottle of wine, grab a beer, shoot the shit, take about first 10 minutes to catch up, and then it's like old times. It's amazing how fast it happens. So I'm out to dinner with Matt, and I'm telling him this story. Get out of here. So he goes back and he tells our friend Paco. Paco has FighterSweep.com, it's a blog site. But Paco's obsessed. Like, he is crazy. Paco calls me up and he says, "Dude, I was talking to Maddie." He goes, "I was talking to Maddie." He goes, "Dude, you got to tell me this story." I'm like, "All right." So I spend a chunk of time. So he calls me one day. I'm like, "Hey, give me a call." Call him up. And he answers the phone, but I could hear people in the background. But hey, dude. He goes, "Hang on. I got to put down some. Got to tell the story. I'm having a dinner party. Got to tell the story." So he's literally having a dinner party with a cell phone at another table as I told him. So he calls me up again. He says, "Hey, I got this blog." And he just writes about fighters. Like he wrote about calling the shit hot break. That's the guy that when you're landing on a carrier comes and turns and gets ready to land really fast. Breaks it off right in the back of the ship. And one of the guys, when we were junior officers on the USS Ranger, one of the department heads was one of the guy, Nasty. And Nasty was notorious for coming in a Tomcat and cranking off the shit hot break. Right? So he literally wrote a thing about the shit hot break with Nasty. And there's another guy, or Mav, or landing features for the airplane. It's a good article on how this was and how it kind of forms you in a way. Or the club. So he's like, "I gotta write about it." I'm like, "What do you got?" "I gotta write about it." Because of course
It doesn't really before then.
my wife didn't even really know the whole story.
What comment is it?
No, I'll tell you what. 3 days we had the incident. About 2 days they played the Goofy movies. There's a comic on the back of her wing schedule. It was like first one was on the far side, the second one. Me and the guy in my back seat, men in black, that had our name, protecting the Nimitz battle group, it's funny shit like that. So
That was it.
to me, it wasn't that big of a deal. It was like, okay, that's true, whatever. I want to get out, but this is important because there's all kinds of
rumors. There's a group of folks. No one ever came out in suits to talk to me.
Are you looking like me?
No.
On a.
No one came out on a helicopter. No one came out on an airplane. You know, you can, I was over classified. What's funny is all the COs, then several of them are still in the Navy. There's one that is I think he just finished up. He was a captain of an aircraft carrier. You know, so he'll end up making admiral and all that stuff. Those guys are all my friends. I talk to them daily.
Just to clarify, just the story that both on the Nimitz and folks helicopter landed, they showed up, took the data, quote unquote, all the reporting incident, and they took it and they did it. There's a kind of story to that. And then, from what I've seen, you said that it's just like we were talking about offline, they joke faster than or just faster than anything. It might have been a joke that started, and
well, they did. So here's the joke. So they had come down, right? We had the tapes. They were Chad's tapes. So we use those tapes over and over. They're consumable. Remember, I have a budget as a partner. I have a budget, so I have to buy those tapes. I have to all that stuff we use. I'm accountable, and the tapes are actually classified secret. The data. Okay, so we had the tapes. So the intelligence guys, intel officer, came down from called Civic, media, carrier intel center. Came down and said, "Hey, we need the tapes. These guys are going to come. They're going to come and get them." We're like, I'm like, oh, whatever. We hand them the tapes, and then someone, because I have, people. Shortly after they came and got the tapes, someone came to me and said, they're messing, playing a joke. So I said, oh, well, let's see how well that goes. I'm a CO, and they're not. So I went down to Civic, and it was I think he was a lieutenant or a lieutenant junior. He was way junior. And I said, hey, I want my tapes back. And then he looks at me and go, I know you guys are pulling my leg. I know there's something came out. And I go, you have about 30 seconds to get me my tapes before I start. Where do I go? And I said, and if your boss has an issue, he can come and see me. Because it's not going to go. Bullshit. I need this. And he literally walked right over to a filing cabinet, opened it up, opened up a filing cabinet, and not handed it to me. I said, and I basically said a few things to him. Again. And I left. I had the tapes. So no one came out. Flying going on when it was happening. And I took the tapes back. And then I copied the tapes. So I took 2 brand new 8mm tapes, and I copied sections that I want. There's a rumor, too, that the original video is 10 minutes long, and there's one of these petty officers saying, I saw it. Total crap. The original video is about 1 minute 30 seconds long. You see on the release video is the entire video.
You have mentioned the things correct, but you have mentioned like on Rogan, I think you watched it on on a bigger screen. It felt like it was higher definition. So let me ask the question: is there a higher definition version, do you think, of their video that would give us more information because of the?
I would doubt it, because I don't know where the stuff that the government released. I don't know where they got it. Okay, so the stuff that was on Strangeland and YouTube, someone pulled off a secret. It looks like a rack. There's tape machines in there, and it gets converted to digital and stored on a hard drive. They pulled it off that hard drive. No, it's just like anytime, even in digital media, the more you copy digital, some quality degrades. So this, you don't know how many times this. We were looking. The videos I've seen are right off the. They're high 8 tapes, basically pulled off the back of the displays. It's not filmed with cameras. It's literally a digital feed that's pulled off the back and put onto a high 8 tape. That's on. Now it's actually digital. It's not even on tape. We were still in the process. Originally, we had little cameras. Shines, light hit it, wash out the. So it's a pretty good feed. When you put it on, so instead of looking at it on your tiny little peer monitor or whatever, I'm looking at it on a 19-inch. We had just put flat screens at the radio that I had bought, so we could watch movies.
A nice, huge 19-inch screen.
It was maybe 20, but it was nice.
Wow, that's huge.
Gigantic.
I can get for like $50, you can get like 60 inches.
2005. So
you're looking at this big thing, and
but you can see. So when you get to the TV mode, I say there's little things on the bottom of it. It was very clear.
But in terms of the actual visual on the Tic Tac, did you get much more information from the higher?
The little things out of the bottom. We didn't
see the bottom information.
So when you see it, because he's coming almost co-altitude, you see the bottom of it. It looks like little, like if you look at a Cessna, there's little antennas hanging on the bottom. Kind of like that. There's two little things on the bottom. There's nothing on the top. There's no plume, no IR, no propulsion, even heat signature. It's all that stuff. And then the other thing that you can see is they can see the radar display. That really raises the classification level, especially to see what the radar does with the jam. Matter of fact, when they did the official investigation in about 2009, I got a call myself from a guy, government, and said, "Hey," told me who he was. He's still in the government. I'm friends with him. He said, "Hey, we're going to investigate your Tic Tac." This is literally 5 years. Yeah, 5 years. And I said, and he did a pretty good job. I call it the unofficial report because it was really never official. It wasn't. But I'll give you the history of why I say that and why it never came out. So he does the report. He sent me the report. And all he said is, "Hey, I'm going to send you this report. Please don't distribute this." I said, "Okay." The report is now out because Harry Reid got it to George Knapp. And they were good enough to redact a few versions of it unredacted. And I'm very protective of the involved in it. So Jim has talked, but he's off the grid. He doesn't talk to any pilot of his airplane. He has come out on unidentified, but they don't release her name. People are starting to do it. She's had weird shit happen around her house. She's got kids. So I'm very protective of her. And I've told people like Jeremy and George, if I know that the names ever came from, I would never talk to you. Jeremy's been really George. And then, but George knew the name. He got the and then the other crew. The pilot of the airplane that took the video that Chad was in, if you talk to that individual, they really don't have the recollection. They were just out flying that day, and it wasn't a big deal. So it's you need to protect, because not everyone wants people knocking. I don't want people knocking on my door. And and the rumors are you talk to everyone. I think you're about the 23rd person that I've talked to total, and that includes the newspaper stuff. And I've been selective because I turned down Russian. I can give you her name. Yeah. She called. She not only called me, she called my wife. She called my daughter. She called my son, because they're persistent. So I'm pretty protective. I'm very particular. I mean, the reason I'm talking to you is because I knew we could have a conversation based on the Tic Tac and the incident. We could actually talk about some of the science and some of the theoretical. Get more people involved to go, because I think there's, and when you talk to, Lou Elizondo or Ellen, the group at TSA, that whole thing was, that's the Stars Academy. That's the Tom DeLonge group that started. So, and you go, well, because I think Tom has called out a crap, but he's actually, he talked to him, he's very smart. And I asked him, how'd you get into it? I was traveling around with 182. He goes, you read a lot of books, you're laying in a bandage before you make it big. And he was reading, read one of my popular, and so he started asking more, and through his fame with 182, the band, he got more and more connected. He talked to Ellen, intelligent, Ellen Dynasty, Ellen, very, very smart. He definitely knows how the government works. So when I went down to DC to talk to people, he's one of the first people I'll go to. When I did Tucker Carlson about a month and a half ago, he texted. I texted him, Tom, hey, they were like, you got to do it. I turned Tucker down a couple times in his producer had called me, like, all right, because those guys like, you gotta do this.
They bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Angry bear.
Everything that's raising health, the taxes and say that they should popular people. No, you got to run for president and have 20,000 people come out to your rallies in 23 states. Well, maybe those ideas are not so crazy. You've got to entertain them. The establishment, they want to tell you, the main, this is how you say, like, the world is the way it is. It always will be this way. You got the world. You got the and don't think of anything. It is you. You don't know. Give up. Not that I'll say it like that. That's really what the we showed running an outsider campaign, took on the Democratic establishment, came close to it. He did win. Idea, the idea, working class people.
Following the conversation, Bernie Sanders, Senator and presidential candidate, both times as underdog against the long odds, captivated the support, excitement, millions of people, both on the left and the right. This Let's Be podcast supported. Check out our sponsor in the description. Now, dear friends, Bernie, growing up, did you ever think you'd be a politician? Yeah, I know that you hate talking about yourself. Rare for politics. What's your philosophy behind that? You like talking about the issues.
Yeah, I do. I mean, everybody talks about themselves. It's not about nice, not a nice. What politics should be about is the issues facing people of our country, the people of the rest. That's what.
That said, there's interesting aspects to your life. For example, in 1963, very active in civil rights, got arrested even for protesting segregation in Chicago. And you attended the famous March on Washington, where MLK gave his speech. What was that like?
Sure. Took a bus ride down. Million people. But it was very what he was talking about. What people get up, not only racial justice, jobs justice. That was the name of that brother. Something I've never become.
What influence did he have on you? What would you learn about the way he enacted change in the world?
King was very impressive. More impressive. I think that he was. What he did is he created his bottom line up. He developed real organization, grassroots organization, pressure on communities, officials, segregation, voting patterns. And I think what has to also be remembered about King, he won the Nobel Peace Prize. Great. But then at the end of it, he took on. He did that. The editorial papers, established papers, no longer thought he was great. In fact, the message sent out: "You're black, deal with civil rights, don't worry about foreign policy." But he said, if I talk about peace, nonviolence, I can't sit back and what's going on in Vietnam to continue. Yeah, incredible courage. And by the way, he fascinated at a fighting for rights of past we were called as guys in college. were treated terribly, low wages, bad working conditions. That's what they were.
On the war front, one of the things that people don't often talk about your work in politics, you gave what I think is a truly brave speech on the Iraq War in 2002, I believe. You voted no on the Iraq Resolution, you voted no on the Patriot Act, and you basically predicted very accurately what happened going to Iraq. What was your thinking at the time behind those speeches, behind voting no on the Patriot Act?
Maybe ironically came out of maybe one of these biased people. Oh, we went into Vietnam under a lot. It was close to 50,000 millions of people who died. You think twice. The war in Iraq, they changed. Oh, they have weapons. The only weekend issue. I didn't believe and agree with.
What's the way to fight this thing that Martin Luther King tried to fight, which is the military-industrial complex?
It's huge. That's but I, Congress, like oligarch. Not a lot of people are familiar with the term, but we talk about oligarch Russia. They're put by the oligarch. Well, guess what you have right now is an economy with more concentration of ownership than we've ever had. Agriculture, transportation, healthcare, whatever it may be, fewer and fewer massive corporations control in the prices. Then you look at our political system. We don't talk about it. What is the reality? That is the billionaires are spending huge amounts of money by this election. In Trump's campaign, you got multi-billionaires spending over 3 people. Democrats have their billionaires not quite as constant. But at the end of the day, billionaires play an enormous role in terms of electing politicians and in Washington in determining what legislation gets seen.
But it's not just single billionaires, it's companies, lobbyists.
Let me give you one example. Lobbyists. You pay in the United States by far the highest prices for prescription drugs. An issue I've been working on. Take a wild and crazy guess. How many lobbyists are there for a company?
4,000.
There are 100 members of the Senate, 135 members of the House, 535 members of Congress. There are 1,800. Well, lobbyists represent the company between former leaders and Democrats. That is why the highest prices. Military industrial. Got a revolving door. People go very into the general dynamics and on and the other large companies. What we see there is we spend true dollars. It is the only agency that cannot, not able to because of
Do you think most politicians are corrupt, accepting the money, or corrupt, or is it?
If corrupt means that hey, here's 10,000, doesn't work. Very, very rare occasionally. Very, very rare. That's corruption. What happens is that you are in a campaign, and right now the amount of money that people have to reach, Senator, I know you where the hell you not going to be 10,000. You're going to be around 5,000. Like, around you. Oh, these are my tax rate. You become, you live in that world, are you financial support? That's your base. You're very cognizant of you in terms of not upsetting So it's not corruption that people taking envelopes, huge amounts of money to vote a certain way. That very, very rarely ever happens. It is power of big money to make politicians. That's why, when I ran for president, I probably paying contributions, averaging bucks.
Have companies, lobbyists ever try to buy you? Try to do?
We don't welcome them in. I do these guys, but it's usually confrontational stuff. So they don't come my own.
So how do we fix the system? How do we get money out of politics?
It's not, like many other issues. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Countries. If you go to, every country has nobody has billionaires spend like they can. First thing is, and it is, one of the things like I found less important the issue, the mortgage question. A number of years, the United States Supreme Court of the Senate, United you want freedom, free person, free country, you want to buy the government. And how terrible it would be deny you the freedom to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on campaign like the candidate. That's your freedom, and that's what citizens have. We've got to end that. In my view, that means you want to go and show that you have some, get $5 contribution, X people, show you're not a flake. You have some support, and government will pay it more, and they'll. You can run against me, and I'm not going to. That's what I'm doing.
Make that happen. So much money in the system, politicians owe to the people who paid for their election. Does it have to come from the very top, especially if a really strong, popular president?
Exactly. I am getting a huge amount of money. I think billionaires should not be involved in buying elections. Doubt that. What you're going to need, and you tell me if I'm missing something. I pay attention. I don't hear either.
I think what happens is when an individual politician speaks out about it, they get punished. But I think it's a popular idea. So if a lot of them speak out, that's why if it came from the top, the president using a very large platform, basically speak out, it provides get it all out of it. It has to be kind of massive.
Yes. And every place I always people, Republican, Democrat, conservative, really believe that we are a democracy in a and it is very popular, right? The political leaders. We need a grassroots. Somebody is at a meeting. You only free house. What should you? How you? Extraordinary.
So many of your policy proposals radical.
No, I beg to differ.
Okay, great. Well, they're popular. What I mean is relative to what the other politicians usually a little more moderate. From everything you've learned from politics, it's better radical, come up with a different word, moderate, safe, ambiguous kind of politics.
What's the issue?
Yes.
Getting money out of big money out of. That's a radical idea.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a popular idea. It's an idea that makes sense. In order to implement it and actually make it happen requires, the system right now, right? In that sense, it's
Absolutely. But they found the thing is they want to buy politics. I would say 9 out of 10 people say I'm crazy. In that sense, it's certainly not. It's about helping. Go out on the the street. Oh, I've done this. Is healthcare a use? Should every American be able to go to the doctor when they need, regardless? You know what people say? I'd say about 85, 90% of the people say, of course. The idea that healthcare is a right of all exists in every major country on earth except the United States. You're here with me in Vermont, right? Get a car, go 50 miles north to Canada. Walk to the Canadian, walk into Canada and ask people, when you go to the hospital, how much does it cost you? What kind of bill? What are you talking about? Anything. It doesn't go to the nickel. That's the case in virtually every country. The idea of healthcare should be available. There should be no out-of-pocket expense. Right. Is widespread around in this country. Bottom line is that because of our political system, we have a healthcare designed not to provide healthcare to people who make huge profit. That is, we got to change. So I'm a strong advocate of the Medicare.
Okay, let's talk about Medicare for all. You could snap your fingers today and implement the best possible healthcare system in the United States of America. What would that look like?
Well, we have a pretty good system. Not great, pretty good system in Medicare. Johnson. It is being chopped away by private insurance companies. Medicare. Strengthen Medicare. Away with the kind of deductible now have to away with. Basically, right now, when you after you in the hospital, Medicare will pay the entire bill. If you expand Medicare, you do all of those. And the thing you do is eligible. First year will go lower. Everybody. I think in a 4 or 5 year period, strengthen everybody in it. You do that. You take the profit of the insurance company, you can end up providing no more. Right now, people,
The way to pay for the increased taxes. You're saying if you cut that cost and increase the taxes, you're saying,
well, here's the stuff, and I've gotten my share of second attacking. Bernie Sanders wants to raise your taxes on healthcare in a progressive way. Right now, because health insurance, somebody's paying for your health. And if you are working, most people get their health insurance through their job. Right? So if you're working for a large company, employed, that comes out of your wages. Costs in America very high. Look, I can't give you more than a 3% wage increase because I got a 10% increase in your health care costs. You want that? Your union negotiating, you know what they'll say? Hey, you want these wages, you're going to have to cut back on. That's what every union. But we're paying for it. Employers out of pocket, we pay through Medicare, Medicaid, Veterans Administration, etc. What I am is really not radical. Canada countries, it is publicly funded, like police department and like libraries, public education is publicly funded in a progressive way. Right now, rather than paying out of or a family, let's just say you're self-employed right now, and you want to have a couple of wives, it could cost you $15,000, $20,000 a year in insurance. Well, that's all limited. Will you have to pay more in taxes? Of course you will. It depends on your income level, but it could be that you'd be paying $12,000 more in taxes, but not $20,000 more in premiums, co-pays, and deductibles. You save money. So paying taxes rather than paying money to the insurance company. You got a better deal.
So the most painful thing today's system is the prize bill. Number one cause bankruptcy, and the psychological pain that comes from that, just worrying, stress, in debt, and just basically afraid constantly of getting sick because you don't know if insurance is covered. If you're not insured, you don't know how much it costs. You're not going to go to the hospital even if there's something wrong with you, pain and all that kind of stuff. You just live in a state of fear, psychological fear. That's the number one problem. It's not just financial, it's psychological.
Look, and I think that's a very, I'm chairman of the committee that talked to doctors in Vermont and all over the country tell me that they are astounded. People walk into their office much sicker than they should have been. And the doctor said, why didn't you come here 6 months ago when you first felt your symptoms? Well, I have a high deductible, 10,000. I don't have any money to pay. I'm uninsured. Some of those other people, and this is what is me crazy. They end up in the hospital, huge expense to the system, rather than get the care they need when they need it. That is how. I'll give you another example. We pay the highest prices for prescription. 1 out of 4 Americans can't afford drugs their doctors prescribe. So you walk in the doctor, okay, let's you got the other thing, prescription. You can't afford it. What happens? You get sick. You end up in the emergency room, which is an extremely expensive proposition. But you end up in the hospital. Rather than dealing with the problem, and what is not, I mentioned earlier how we major, the estimate is 1,000 die unnecessarily. They can't because of and they're even crazy. 1 out of 4 people with cancer treatment in the country either go bankrupt or deplete their financial resources. To your point that if somebody diagnosed with cancer, scared to death, you how you live, you die, what's going to happen? On top of that, you got to worry about if your family goes bankrupt. How insane is that? Me, I think healthcare is what unites us. Everybody, family, they get sick. We belong, we all want care. We all have got to come together to create a system for all of us.
There's just so many stories, not even the horrific stories, countless basic stories of cost. My friend, Dr. Peter Attia, story where he happens to be wealthy so he can afford it. He had to take his son to the emergency room. His son was dehydrated. The bill was $6,000. Basic test and gave him an IV, the basic test. And he has really good insurance. And the insurance covered $4,000. He had to, at the end, pay $2,000 for a basic emergency room visit. And there's a lot of families that one visit, a simple thing would be just financially.
And you know what? They said, I don't feel well today.
Yeah.
Something's wrong. I ain't gonna go to the emergency because I don't want $1,000. What happens if you have insurance? Pay 2/3 of it.
Yes.
What happens if you didn't? What happens if you didn't have money? You'd be hounded by book. It is a disgusting system. Insurance company, not a campaign contract. But I think, American people.
So that's another good example of a really popular idea that is not implemented because money.
And I'll tell you that. Not only is it not implemented, it's not even. Right. I'm saying here, we are spending twice as much per person, right? And yet 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured, and our life expectancy for the every other major insurer. Do you think that might be an issue that we could discuss?
Again, if a single politician discusses, they get punished for it. There needs to be a mass movement. Probably, my perspective has to come from the very top, and the president has to be a popular president where they don't care about parties, rich people. They just speak out because they know it's a popular message and it's the right thing. Speaking of that, you had a historic campaign, run for president in 2016. And the eyes of many people, mine included, you were screwed over by the DNC, as especially the WikiLeaks email showed. You're just looking back, feelings about that. Are you angry? Are you upset?
Yeah, of course not. But when you take on, in case the Democratic establishment control that moneyed interest in like, yeah, taking on America, corporate media, calling for a revolution that creates the opposition. But what I am extremely proud of, that came 20 years ago, that we took on the anointed candidate, and we showed, but in fact, the entire, I had 50 Democrats, had one, had no government, maybe a few people in the House. But we took on the whole establishment, and we did the ideas people were ideas that we have to deal with. You look at the American Rescue Plan, right? It's COVID, not the idea before.
He almost won. A lot of people thought that you Trump.
I think Trump is very, I think crazy, but he is not selfish. He's appealing anger that works people. What? But they should make sure that the anger is right direction. And people are even worse off than they are, which is what demagogues do. I think we had who understands that there is something more. This is incredible. Ask you, this like last 50 years has been a massive increase in worker productivity. Technology, right? I don't know exactly. The worker is the worker today in real inflation accounted dollars making more money than what?
Well, there's a lot of close arguments there, but your point is well taken. It's either the same, a little bit higher, than the lower. It has not increased significantly, and the wealth inequality has increased.
That is, you would think that if a worker is better off lesser hours, that hasn't. And what has happened, according to the brand, there has been a trillion a redistribution of wealth out of 90. You got CEOs making 300 times more than they work. You got 3 people on top of more wealth than half of Americans. That's why people are angry, and they're worried that their kids may have the lowest pay in the wealthiest country. There's a lot of anger out there. I think we tap some of that anger, essentially saying, you know what? Don't need so few that much in wealth and power. Distribute it.
I got to get back to 2016. Such a story. So a lot of fans of yours that wanted you to keep fighting gave against the establishment, and your fans wanted you to keep fighting for a takeover, for progressive takeover of the Democratic Party. If you just look back, had to do it all over again, what would you do?
But by the way, Charles, we did try. We ran, Keith Ellison is. Keith is now the Attorney General. Keith was a member of Congress. We ran. Become the head of the president Yeah, you face them. That's the exact same position that many people are in. So, why did what's the truth? I think Donald Trump is extremely I can't support very clear and obvious, very, very clear in mind. But that in that moment, that's where politics becomes tricky. And it ain't easy. And sometimes you have things that you're not that excited. But I think it's right to try to do to prevent Trump getting 2020. I think the same with Biden.
Well, there's this interesting story about a long time coming meeting between you and Obama in I believe. R.A. Ravenhouse, former deputy campaign manager, wrote a great book, say about you, of the fighting soul of Bernie Sanders, and he tells many great stories. One of them is meeting Obama, and he says that Obama told Bernie, Bernie, you're an Old Testament prophet guy. Here's the thing, though. Prophets kings have to choice prophets. Are you willing to make choices? Basically, Obama's making the case that you have to moderate your so Obama, right?
And again, that's quite fast. Sometimes run trend. One of my heroes you mentioned, Junior, please. Another one here, Eugene Fickle. Ring a bell?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Many reasons.
As many listeners may not, Debs was a nicer railway union, ran for president, I ran the last body else. Debs lost badly every race. 19 Franklin he saw Debs David Brown. Sometimes you can you're into transport. But my view is very distant from Obama is I think you have got to raise taxes on ordinary people. And when people know what's ahead in an organized way to fight change, they can make incredible change. We've seen that. Today we take for granted running for president. We have had other women governors and senators. Not so many years ago in the United States, 98 women. Even before that, 1920, got the right to vote. How did that change? How did women's role in society change? How I stood up. Gay rights. I enough to remember anybody I knew was gay. You think they would come out about it? No, they wouldn't. That's changed. We have seen, in terms of civil rights, massive change. Change happens when people express. We will get be careful means of making feel that. So I believe politics grassroots level, and that's how you got to bring about change.
So just to go back to Obama, though, in many ways, to a singular historic figure in American politics has brought a lot of change. What do you admire most?
I know. First of all, don't underestimate what it was in 2008 to be black. And I think few would deny he's an extraordinarily very, very articulate speaker. That he and his family, and again, it's a lot harder than he and his family, 8 years, right? that in a way that very effective. So, but again, don't ever under. I think music people lifetime and in our lifetime never gonna happen. Can't happen. Two races. And that is and I think he has had some significant achievement in his presidential. I did disagree on a number of issues. I think he was telling you. I think his public stance that if you have to start all over again, he would be careful also there. But where we are right now, well, I think he deserves almost amount of.
And he, like you, also a damn good speech opposing the Iraq War before running for president, and that takes courage.
Yes.
But then it also shows that once you get into office, it's not so easy to oppose, work against complex.
We appreciate how powerful healthcare industry, military industrial complex, obvious, and they're very, very deep.
I have to ask you about capital, pros and cons. So it's okay to be angry about capital. That is thorough, rigorous criticism. I would say hyper-capital.
Yes.
A certain kind of capital that you argue that we are today in the United States. A lot of people would attribute all the amazing technological innovation over the past 70 plus years that have contributed to increasing quality of life, in GDP, in decrease in poverty, decrease in mortality, increase expected life expectancy. So, what are the sort of how do you tension pros of capitalism and cons of capitalism?
My European friend, Bernie, in the United States, you're right. You France, Marcus, you kind of mainstream left guy, not all right. This is what I think. I think the best that we can do right now, where we are, create a society which it encourages innovation, but at the same time, it makes sure that all people of the nation have a decent standard. Some countries, look at Scandinavia, this shocks people. They don't talk about it. Well, in Scandinavia, it's been more years that people have healthcare. That's in the hospital. Have, and this shocks. In America right now, people 1 week, weeks of education. Sometimes you get nothing. In Germany, you get 6 weeks paid vacation. The holidays just people are shocked. In America, we don't have paid family. The only major country. Other countries, wife gets kids get sick. Not a big deal. Get a certain amount of paid and medical cost of prescription drugs. So what you want to do is create what's called a social system. That means I don't care what your income. Of course you're gonna have housing that is. Of course your kids are gonna have great education, childcare without much cost. Every country has a little bit different. Every country is right now. Germany, I think college is now tuition free. For obvious reasons, they want to have the best educated workforce. So, in terms of government, a role in the civilized democratic society of providing all basic needs, healthcare, education, housing, retirement benefits. Yes, that is what we've got to do. Now, does that mean then that the government is going to run every mom and pop store in the country? You want innovation? You want to go out and start a business? it's a product. Good luck to you, make money. But on the other hand, in terms of making money, we want you to be able to come up with good products. But do I think you should end up with $100 billion? And you know what's funny? I did an interview with Gates. I think the third guy in the country. Struggling behind us, and only worth 100 plus. And I said to him, Bill, he was supposed to ask me questions. I asked him, well, tell me something. You're an innovator. Did you know that you become a He said, no, I believe it was on. I love doing it. I love programming. As a kid, he loved it. Do you think that there are scientists working day and night trying to develop drugs to deal with Alzheimer's or cancer? They're motivated. Oh, if I come up with this drug, I'm with. So I think, we want to but you don't need $1 billion. We want people to get satisfaction from what they accomplish, the work they're doing, cleaning the street, helping. So I think we have gone a little bit far. You're right. Back on, I call it capital. Right now, it's not an American. It's not an accident. Musk is over there. Arabia looking to the trillion families in cities. These guys, friends, you got probably not more than 5,000, 10,000 extraordinarily wealthy families, but unbelievable economic over 7 billion.
Well, Elon Musk is actually an interesting case because he's investing all the money back into. I think there is a balance to be struck because you can still celebrate even big companies bringing wealth to the world that are really cool stuff that are quality of life. But we question why is it that working class does not have a wage in many cases? Sort of trying to find that balance.
That's right. That is, look, I am no great fan of Elon Musk, especially right now. Yeah. But is he a brilliant guy? Work like a dog? Of course he does. Does he come up with these incredible innovations in companies? Yes, he does. Does he get credit for that? Yeah. But, even in terms of encouraging innovation, I would hope that we are focusing on important issues. I would love to see great innovators about how we do the affordable housing, come up with great drugs that play people. Climate change, right? Do we need innovation? Making some progress. Should we do more? What kind of technologies out there can really cut back on carbon emissions? So, I hope we focus on some of the most important issues in humanity. But reward innovators. I don't know. 3 people in the morning.
Maybe you can briefly speak to something you tweeted recently about Donald Trump, McDonald's, and the minimum wage of $7.50. Can you just speak to that?
Nothing that Trump invented. Photo op. You go to a place, he puts a name. Good old Donald Trump, just another McDonald's. Anyhow, he was. It is. Kamala Harris was in Carolina handing out food to victims of the hurricane. Fine. But some reporter asked them, they said, Trump, are you for raising the minimum? And that was a fair question. Because you got, I don't know, many, many thousands of McDonald's and millions right now trying to get by 9, 10, 11 federal minimum wage. You got people working in McDonald's right now, sure. Working with $13 an hour. Reporter said, what do you think about raising the federal wage? Oh, these are great workers. He didn't answer. Well, I think this country, if you work 3 hours, you should have federal, not 37 or quarter, but in my view, $17. Not solve all the economic working class people. No, it'll help.
Running for president, you've often been attacked, especially from the right, about being worth, I believe, $2 million and owning 3 houses. So, from my perspective, the answer to that is most of your wealth has been earned from writing, selling those, and you are one of the most famous politicians in the world, and so your wealth and context comparison to other people of that same level, other politicians, is quite modest. What's your response usually to those attacks?
Quite honestly, yes, I do. I live here in last. Uh, guess what? I'm a United States Senator, and I own a home in Washington State, as do most senators. Live there year after year. When I first went, actually, when I was in Congress, I rented a. I got elected. Okay, got a 6-year term. No one bought a house. And guess what? Many thousand money. I wrote 2 best-selling books, including the book on capitalism, with the New York Times. And also another book was that's I make I don't know 175,000 a year, and that's how I became a millionaire.
I should also mention that sometimes the word mansion is used. I think your residences are quite modest.
Yeah, not, but
So when you started in politics, right, $1,000.
not much.
Yeah, that much. That's right. Has the increase in wealth changed your ability?
Well, that's a good question. Obviously, growing up in a working class family has maybe the singular significant aspect of my politics. Is, I grew up without money in a family that lived in a rent-controlled apartment. That has affected me. I'll tell you, I don't really try to. Money is my jewelry. The soul watch. Wedding ring. I did not be interested. But I'll tell you what has impacted my wife. As that we don't worry. We raise the issue. If we have to go to the doctor, our kids have to. I used to. I'm after worry about how to pay my electric bill. What happened? That stress. About a financial disaster. That's gone. That is. I maybe as much or more than the other members work hard, not only but with Jim, the labor probably doesn't strike. So, I do my best. It's a very easy term and get separated. I try to use
Sometimes people say, "Can money buy happiness?" I think I agree with you. That worry, sort of being able to fill up your car and not worry about how much it's going to cost, be able to get food for dinner and not worry about how much it's going to cost, or even I've been poor most of my life, but I've been very fortunate to have enough wealth to not worry about healthcare, have insurance, be able to afford an emergency room. And that worry is just such a giant control.
I remember even, and I saw this change in when I used to go out and grocery shop. My wife doesn't do the cooking. I do grocery shopping. I do that less now. Now, because of the gas. But that's a luxury you have. You don't have to worry about it. The point is, again, me, I don't like big fancy cars. Don't go on. My wife will tell you with vacation. I know how long. But major thing about how it's just what I don't have to. Anybody in my family gets sick. I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to worry about putting it on the table. So that's what.
Okay, let me ask you about the future of the Democratic Party. So one of the biggest impacts you've had is you've been the fuel, the catalyst for the increase in the Progressive Caucus of the Democratic Party. Do you think that is the future, the progressive, even democratic socialists take over the party?
That is the most question in my mind. One of the successes we've had, Charles has played a role in it, is that the other House of Representatives right now, the 100 members caucus, led very well by Washington, China. You know, it's people like Howard Specter, Ocasio-Cortez, many of them are young, often women, people of color, and many of them come from working class. What we have been able to do is elect strong progressive representatives. The struggle in the Democratic Party between the corporate wing and the corporate wing takes a lot of money, sees the population getting a whole lot of money from individuals and large corporations, and is not very vigorous, in my view, in representing needs. If they were, we would have a wage wage. We would not have a housing price. Have taxes in which billionaires pay effective tax rate is lower than a truck driver. So I think one of the reasons that Trump has had success is it's not so much his idea of working class people don't give tax rate as we'll worry about the size on the genitalia. But they are angry. People are angry. And Democrats are not under the struggle that we are waging right now is the future of the Democratic Party will be a party of the working class. They represent working class issues with black or white or Latino, Asian, or will be dominated.
Did you consider running in 2024? From my perspective, I loved it. Meaning, not just the primary, but the.
I gave him a reason was we have a slogan and I've taken on Biden, in my view, on domestic issues, quite strong. They split the Democratic Party and laid the groundwork for an easy Trump. And that I did. Sometime in life, and I know that a lot of you gotta make choices. So I strongly like his stuff against a lot of opposition. I'm doing the best.
And the hope for you is there will be future candidates, popular, progressive. Let me ask you about AOC. She's been one of the most influential voices for the progressive cause in the United States. You had a great conversation on your podcast, and in general, what's to you is most impressive?
I really like her. She is a young woman, comes from a working class background. She helped. She was a bartender in New York, and very proud that my campaign for president inspired her to run. And she ran on a progressive working class. She took on more powerful guys named Joe Crowley, pretty high up in the Democratic Party. She not was, she had no money. Very strong. And I appreciate that. That's number like what she stands for. She's incredibly, and she has that certain charisma that, you know, maybe it will, maybe it don't. She, a couple of years ago, she came up here. That Riley came up, and I went around the street, and people came to her, and they said, "Oh, Congresswoman," and she just smiled. She had an approach to beautiful. I mean, it wasn't for me. But to be a politician, you got to know how to, you know, you could be a great intellectual, you can't relate to people. She relates well to people. And so I think personality perspective, from an intellect perspective, an ideological. She helped create the Green New Deal concept. We need to create jobs, transform energy system away from strong advocate for rights. So I'm a big fan.
What do you think is the most powerful, enduring impact you've had on American politics? Looking back for quite a bit.
Well, I don't know the senior brands. Mayor of this year, proud of my accomplishments. My senator, when COVID was devastating the country, massive economic chairman of the budget committee helped write the American Rescue Plan, which put a lot of money into pocket, cut childhood poverty by 20%, providing a child tax credit, we kept hospitals going, we kept colleges, kept people getting evicted, helped get public health out there, people getting the vaccine. I'm proud of that. But at the end of the day, I think what I have shown is that the ideas, in fact, the early part of this conversation, the ideas I am talking about are ideas that are widely. Donald Trump says Bernie Sanders, far left. It's like I'm some kind of extremist coming up with ideas nobody's supposed to. Everything that I talk about, raising healthcare, a tax system, demands pay their fair share. Those are popular ideas, but people know. You got to run for president and have 20,000 people come out to your rallies and win 23 states. Well, maybe those ideas are not so crazy after all. You've got to entertain them. Establishment of the they want to tell you their name. This is how they say, Lex. The world is the way it is. It always will be this way. You got the power. And don't think of anything else. This is the way it is. You have no. That they don't say it, but that's really. We showed, running an outsider campaign, took on the Democrats, came close to being did in 23 states. The ideas that we're talking about are the ideas of working class people.
Yeah, you showed that it's possible. And that's an idea that will resonate in decades.
And out of that came dozens of candidates. People at the council.
We mentioned about the worry getting sick, worry of life that people. But there's also worry that we all experience, finiteness of life. You ponder your own mortality. Are you afraid of it?
When you're 83, it does come across.
All right.
Yeah. And
are you afraid of it?
No. What I am afraid of is infirmity. I have been good. Reasonably healthy, exception and heart attack. My body failed. Now with nothing. I have a great deal of compassion for people that speak of nursing home. Time being, maybe your mental agility is slipping a little. That's what worries me. You got a world dying. That's that aspect of getting old. That's the picture me.
That said, your mind is as sharp as any politician that I've ever heard, and also just off mic, I should say that really deeply appreciate. You still got it after all that, after all those speeches, after all the houses, after all of it, you still the humility and just sharpness is all there. So, yeah, like I said, I wish you a friend, but I also wish that there's future candidates.
That's, yes, one got in
gives you hope for the future of this country.
Sometimes one can become very difficult. This of this country, poverty, climate change, get depressed. But I am lucky. I've had the opportunity. People, what inspires you? How do you keep going? And I remember actually California really crystallized rally in the agricultural field. The rally, sunset, thousands of people around. Looked around the crowd. Young people, black and white, Latino, Asian American, huge cross section of the whole make America. I mean, I see that time frame just that I see great people really not interested in people. So, back to I am grateful. It sounds like platitude, it's what every bottle. Brown country, Native American, back to I have been everything that is
Share their option, share the option, and banned for a long time. Great honor.
you're doing. I'm just you're doing.
Okay, let's go.
Compliment. I think there is growing dissatisfaction with corporate media, not because it's fake my work, but I think people want to hear talk about it on that of something very issues because for you as mothers, thank you very much. Very important service.
And thank you from a mayor perspective, creating a wonderful color. I look forward to the fall leaves walking around tonight. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Bernie Sanders. For this podcast, please check out our sponsor in the description. And now, to leave you with the words of Aristotle. The real difference between democracy and oligarchy, poverty and wealth. Wherever men rule by reason of their wealth, whether they be few or many, that is oligarchy. Where the poor rule, that's democracy. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
I heard Tertiana, you're sitting right now. Oh my God, Tony, look! I saw like 209 that they
on them. Like, if you're smiling or not. But the whole time I'm like, man, this just sucks. They don't pay out anything.
Off the clock. I'm not winning anything. I walk around. So they thought we were awesome. So I was like one thing. All of it. They have these songs that bring it. Ryan, I would win on songs that like, the world is your imagination. And that really long. They get started cigarettes again. Very yeah. 6 months off of smoking and Ryan. Hey, and I pretend, you know, someone
Was it old downtown Vegas? First time I ever there.
like
Yeah. It's crazy. That was that was like the room with
that's for people from all around the cigarettes, Coke cigarettes. It's like the Comic Con of cigarettes downtown Vegas. I think
like happened. I bring myself out on
that's like being on the first date with like going down on her ass. Like,
no?
haven't done that before? All right. Love that. Fucking everybody loves their buddy. So until you can admit that to yourself,
You?
really? I mean, I'm not. I can't get like a little. I can't speak for myself. Like part of the code of stuff.
Now I want to hear about it.
So before,
No, no, well, that's a horrible area. I don't want to. I've seen it. Like when I'm in hotel
if a
rooms,
woman stuck it, and you, it's not like you eat your ass out now. Warning, warning.
I would over head against the wall.
That's violent. And that after a girl's the ball is the best.
Her ass. That's my ass. I could ever like the best part is like in a hotel you could lay on the counter and just like open up your butt because the mirror's so big. Look at it. It's the only place to look at it. Your butthole. See there.
That's God should talk about that. No, I haven't done that. I don't spread my cheeks. Lie on a counter. Did you say?
The counter in the bathroom. You know the bathrooms in hotels. Big mirrors really and it's bright. Sometimes you mirror that they freak your ass out. And like you just lay there, open up your that's butthole.
Let's rebuild where we were expected to go, and everybody was able to. Various. I'm very glad to have so of us top of very excited. Everybody coming in for a moment, give some amazing advice of his history. Very still our history. Many heads ever had. Sports podcast without a doubt, and our favorite for overall. The last major fun La Jolla episode is back in Hollywood again. Put your hands together for the one and only Iron Josh, everybody. You look good? How do you feel horrible? True. True. The robot voice actually helps you barely tell that they are or else.
Oh, maybe
True. Should wear a helmet. Probably be good for you.
Iron Josh, have you ever let a girl get your ass out before?
How much do you like it? No, I don't know. That's why I just asked. No, that's not an answer to a question. Let's put it this way. Like, if you had to, if you, like, let's say you're down on a girl and how much of that time is fine after much? Hey, guys. All right, how 10 minutes in a guy's dick? All right, Josh Martin, everybody. He's the patron, an improvisational guru. How I really rolls with everything. Realize that there is no wrong answer. While wearing dude. Many robots like I don't people. I guess Hamilton, by the way, that outfit's a little bit too short on right up. I love that. There you go. Um, thank you, Josh, for starting. It's gonna be crazy. The girls decide to attack. How was your weekend, like Josh? Anything crazy happen? Ooh, like did he around and go down or what? Oh, oh, wow! Starting battles that scary. Is that's probably like oh, it's definitely. Why don't you do something about it? Yeah, that's a good thing to do. Just well, Josh, I don't think you really exactly what's going on. No, very, very fun. I can't imagine how this must be very, very stoned on. Like, what the fuck is that thing there, and why is it? But thanks, Josh, for everything. A week ago, he spilled vodka on me. There you go. There you go. You're finally right about something. The thing that you spilled on. Guys, let's get to the point, shall we? Tonight's guests are two of my favorite people. As always, I have two of my favorite friends here to chat with everybody. Get on the show. It's different. The guy that I've been trying to get on to the very beginning, both of them. Here they are. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Steve Simone and Jason Galern, everybody. Honey, friend, how you doing? Coming on? Thanks for having me. Very excited. On last week, Roddy Pickle. Every single being friends with pro wrestling, watching your kids, like making that a lot of those pro wrestling. Still learn.
Yeah, buddy. I also like. I mean,
Oh yeah, very much so. But yeah, that's fun. Good. Jason,
I was just telling Steve, I think like should have his something. Okay. That's like fucking nice. I'm not as nice. You know. Nice. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Every day. Yeah, of course. All right. Good cops. Are you really fast? Love it. Are these fairly comics out?
I think also people think that it's a show and start running out on it. Well, yeah, that's all of it.
Fun fact, last Virginia, WrestleMania.
Oh, yeah.
On and on. So that, remember one, this is awesome. All the
Well, the selfish watch
yeah,
like order $1 for like had check over. What better time? Mania. The things that
I am.
right now.
Question. I'm fucking. Yeah, it's like I don't want to get fucking get out on the bus. Fucking that's the bar on. Starting the fucking crowd. Poor crowd.
have you ever had
Just like fucking.
okay, have you ever had contact after graduating with a girl or something like that on Twitter? Like,
No. I mean, actually, I taught pregnant for about a year. But they were already. I get the fuck out of there. I do other stuff. Absolutely. I love pussy. Round of applause for pussy, everybody.
Jason definitely loves
Puppy.
all of them. That's a pro pussy thing.
Truly.
I mean, Brian aggressive. Time to take our powers off.
You guys both have not the chick girlfriend. That's what I was talking about. That's well, Mexican. Nice work there.
Very fun.
Fair enough. But
Josh, do you have any questions for our guest?
keep on the shot. For both.
What are you guys?
I love you, Dad. I love you. And girls, so I don't want to get my wife infection. So I'm well versed in that. Love you, ass, finger ass, stomach lid, all that.
and
I've never told that to a retarded superhero before, but the first time I've heard it.
you know it's and it's I think it's
Yeah. Oh, great. Good.
I love the fact that all of I know. Like, as pussy as
very long time teaching boxing. A long time.
Gee, here, barely ever wearing a shirt.
I know. No, I mean I fucking have you. Level long fucking road. One long fucking trip. How we get it?
But you
More for that.
fuck yeah. Five locked and loaded. Guys, so excited.
Okay. Everybody.
Minute on stage, 1 minute up. Better wrap it up then. I'm going to bring Angry West there. There. Bring him. You can hear the cat wall beat. Wait. So, started, shall we? This is on a tilt. Go. I think. And
Okay. I've actually been having a actually one of that like blocked article for my blog. I was like, I don't know how much time, but you guys can talk about something before I go. How can I tell my girlfriend the best way?
stained glass. Very fun. Not even all in LA. LA.
No, but I started
Where you from?
perfect. But I love the mic. Yeah. So you got video?
Yeah.
Watch. Are you a musician? Like rock and roll? So cool. Alright.
That's interesting.
I'd like to say about you're a good joke writer. The first bit. The blog. No, but number 7. Very funny. And then you say it's almost like Bill Hickman. Number 6.